All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the best day of the draft. Day two. Wow, 5 seconds in, we already fucked it up. How about that, chat? Welcome. Lots of defensive linemen coming off the board today. Lots of interior offensive linemen coming off the board today. Lots of tight ends, lots of running backs, lots of wide receiver twos. Not that many wide receiver ones, but a ton of good football players expected to come off the board today. This is where winning teams are built. If you nail day two, you tend to do really, really well as an organization. So, big day. EJ, how are you?
I'm fantastic. I got a little bit of sleep, which is fantastic. Got to hop on the Patriots show a few minutes ago, talk to them about their prospects, not only for day one and day two, but as you said, lots of good football players coming off the board. And I stress to them, this is my favorite day of the draft, because if you miss on day two, if you blow rounds 2 and 3, your talent locker will eventually be bare. Yes, you have to do well in round 1, but there's hits and misses there. But teams that, again, you said it, are consistent on day 2, rounds 2 and 3, they tend to sign a bunch of second contracts. They tend to not have to overpay in free agency. This is where money gets made in the NFL. And for me, that makes it really, really exciting.
I'm trying to remember the exact stat, but I'm pretty sure the Eagles are the only team in the last 10 years that won a Super Bowl with more first rounders starting for them than second rounders. So second round in particular is kind of where you make hay, because that also tends to be, the value spot.
Yep.
Because quarterbacks get pushed up and oftentimes get taken ahead of just better football players. The fifth tackle will often go before like the second linebacker. A bunch of receivers tend to go early. This year, I think it was a little bit different for corner because a lot of the top guys were hurt. Like more corners typically go than that in round 1. And it pushes down better football players that maybe don't play the more expensive positions. And that's why we tend to see a lot of round 2 values. And even in a round 3, like round 3 is the sweet spot for interior offensive line, including today. I mean, I don't know if Jonas Savaiinaea is going to get there to round 3, but he's going to go today. Jared Wilson's going to go today, probably in round 2. Tate Ratledge is going to go today. I'm trying to think. Marcus Mbo will probably go today as an interior lineman, not as a tackle. So,
Right.
Like this is really where you build the meat and potatoes of your room. Do you have any particular? We can start with offensive line. How about that? Any particular offensive lineman you're looking for today?
I think it's hilarious you said meat and potatoes, because, again, that's sharing us a brain. Everybody's called this the meat and potatoes draft, and I was going to say this is the meat and potatoes day of the meat and potatoes draft. Yeah. You can't get more hearty comfort food than day 2 of this particular draft because of the talent spread and selection and really evenness throughout it. But if we're talking about interior offensive line, Tate Ratledge, you already mentioned. Jonah is one of my favorite guards in this entire draft. Savaiinaea, the guy from Arizona. We saw him on the turf in Indy, and boy, can he move, right? You would not guess that he's, 325 plus. He is very light on his feet. He is going to play for a long, long time. So I think he might go a little bit earlier maybe than the sort of public consensus, because teams saw that too. They saw an ultra powerful guy who's really experienced, has played both right and left tackle, and now is going to be playing guard in the league and can move like that. Yeah, he's going to be a hot name. Wyatt Milam, who was a tackle in college at West Virginia.
Dog.
He's going to be a power guard. He has that look of a guy who's going to plug in. He could very much be like a Cleveland lineman, right? And that is a complimentary thing. I don't know if they're going to pick him or that they need him, but like that's who he reminds me of, is like come in and just drop anchor and play really, really well for 7 or 8 years. And everybody's like, oh yeah, that guy's been super solid since day one. Miles Frazier, we'll see. Jared Wilson, I think some team that runs outside zone is going to go, man, the things we could do with him. And they're going to convince their coach maybe in the compensatory picks to go get Jared Wilson. For tackle, we're into the Charles Grant territory. We're into the Anthony Belton territory. I really want to see where Belton goes. He's such a fun player. He is just massive, and he has cannons for hands. See these unsuspecting pass rushers, and he unloads on them. He's very patient, but when they get in range, if he hits you with those things, he literally will just drop pass rushers with his punch. And, can get out, can really move his hips for a big guy in terms of pivoting on zone blocking, just getting in front of somebody and then walling him off. They just can't get around him because he's a huge dude.
Am I the only one who thinks Jalen Travis is going today? Like, I really do think
Jalen Travis is right there for me. He's one full spot below Jalen Rivers because I know a lot of people like Ozzie Trapillo. Or Trapillo, sorry, my bad. I like Jalen Rivers a lot because, again, he's got flexibility. He can play tackle. He can play guard. He can legitimately do both in the league. I think he'll probably be a better guard, but if somebody wants to start Jalen at tackle, I think he'll be fine. And there's not that many guys I can say that about in this draft. So I don't think you're crazy at all.
Are you talking about starting Jalen Rivers at guard or Jalen Travis? Because Jalen Travis is like 6'7", 340. That would be a very tall guard.
It would be a very tall guard, but he is also incredibly wide at that height.
Yeah.
He's built like a square. So I think he's going to have success either way. Jalen Rivers, I don't know. With Jalen Rivers,
I can see Jalen Rivers being a guard because he's not as athletically gifted, but he's really long.
Yeah.
And he just kind of got it done. Travis, honestly, when I was looking at Jalen Travis today, I was like, oh, that's the Stoutland pick because he's also a freak athlete. And I'm like,
he does remind me of Steen a little bit. And again,
but bigger and long. He's like 34.5-inch arms. He's more of a catcher than a puncher.
He's huge.
He's massive. And so I'm like, if you're retirement planning for Lane like 2 years ahead of time.
Ooh, interesting.
Like third
round.
Yeah,
no, I could see it. Like, again, anybody that goes to Philly, we pretty much are going to give the benefit of the doubt to, but there's a lot to work with there. That would not be a stretch.
And you mentioned Charles Grant. I also think Chase Lunt might go off the board today because he's so gifted as a run blocker. Logan Brown as a
Logan Brown is I was waiting for you to mention him because he's like my dotted line today. Is like somebody at the end of round 3 might go, hey, we need a left tackle. We need a pass protecting left tackle. Logan Brown's really good in run blocking too. He did more of that at Kansas, but I think it's the pass blocking ceiling that'll really hook somebody with Logan Brown. And I know the Patriots like him now. They already took a left tackle, so they don't need him. But
as if they only need one. Let's be real.
Waiting for somebody to pull out the Highlander line. No, there can only be one. We need more than that. But no, Logan Brown is a fascinating tackle prospect. He does need to get stronger in the upper body. I don't necessarily want to plug him in at left tackle right away and say you're a starter in the NFL. But if he goes to a place where he's the swing tackle for a year, and somebody's moving on. We talked about the Saints, moving out of their tackle. That's more of a right tackle spot. And of course, they already took one too, but there's a lot of teams out there. Chicago could take him, maybe if they trade back a little bit as their, retirement plan for, we don't want to pay Braxton Jones $24 million a year. Give him a year to season develop in an NFL conditioning program. And then, his feet are really good.
Mm-hmm.
He did a good job in that passing attack at Kansas.
Connor for 20 pounds. Thank you, Connor. Updating us from the Mod House in Florida.
I saw that. I was like, yo, you savage.
Mod team update. I survived the celebratory double Everclear shot.
Oh.
There's probably more alcohol in that than I'm going to drink out of this bottle the entire rest of the night.
Have you ever had it?
Everclear? When I was 20.
Right.
Once.
Yeah. That's So you can say you did and then move on.
I was like, I might prefer moonshine, man. Hockey's in Canada survived their solidarity shots. Let's go again. Raiders. Speaking of the Raiders.
Yeah.
Big decision here. 6 picks into the second round.
Mm-hmm.
Is it Shador or is it something that they really, truly need more than that? Corner.
Yeah,
but do they catch the falling value of a potential quarterback in the future? Or is it, hey, we think Gino's got enough tread on the tires that we can, we're good for the next 2 to 3 years anyway. Let's try to make a run at it while Pete is still, by Pete Carroll standards, young.
They're
tough. Dude, if he gets past the Raiders and then the Saints right after that, does he even go in the second round?
it becomes a lot more tenuous, that's for sure. The good news for Raiders fans here is they're going to catch value no matter what, whether you're catching a falling cornerback. You talked about not as many corners going in round one. There are a lot of great corners left on the board. So if they think that's their value, they're going to get value there. I'm not going to say they can't miss, because that's never the case in the draft, but they are going to have their choices, and they're not going to have to wait very long to figure it out. But yes, the Shedeur Sanders thing, if he goes past the Raiders, it's like, I would say end of round 2 at the earliest, because Cleveland's not doing it. Like,
yeah, Cleveland's
not doing it at the top of round 2. They're not.
I think it's Travion Henderson at the top of round 2, and then I don't know what they're gonna do after that. I'll bring up their card right now.
I think it's Mason
Taylor, tight end.
Yeah,
it would make sense, because again, if you're looking at the team card, David Njoku, last year of his deal, maybe they're trying to find an heir apparent.
Yep,
it would make sense from that standpoint.
So I heard that earlier today. I mean, the Travion thing, I kind of heard from multiple sources. I either heard Travion or running back, and you put the two together, and Travion's a very good running back fit for the Browns. So I was pretty pinned on Travion at that point, but I'd heard wide receiver, I'd heard tight end, and then I'd heard Mason's name specifically, but I'd heard them in sort of conflicting amounts. So nothing to really pin your hopes on. And then I heard that about 20 minutes ago, Dane Brugler, who lives in Ohio, tweeted about the Travion Mason Taylor pairing for the Browns at the top of round 2. And I was like, oh.
The Browns really haven't made it a secret that they like Travion. Everybody knows that. It's more so, were they going to trade back up to get him or not? They opted not to. Now, all of us also expected the Broncos to take Travion, which we know the Broncos also like Travion, but I don't think they expected Jahdae Barron to fall. And then once Jahdae Barron got past 13 at Miami, they're like, hold on now. Wait. And so that's if Jahdae doesn't get past the Dolphins, then Travion's probably not even there for the Browns anyway. So they're chilling. They're cool. They're like, whatever, we're taking a top 25 player in the class. But that does bring
the Raiders.
Yeah, as with the Raiders.
They've got great value, right? They can wait. They could take the running back they want now. They could take a running back they want later if they wanted to go, edge, if they wanted to go grab Donovan Ezraku or something to put opposite Myles Garrett. Sure, they could do it, right? They're in a good spot. They let the board come to them. They ended up with an extra pick. All right, let's hit it.
Can I throw out? No.
You asked me if you could throw out a quarterback yesterday, and I told you could.
Can I throw out a random Shedeur destination?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think chat would love a random Shedeur destination.
Eagles at 64.
I don't hate it at all.
Because their backup right now is Tanner McKee. And the Eagles, one of their core foundational philosophies is draft and develop a quarterback that we can use as a trade. They literally did it with Jalen Hurts once upon a time. They signed Carson Wentz to a $100 million deal and then drafted Jalen Hurts in the second round. A, is injury insurance. And B, they thought, okay, if we develop Jalen Hurts, at worst, if Carson's still great, we get a pick out of Jalen, right?
Right.
And they've done it before with Sam Bradford and the Bradford, Foles, to Wentz, to Hurts pipe. They're constantly drafting quarterbacks even when they already have one, because it's a very valuable position, and they think they can either not have any drop off if they lose their starting quarterback, which, by the way, they won a Super Bowl because of that. Technically twice. They won a Super Bowl because of that.
Technically twice.
And also, if they can flip him for a 1 off the 64th pick when you already have a strong roster and your backup is Tanner McKee's not stopping me from drafting Shedeur. And it might honestly be the best possible thing for Shedeur to go there too.
It gives him a very soft landing spot, zero pressure. He can, if he's smart, continue to develop and work on the things that, ourselves and others have pointed out as, what every player needs to work on as they come to the NFL. There is no perfect prospect, and Shedeur's got his list, and boy, Philly would be a really nice place to be working on your list.
And for a quarterback, let's just again knock on. Well, this is metal. Knock on metal. If Jalen Hurts
Not
gets
sure
hurt
what that
again,
does.
if Hurts gets
Electrocution?
hurt again, and we know Shador's main weakness is he holds onto the ball way too damn long, you might as well at least do that behind an offensive line that might actually give you 3.5 seconds.
Yeah, for sure. Quick
I'm
shout out to
I'm not saying it's
Bobby.
going to happen, by the way. I'm just saying it could.
Oh, yeah. And you did say random and wild destination, and we love random and wild here on the podcast. But quick shout out to Bobby for the super chat, $20. Thank you, Bobby. Boys, love your draft coverage every year, and it's an absolute staple for me. Let's hope the Jets don't screw it up today. Well, you know, you can count on the first part, and the second part, hey, we're all just along for the ride. We don't know. They did all right yesterday, though.
I was going to say, I don't know. Is it weird that I've fallen for this before, but the Jets are so quiet that it makes me think they know what they're doing. Like, it's just been a very quiet organization for the last 4 months or so.
Yeah.
You know? And, like, even when Rodgers was going on McAfee and talking shit about how the process of how they never said anything. They're just like, whatever, we're on to the draft, we're doing our thing. Like, they signed Justin Fields, didn't make a big hullabaloo out of it. You know, they're going to handle their extensions with Garrett and Sauce. Like, they've just been very, very quiet, almost in like the adults are in the room
in a
type way.
sort of way.
They took the offensive lineman, totally unsexy. Like, I don't know. Again, I've fallen for this before, but it feels like the Jets are on the right track.
More so than they have been. Again, I think any sort of football cadre administration, whatever you want to call it, regime, as it gets to the end of its useful life, sort of unravels because people are grasping at straws, trying to make it work. They kind of know the boat's sinking anyways, and it never feels great. And then, you know, infighting starts and it's just not pretty, right? And when a new group comes in and they have a plan and they're executing it, and they have a little bit of a honeymoon. Let's be honest. It doesn't last very long in New York, but every new pairing gets, you know, a little bit of grace to say, okay, what are you going to do about it? And they've just got their heads down and they're working, which is very Aaron Glenn, right? If you're talking about the personality of the coach leaking through into the personality of the team, like they're just working right now. They're finding their guys. They're working. They're setting standards. And yeah, it does feel very different. I'll say strangely competent, and Jets fans will know that that's not a shot. That's just assessment of reality.
Hen Dog, back again for $10. Thank you, Hen Dog. If the Eagles draft Sanders, watch Hurts tear something week 1. I'll tell you what, it takes a lot for Hurts to tear something. Have you seen that man's quads? Like, he stays in the gym. And even when he gets hurt, no pun intended, he plays through it. Like, he's a fucking tank, man. I love Jalen. He's great. Yeah. One of my only good quarterback takes I've ever had. It's Jalen Hurts.
I would say that's true, but certainly one of the best for sure.
Bobby for $20. Oh, no, you just did Bobby's. Hold on. Getting the proper order here. Just Andre for $2. Where'd y'all have Connerly ranked among OTs? EJ had him as his number 1 or number 2 ranked left tackle. I had him as... So I'll say I organize it by tiers where anybody in a certain tier, like you could argue for one reason or another going above or below the other guys in that tier. I had him in tier 2. So, you know, he was with Banks and Simmons. And again, I love Banks. I had Banks going 9th overall. I had Simmons going 31st overall to the Chiefs, even though I had them in the same tier for reasons, like good reasons. But Connerly was like kind of in the middle of them as just like a very clean pass protecting tackle that can handle NFL speed. He's a professional, great work ethic, great in the locker. Like, he just felt like, you know, hitting a double in the gap as far as tackle prospects go. So,
and that's pretty damn good in the NFL.
Pretty damn good.
He was tackle 3 for me right at the end of my first tier. I really liked him. I, again, think the need is very high, and there's just a lot of questions with other guys. Again, if we did not a redraft, but a re-ranking, because again, we bang the drum all the time about how important landing spot is. And once we know where everybody, you know, in these lists is going to go. If we did a re-rank, I would move Will Campbell up to my top tier now because he's playing left tackle, right? They brought him in and said, you're doing the thing that you've been doing. We're not going to change things. That's what you're going to do. You do it well. And that wasn't guaranteed with Will Campbell. There was a lot of talk about, oh, if he goes someplace, is he going to be moved to a guard? Is he going to be a right tackle? Maybe he's even a center. Like, all of those things definitely influence his professional career arc. The fact that he went to the Patriots, they picked him up high, they believe he's their left tackle. They're plugging him in from day one. Like, I would move him up because he's going to get to do what he's good at. So, and we know that. So it, in a redraft, I'd move him up. Before that, look, he was in tier 2 and he was right after Connolly for me. So very, very good players, both of them. And, we'll see how their pro careers go because that's always the real test. But, Connerly I loved. It was just a very, very good tackle.
Jacob Anderson for $5. Appreciate all the content this week in the midst of surgery recovery. Thyroid. Body is healing fast. Happy to hear that. Though yes. That may just because we took Jade.
Sure.
It's so fun. Every Broncos fan alive did not expect corner to be the pick, and yet all of them are ecstatic. Like, they just can't believe it.
Once you find out who it is, you're like, a corner? Who?
Well, hold on. Let me read off this Broncos defense, right? Because, truly, yeah. And I told Jack this earlier today, scoring 20 points on the Broncos is going to be an achievement this year. So, up front, you got Zach Allen, DJ Jones, John Franklin Myers, Jonathan Cooper. That's a great pass rush. Throw in Nick Benito as well. Linebacker, Dre Greenlaw, Alex Singleton. Secondary, Pat Surtain, Talanoa Hufanga, Brandon Jones, Riley Moss, Jade Barron, and Jaquan McMillan. And Chris Abrams-Drain.
No.
And we still got 6 more rounds to go. Like, what do you do? Like, if they somehow fall ass backwards into, like, Donovan Ezuraku in the second round, like, just cut. Like, I don't need them, but just cuz. Like, is anybody going to score over 20 on that? Like, people could barely do it last year.
I don't think they're going to do it now. Forget, adding a guy like Ezraku. We might have to take the number down. It might have to go to 18. It's silly. I think they're probably going to pivot to offense because they're looking at their defense right now going like you said, it was good. It's better. We're good. We'll pick up dollars other teams drop along the way in the draft, but we're going to go get some threats. They definitely need a backfield threat to diversify that offense. And there's plenty of them. They don't have to get it right now. But I can see them saying that's the one we want the most. We already did we already ate our vegetables. We got our defense in order. Like you said, it is going to be hard work scoring points against Denver this year. So now let's make it so our offense with Bo Nix has a bunch more targets and it's going to be just as hard to stop us. And that's the combination that you want. Is it doesn't matter which unit's on the field. You're giving the opposition a really long day, and the Broncos are primed to be able to do that coming out of this draft. I mean, they're already on their way. It won't take much.
Siobhan for $5. Thank you for your great coverage last night. With 5 picks today, who do you want the Texans to target and why? Offensive line, receiver, then offensive line again. And I know they brought in a bunch of bodies, and I don't care, right? So I want I brought up Jalen Travis. Care. I want Jalen Travis on day 2. I want Miles Frazier, the LSU guard, today, because I don't think he's going to get to the 4th round. Probably one of the 3 best pass protecting guards in this entire class. Miles Frazier is, and by the way, they are pass protectors. Receiver wise, do I dare?
Yeah, he was one of my more unbalanced guard studies. I was kind of going through, and I tend to do pass or run or run or pass. I isolate one, right? And I did pass first with him, and I'm like, oh my God, why aren't more people talking about him? And I did run.
Then you watched first and second down. You're like, oh.
Then I watched run, and I was like, that's why. Got it. Okay, but he is elite as a pass protecting guard.
I think I might dare to dream for Jalen Noel for the Texans. Because, we're not getting Tank Dell back this year. And I can't imagine very many receivers are better fulfilling the Tank Dell role in this offense than Jalen Noel at Iowa State.
He's fantastic. So I think he's possibly even more diverse than Tank was coming out, right? I think Tank might have been a little bit better in the red zone, and Jalen Noel just might have been a little bit better. Like, I have a higher grade on Noel than I did on Tank, and I love Tank.
Yeah.
But it was specifically because he was unconscious in the red zone. You just couldn't stop him, which is ridiculous given his size, but you just couldn't. And it's one of those things your eyes see and your brain has to go, is that real? And then you're like, yeah, he does it all the time. This is how he plays. But Noel is, I think, an all-around better player. And that's a scary thought because I really liked Tank coming out.
Frederick for $10 Canadian. Happy draft, y'all. Looking to see my Browns draft Shador. It's worth a shot in the second and Rosen him if he doesn't work. I know Brett prefers Milroe, but his timeline doesn't fit our needs. Honestly, I'm not even sure if I prefer Milroe because I had Shador ranked higher than Milroe. It's more so there are certain situations that I think Milroe fits better in, and I think there's certain situations that Shador fits better in. I think if you need somebody to start earlier, you prefer Shador, which I think Cleveland falls into that category, right? But if it's like the Rams trying to find an heir apparent to Stafford, Milroe makes more sense there. I would say, a lot of the playoff teams don't need a quarterback at all. So I would say Seahawks. I think Seahawks could be a really sneaky Milroe destination if he slips to the third round. Because they're only really committed to Sam for like 2 years, technically.
Yeah, you know who's breathing the biggest sigh of relief today ever?
Who?
Sam.
Oh, yeah.
He wakes up and he's like, wow, that guy's awesome. Like, sure, I feel better about life already.
Could I throw out the Raiders also as a Milroe destination for potential? Nah, because if they were gonna, if they were gonna do it, they would do Shador. And same thing for the Saints. They need somebody who could play right now, which is why Shador makes more sense for the Saints.
Yeah. No, I think, much like your Shador scenario to Philly, you're looking for a Milroe scenario where he doesn't have to play. So, the Rams would be a good one right now.
Yeah.
As long as he's not the number 2, because look, Stafford's getting up there. I keep saying this every year and I keep getting tripped up because he's an absolute warrior and he plays through everything. I keep saying, oh man, the injuries are going to pile up. I've been saying it for like literally 6 years now. And I'm like, okay, fine, whatever. But sure enough, this will be the year that if you put Milroe in as QB2 and Stafford goes down, a month into the season, that's going to be probably too much to hope for, is that he is ready to be consistent as an NFL passer after OTA's off season and, a month of the season. That maybe if somebody can do that, they're going to have a lot of quarterbacks to work with in the future, because that would be near miracle work. It would be amazing.
Kel for $5 says, Brett, you should remove the year from the stream title so you can claim you're just really early for day 2 of next year. You know my policy. Never wrong. Just early. Sam Hayes for $4.99. As a Chiefs and Jayhawks fan, I'm wondering who y'all think would be the best fit on KC from KU amongst Neal, Kobe, Mello, Logan Brown. I'll tell you what, Kobe Bryant is so Chiefs-ish as a corner. Like, he smacks people. I know he's not a big dude, but like, he smacks people. He was like one of the 4 or 5 top corners in this class as far as like tackles for loss and tackles for no gain. Like, he hits people. Mello honestly would probably play more safety for them than corner if I had to guess. Whereas Kobe would be an outside corner for them because obviously you got Trent at nickel. And then Logan Brown, actually, considering the Chiefs tackle room right now, I could actually see Logan Brown going off the board even as soon as if they trade down from late round 2 into like early to mid round 3 for somebody trying to come up, I could see them taking Logan Brown round 3 for sure.
I don't think they'll do it again with who they signed in free agency and now getting Simmons in. But Neal,
that's
really
right. They took Simmons. That's right.
Yeah. With Neal,
I forgot they did the most predictable thing of the entire night. Yeah, you're right.
One of my late night tweets I got to answer last night was somebody saying, "Didn't you say Simmons was a lock to Kansas City?" I was like, "Yeah, but Like, I don't feel particularly prescient about that. Like, yeah,
Like everybody said that.
it lined up. No, Devin Neal would be fantastic on the Chiefs. He is a very well-rounded and versatile back. He's not quite as physical as Kareem Hunt. If you're looking for like a Kareem Hunt, retirement plan, Devin Neal would be really, really interesting because he is very good in the pass game. He's extremely smooth. He's very efficient in the way that he gets the most out of what's blocked. And he got some very good blocking at Kansas. Logan Brown was there, the sort of H-back, fullback, tight end. I love Jared Casey was there. And those guys opened up some massive holes. I mean, it was kind of Ohio State light. If you looked at the Ohio State run game, some huge holes for Travion and Quinshon to run through. And Kansas was the same for Devin Neal. Like, he had some very nice running lanes, but he maximized them. We've seen running backs in the past who've had great support from their offensive line and couldn't make it work. Devin Neal did every little bit with it, and I love him because of that. He's going to be available. He might not even go today. He might go in round 4, round 5.
I don't think he is going to go today, but if the Chiefs
I don't think so either.
Can I throw one out? Like, if they're looking for the Kareem Hunt type, Damian Martinez.
Oh, God.
Just a battering ram of a human being. Pretty good
He
feet,
would be
too.
He would be a tremendous fit for them.
Browns on the clock, I think, right? Technically? Or no, they haven't technically opened the second round. So they're about to open the second round. I'm assuming they're going to take calls, but if I was Cleveland, it would take pretty significant investment to get me off of Travion Henderson here.
I really believe that the Browns are gonna pick Travion Henderson with one of those 2 picks they've got coming up, and then it's either wide receiver or tight end. If it's tight end, I believe it's Mason Taylor. If it's not, it's receiver, and then I don't know. Like, I don't have if Cleveland picks receiver with one of these 2 picks, who is it? And I reached out to our good friend Matt Harmon, and I said, Matt, okay, if Cleveland was going to take a receiver with one of these 2 picks, who would it be? And I'm going to read his response because I will screw it up because it was way funnier coming from him. He said, I refuse to wish that upon any of these wide receivers.
I mean, at least Flacco's going to feed them. They're going to get some stats now.
I get it. And, it's said tongue in cheek, but it did make me laugh. So thanks for that, Matt. I appreciate it. They're doing some great coverage over on Yahoo Sports with Charles and Nate Tice and Matt. They look like they were having a lot of fun last night as well. But I don't know. Like, there are teams you get down to, and it's like, oh, it's this guy or this guy. If they're taking receiver, it's like, this is who fits what they need.
Mm-hmm.
I was talking to some Seahawks folks overnight, and, they were throwing out names as, the X that they're probably going to go get. And I was like, boy, if it's me and Trey Harris is there, like, I would run that card in. And they had some other names, but I get to the Browns and I'm like, I don't know. There's a lot of choices. It's not that they don't have choices. It's that I just have no idea which one they would prefer.
I mean, they already took D-line, which we knew that was going to be one of their first 3 picks. Didn't know it was going to be at 5. Didn't know they're going to be picking at 5 at all. Also, by the way, a lot of people, more people than I expected, were very negative about what the Jags paid to go up.
I know. I don't think they understand quite yet. They will.
I think it's more so like the shelf of talent after the 3rd pick was a lot steeper than I think people realize. Not that everybody from 4 to 15 was a bad player, but like that, those 3 guys were their own, really those 2 guys were their own tier.
Correct.
And, it's like, okay, you're giving up next year's first and the equivalent of like the 40th overall pick to go up and get Travis Hunter. But the Jags clearly think that they are a better win total than what their roster should have gotten a better win total than they did last year. And I think they attribute a lot of that to coaching, right? I think they think that this 1st round pick they're giving up is going to be in like the mid-20s. So they're like, whatever. Like, It's a late first round. Like, we're going to go get Travis Hunter out of it, who would have been a top 10 guy in any class. So that's how I look at it. Is like, they think they're better than the media thinks they are. And maybe they're right, maybe they're wrong. We'll find out. But that's the process here.
Yeah, it's also the player, though. Like, if Travis Hunter turns out to be 3/4 of what we think he is, nobody's going to care.
Yeah.
What they gave up. Like, and that's at 3/4. If he turns out to be everything, if he turns out to reach what we think is his eventual ceiling, no one will ever say a word about it, ever.
Yeah, and you know, Gladstone has a flair for the dramatic. I don't know if you saw his speech introducing.
I did not see his speech, but he does have a flair for the dramatic. We figured that out last night.
It's like, what, the fucking Bane is the Jags GM now? Like, got soliloquy and everything here. And so I think some people were like, all right, come on now. But he clearly believes in the pick.
I think you have to, and it is theater. It is a splash.
Oh,
right?
yeah, it's theater.
As I was texting folks I know, in Jacksonville, as, we got that tip, and, I got that tip, and then everybody on stream started to see my wheels working like, okay, what does that mean? Like, how is this going to balance out? Because with any trade that happens in the draft, it is about both teams. Why is the team going up? Why is the team willing to go down? What does that mean? Do they still think they're going to get their guy? Obviously they do, or they think they can get another guy. That's fine. So you start thinking about all those options. But as I started to figure it out, I mean, it wasn't very hard on the Jacksonville side. It's like, there's no reason you go to 2 unless you want Hunter. Like, you're getting Hunter. So I immediately texted some friends in Jacksonville and said, get ready for Travis Hunter. They had not yet either heard about it or quite figured that out yet. And they were like, it's happening. And I was like, oh yeah. And the energy that runs through a fan base when that happens, like, hey, we thought we were going to get a really good pick at 5. Now we're getting Travis freaking Hunter. We had no idea. It's the surprise and the, just coming to the reality of that guy's coming to play football in my town. And that is a very special football player. So they're going to be living on that for the next month. They don't need any caffeine. They're just going to wake up every morning and go, Travis Hunter's a Jag. So it is theater. It is dramatic. It is a big splash for a new GM to come up. And he better believe that every bit of Travis Hunter, reaching his potential. It's not because he gave up too much. I really don't think he did. Like, when you really look at the cost, it's a 2 and next year's 1 for Travis Hunter and a bunch of pick swaps. Like, that's not too much if Travis Hunter turns out to be who he thinks he is.
Pick is in for Cleveland. Took a couple minutes. So again, I'm sure they were fielding last minute calls. People saying like, are you sure we can't convince you? But they seem pretty resolute. Like, they had, 12 hours to take calls and didn't move off the pick. And they look pretty happy. They look like a front office that knows that they got very lucky that Trevion's there. Again, I'm assuming that Trevion's the pick. I could be dead wrong here. It could be. I didn't think they were going to take Mason Graham either. So they could surprise me here. But I can't think of anybody who fits them better right now to be the literally the identity of this offense than Trevion. Plus, Browns fans.
Joe Thomas, let's go.
Is he announcing it?
He is indeed.
Bring him back.
With the 33rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, your Cleveland Browns select Carson Schlesinger.
Whoa.
Buddy.
Wow. I was dead ass wrong.
First pick of day 2, which is every year. This is a tremendously important pick because they get calls about it, like you said, all night. As soon as the first round ends last night, people are calling Cleveland saying, hey, what it cost? We want to come up and get our guy, whatever. They do not trade this pick. Very, very valuable pick, more so than lots of others in the draft. And they go linebacker. I mean, love the player. Let's talk about Carson for a second. So great story. regardless of UCLA's talent evaluation, which I have serious questions about because he went from walk-on to captain, and they didn't play him until this year. And once they started playing him, he basically never left the field. Tremendous in space, tremendous in coverage, bigger than you think. When I first watched him, I thought, oh, he's like 225. No, he's like almost 240. Can move, can blitz, can hit. And watching him, it's like, wait, you didn't think until this year that this guy could play? Like, did he take the great football player potion or something?
I want to know what happened the other 3 years, because I'm like,
he's a dog.
Awesome.
Yeah. So, I mean, great player, but to hold that pick overnight and throughout this morning and then pick a linebacker, talk about belief. You believe that Carson Schlesinger is going to be a multi-year starter and run your defense from the middle with, JOK and Schlesinger. Good God, try and pass on that linebacking core.
It also tells me that they didn't think he was going to be there at 36.
If they held, sure, because they have another pick, right?
Yeah. That's I don't. They're like, we're going to do this one first because
crazy.
Their second pick is going to be even if they have two guys graded for that slot, their second pick is going to be the one they think has the better chance of actually being there. Like, they did not want to get Wally Pitt for Carson Schlesinger.
That's amazing to me, and yeah. I love their faith, and in terms of fit with the organization, yeah, I get it, and it. 2 years ago, we loved that defense. Last year, we were like, well, okay, what's up with the Browns defense? And in terms of an upgrade, it is truly an upgrade. And
my one concern with Schlesinger, extraordinarily talented, seems like a really good dude. Everybody loved him in the building. If you're looking at grade distribution on plays, he has the most, or top 5 in positively graded plays, top 5 in negatively graded plays, dead ass last in neutral plays. And even when I was charting it for myself, like I like to look at that on PFF, where I'm like, let's just see what the distribution is, and then I go in and I dive in myself.
Especially for corners.
And like that is backed up on tape with Carson, where he's either doing the sickest thing you've ever seen, or has no idea what's going on, and nothing in between. What?
Owen Daniels just announced the pick for your Texans.
Hold on.
They have a type. Sometimes organizations like...
Let's go, buddy.
Hello, we're back, department. I would like to report a claim.
It wasn't the other Iowa State receiver. It was the other Iowa State receiver. There you go. Jaden Higgins. Like, let's go. 6'4". They played him outside, but I'm really interested as to whether or not the Texans are going to move him into the slot. Either way, a dynamic target, very good hands, tremendous speed. One of the players that, I don't know about you, but when I started grading, he was one of the first ones I stacked, and I had him way up at the top, and he just stayed there for a long time. I graded probably 10, 11 more receivers before he moved a notch. I was like, nobody's better than him. Yeah, that's a boost for CJ Stroud. Let's get it.
I'll be honest. If they took him at their natural pick at 25,
would have been totally
I would have said fine. Again, CJ might die, but we're going to have a lot of fun.
Higgins, 6'4", 215, was targeted 129 times, 87 receptions, 1,185 yards, 9 touchdowns. Yards per reception, 13.6. The numbers that are really good for him, 58% contested catch rate and a drop rate of 2.2%, which is crazy because his ADOT was, his average depth of target was past 12 yards down the field, 12.1 yards down the field. So these are not short targets. These are not behind the line screens that he then turned into things. These are less high percentage passes that he turned into higher percentage passes.
Seahawks are on the clock.
Oh,
hold on.
They wanted somebody.
So they came up from...
They want a receiver.
Where did they come up from?
They wanted a receiver. I bet they wanted Higgins, and they had Higgins and another guy, and Higgins got picked, and they're like, we need next.
Are we thinking Trey Harris?
I'm thinking Trey Harris.
As far as like who's an outside X receiver that can beat press coverage and win vertically.
Get vertical.
Because for me, like people keep saying like, oh, Jaden Higgins to the slot. I see Jaden Higgins at X, and then Nico is our move around guy. Nico is either slot or Z because he's Nico Collins, right? Whereas like Jaden can be that X that we have everything else orbit around while Nico does the fun stuff. The Seahawks also need that. They need it bad.
Yeah, no, I completely agree that they need that role. For the Texans, I think Nico has proven, obviously beyond a shadow of a doubt, that he is extremely effective outside. Higgins, like you put him in camp, you put him outside, and you give him a little bit of work in slot, and you see where he really thrives, where he wins. And he can play either. That's the beauty of it, is he played primarily outside. He was lined up 337 of his snaps out wide and 138 in the slot. So he has a distribution for both, but it was primarily an outside guy. They're happy in Renton. Let's see, right up the road.
So they gave up 52 and 82.
That's move up
really
35.
significant capital.
Yeah, I don't think they wanted to get pipped. I think they wanted their guy, and Higgins went, and Higgins was probably one of their guys in a stack, and they were like, we think there's a drop-off after the next guy, which is why you do that.
What else are you spending the 82nd pick on? It wouldn't be nose.
It shouldn't be nose because you can get that later. We talked about that yesterday.
Quarterback? Can we see a quarterback here?
I mean,
again, they're tied to Sam for 2 years.
Well, yeah, no, but John's been saying he doesn't think this quarterback class is weak, and a lot of people have been saying that they thought that was smoke. And I don't know, he had a little flicker in his eye, and I get worried when John has that little flicker in the back of his eye. So he might.
Ezraku? I don't know.
Ezraku would be nails in that defense.
Let's see what it is.
I mean, a lot of people were probably calling about Ezraku because, quite frankly, most people didn't think he was going to get out of the first round.
Yeah.
And there are always players like that. It doesn't really say anything about Ezraku. It's just the shift of the first round as to which players get in and which players don't. And again, this is what happens overnight between day one and day two. Teams go back and they're like, Ezraku's still on the board? Like, I don't know. How much would it cost to go get him? Because we need an edge, and he's better than who we thought we were going to get on day two. So lots of calls about that. I wouldn't be surprised by an Ezraku pick. They need edge.
So
could certainly use them.
Last year, D-line pressure percentage generated third best in the NFL. So it's not like pass rush was an issue. Pressure percentage allowed, 32nd. Helped that with Gray Zabel in the first round. Maybe they want to double dip at O-line if Abe's knee is like Swiss cheese.
For sure. If they have medicals on Abe that say that he's not there and they're not going to be able to count on him this season or even long term, then that would be a significant grab.
Oh, we got Sherm announcing it.
Look at the old school colors. Let's go.
That's a great suit.
Tennessee Titans have traded the 35th pick to the Seattle Seahawks. With the 35th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Nick Emmanwori.
They just went and got their Kyle Hamilton.
Okay, so that one actually, because Nick Emmanwori was not going to be there at 52.
No.
So that one actually makes a lot of sense. I am a little bit surprised that they're like, we have to go get specifically him and not wait for any of the other day two safeties in this class, whether it's Kevin Winston or waiting even further than that for like a Craig Woodson, a Jonas Sanker. Like there's a bunch of safeties in this class that I thought fit them really, really well. But clearly they see the athleticism, they see the potential, apparently interviewed really well. And I think when you see what he can be, Eamon Worry, like if you hit his development out of the park, not that he's like raw, but if you hit his development out of the park, you're getting Cam Chancellor, but with Earl Thomas's speed. I'm not saying he's going to be that, but I'm saying they think that they can make him into that, and that's a special player.
He's a very, very special player. And again, if he was one of the most desirable players left, Schneider is pumped. Because you can't, again, if he goes and you don't get him, you're not getting anybody else really that has his physical skill until you get down to like Robert McDaniel, which is a completely different class of player, but could be, weaponized in many of the same ways, but doesn't have the pass coverage skills of Eamon Worry. So 6'3", 220 pounds, 73 tackles, led the safety class. So absolute hitter. Also great in coverage, 417 coverage snaps. Didn't allow any touchdowns, 4 interceptions, 3 passes batted away, 37.1 NFL passer rating allowed, which is the same as throwing the ball into the turf every down. In the box, 414 snaps, free safety, 193 snaps, slot, 146. So he is going to be a multivariate weapon for them. And when I said Kyle Hamilton, they're going to use him a lot of the same way because he's so fast. You can blitz him. It's going to be tough to stop at 220 pounds. He's bigger than a lot of the running backs he's going against. Oh, there it is.
Quinshon Judkins is a Cleveland Brown over Travion Henderson. So
over Travion Henderson, which is funny. Because the bigger of the two Ohio State backs, not by much, but he runs bigger in terms of lowering his pads and doing the inside work, as opposed to Travion did inside work as well, but was more the outside threat and the pass game threat because he's so quick. Quinshon, not slow. If you watched his Old Miss tape, he's got plenty of wheels. So it's not that they're, oil and water, that they're completely different. They're actually more similar than you might think. But if you're looking for differences, Quinshon did more of the sort of hammer type work down and distance when you knew he was going to get hit and they needed to grind out a few yards. Those were Quinshon carries. When they were looking for more explosive plays and they had a little bit more space to work with, those were the Travion carries. But both very good athletes, both highly recruited running backs, both very successful in their own ways. It's early for me, but the fact that he's going to Cleveland, boy, they believe that this is their Nick Chubb replacement.
So Travion, better long speed, better pass protector. But Quinshon, if you're looking at like the ratio of, because they both had pretty good like missed tackle force per attempt rates. But Quinshon, if you're looking at the split of broken tackles specifically compared to just tackles missed, he breaks tackles at like 3 times the rate that Travion does, because he's just so physical. He's got a nasty stiff arm. Travion's definitely more of a make and miss guy, whereas Quinshon's like, I will take on contact and I will punish you. I will set the tone. And even if you have a good angle on me, I'm still going to get 2 more yards out of it. Like he's more analogous to the Nick Chubb running style that I think they've obviously come to love. And if they really want to keep running all these gap scheme runs, because they used to be an outside zone team, now they kind of became more of like a gap scheme team. If they really want to do that, plus running power and counter and being downhill like they have been in the Nick Chubb era, Quinshon fits that very, very well.
Apparently your volume dropped.
My volume dropped?
Apparently Chat has said you're quite quiet compared to me. Turn your mic up, Brett.
Hold on. This audio properties.
Oh, Miami's up in a trade.
Really?
Apparently so. I mean, I'm just going off what the TV tells me, but there you go.
Chat, how's our audio levels now?
Oh, and the pick is in. They knew who they wanted. That was they were up and getting them on the team. Hey, there we go.
There we go.
All right. Good, much better. Good, good.
Miami came up from 48, I believe, right? So that probably cost them a 3 or a 4. I'm trying to think. So they got their nose tackle. They need a corner. Is this maybe
48.
a Savone Revel? Because they still need a corner.
I feel like maybe tackle. They're looking at the tackles that went off yesterday. They're trying to get ahead of the run, I think. Maybe. Unless one of the corners was just apple of their eye. Because, again, it's going to cost them to move up a little bit. Not a ton, but a little bit. Oh,
Right.
by the way, I don't think Travion's getting by the Bears.
Be still my heart.
Okay, 2nd and the 5th go to Miami. Raiders get 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
Wow. That's a good deal for the Raiders. You get 3 picks right in the meat of this draft.
Well, you only really get 2. They turned a 5th into a 4th.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, they turn a 5th into a 4th, which is still great in this draft. But they get 2 picks.
All right, we got a trade. We got a trade here. The Las Vegas Raiders have traded the 37th pick to the Miami Dolphins. With that being said, the 37th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Jonah Savannah.
Oh! Let's go, Big Jonah. That's a hell of a pick.
Oh, I gotta text somebody.
So, what's the big complaint? And this is just me musing to chat right now. Well, EJ is definitely texting Travis Winfield on the side.
That is 100% correct.
The main complaint that we have consistently had about the Miami Dolphins in the Mike McDaniel era is what? It gets to November, it gets to December, they get blown off the line of scrimmage, they're not tough enough, they can't hang with the big dogs in the AFC that are better than them on the line of scrimmage. That has consistently been their issue. Everything looks great in September, then they get whittled away by the time the winter comes around. Their first 2 picks, Kenneth Grant, Jonah Sava'inea, are tailor-made to make this a tougher organization. That is what they are trying to do. They are trying to get bigger, stronger, tougher, and be able to do the one thing that they've struggled at, which is win a fight. If you want to get out of the AFC, you got to fight somebody. These 2 dudes fight. So I love it. This is great for them.
Dude, I'm sorry. I'm going to take a second. This is one of my biggest wins ever. Like, people might say, oh, guard, whatever. Like, no. I love Jonah on tape before I got to the combine. I watched him move the combine, and I said, that is a long-term starting guard in the NFL. Like, I'm talking 10-year, and I don't say 10-year lightly. He is going to kick people's asses for 10 years. And we came back from combine, and people were like, oh, and I was like, I wouldn't care if the Bears took him in the 70s, right? People were like, that's so early.
Nope.
Right? He
Nope.
just went in the high end of the second, right? He just went freaking 30s. Like, this guy's a player. He is 332 pounds. I'll look it up.
He's Elton Jenkins to me. Like, that's my comp for him as Elton Jenkins. We're talking about a guy who played left tackle and right tackle, sometimes in the same game, flipping from series to series, left tackle, right, and he was totally fine.
Yeah, here's the thing about Jonah is that 6'4", 324, almost 34-inch arms. So, look, if you want to play him at tackle again, he's got tackle experience on both sides. 10-yard split, 1.72, fastest in this interior offensive line class, tied with 2 other guys, Tate Ratledge and Jared Wilson from Georgia. He is bigger than both of them by a good bit. And wild experience in the pass game as well. Some people might say, oh, big grinder run game. Yeah, no, he had 478 pass blocking snaps last year. Like, he has a lot of reps. You might say, oh, they're tackle. It's true. I think those are actually rougher. And I think moving him into guard is just going to make him so much stronger. He was already good as a tackle, but as a guard, he's going to be very, very difficult to whip.
Now all they have to do is trade Jalen Ramsey and get Tyreek Hill out the building. And that will go a long way to fixing their culture that I think is a problem. And then you're bringing in Kenneth Grant, you're bringing in Jonas Savaiinea to reset the culture, reset the identity. Like, get Jalen out of there, get Tyreek out of there. Like, if you got to trade him for pennies on the dollar, I don't give a shit. Like, this talent or this roster as it is presently built is not going to win the AFC anyway right now. So the best thing they can do long term is reset the culture. These 2 picks help do that, but there's some veterans that I think they got to jettison in order to really finish the job. If I'm them, I find a way to offload those contracts in whatever way I can. But these 2 picks are a good place to start.
Last thing about Jonah. Number of penalties for all of last year.
1. Means when he fights you, he gets away with it.
That's right. He knows how to make it look clean. No, I'm thrilled for Jonah. I'm thrilled for the Dolphins. It's a great pick. It's a tone-setting pick. He is going to elevate that offensive line immediately. And there's some good players on that offensive line, but that's how highly I think of him.
Oh, Chad is saying Savaiinea. Savaiinea. So I missed a syllable in there. My apologies. I think
we'll know because Travis will tell us.
Travis will tell us.
Travis will tell us tomorrow.
Well, I'll consult Katzen's pronunciation guide. Oh, source. My aunt is related to him. Okay. Well, you would know then. Thank you, Lydia.
Will take it. Yeah, we got a lot of trouble a couple of years ago, and it was HN, right? Not Etienne, because he said, "Oh, Mike, everybody says Etienne, but my family pronounces it HN." So we started saying Etienne, and people were like, "It's Etienne," and we're like, "Well, I don't know. I just want to call him whatever he wants to be called." He literally said in a press conference, "This is how his family says it. I'm gonna go with the player."
I just work here, man.
That's right. I'm not trying to offend anybody. I want to call you what you want to be called. I just need to know what that is.
Here we go. Patriots picking.
Unified sports partner, returner. Both are unified flag football teammates from Special Olympics. Reed, Xavier. That's neat. Special Olympics is one of the league's Play 60 community partners funded by the NFL Foundation.
Well, we're starting off strong. I gotta say, I love all those picks for the team.
Savaiinea. I need to get it before summer series starts because we're going to say it 20 times.
It's okay. Wait till tomorrow. You'll hear him say it in the interview. We'll have Travis send it to us, and we'll know.
With the 38th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select
Trevion Henderson.
Let's go. Let's go. Will Campbell running behind Trevion Henderson. Both of them pass protecting for Drake May. That man will not be hit at all costs.
No.
This is basically just drafting another offensive lineman that happens to also run the ball.
Yeah, at 4.3 speed.
Yeah. Legit 4.3 speed, by the way.
Yeah, it says home run hitter, and that's the thing that I came away with as I was trying to separate these two backs because everybody says Trevion and Quinshon, Trevion and Quinshon, Trevion and Quinshon. They're not the same player. They're not the same person. Obviously, they're not going to play on the same pro team. We need to know what the differences are. And the first thing that jumps off the tape on Trevion Henderson is not pass pro. If you're watching it, it is, and it's great, but it's that he can absolutely go the distance on any play. He is one of the fastest, if not the fastest backs in this draft. He is an home run hitter is the best way to say it. If there is an opening, and he's big too, he is not slight at all. Mm-hmm. So if he gets one good stiff arm on the safety that is unaccounted for, right, forget it. He's gone. And that is a player that makes defenses play differently. You have to hedge a little bit. You have to have a few steps further back, right? He makes space in an offense just by being who he is. Forget actually running the ball or catching it. They know I got to have a little bit of extra cushion because if I make one wrong step with that guy, he's gone. And that speed will carry over to the pros. It shows up on tape, and he was playing against plenty of guys he's going to be playing on Sunday. And he outran all of them. He is an absolute burner, but he's not just a burner. Best pass protecting running back in this draft. One of the best pass protecting running backs to come out of Ohio State since Zeke. And Zeke was the best pass protecting running back I've ever scouted. Like, he was an absolute brick shit house in pass protection. And Trayvon's pretty damn close.
I will say, if you're looking at how this Patriots offense is coming together, I'm going to read off the whole lineup here. So at receiver, Stephon Diggs coming off injury. He seems to be progressing pretty well. You still got Demario Douglas, Kayshon Boutte, maybe Javon Baker eventually at some point, being protected by Will Campbell, Cole Strange, Garrett Bradbury, Michael Onwenu, Morgan Moses. They still need a left guard there, but it's not the worst offensive line in the NFL anymore. Tight end room of Hunter Henry, Austin Hooper, Jaheim Bell. Need to do some work there. Quarterback Drake May, totally fine there. Backfield of Travion Henderson, Ramondre Stevenson, Antonio Gibson, and Terrell Jennings. Like, that's a functional offense. I'm not saying they're done. They'll probably sink 3 more picks into it throughout this draft. They're not done. But that's not like the worst offense in the NFL anymore. So, progress, right?
That's exactly what the draft is for, is to make progress. And so far, no missteps, really, for any of the teams. Like I said, as we were waiting for that pick, we're starting off this day strong. I mean, I'm surprised by the Schlesinger pick. I didn't think he would go that high necessarily, but I don't dislike it. I see the fit. I see the need. I love the player. Like, and again, we said there was going to be that in this draft. There's going to be some picks where you're like, wow, that's earlier than I thought, but it's still good because the valuations are going to vary so much team to team because so many of them are so even. We don't have this big cadre of blue chip players up at the top of the draft that everybody's scrambling for. There were like 3. And after that, it evened out really quickly, like well before pick 10. The grade evaluations are really close for the next round and a half at least. And then the step down is not huge. Like, there are very flat, long steps down in this draft. So we're going to see players taken. You know, I would have been totally fine with Carson Schlesinger at the start of the 3rd, right? Like, he went at the start of the 2nd, like very first pick.
I honestly thought he was going to be the Eagles linebacker pick at the end of the end of the 2nd round.
Correct. Bears, and Ben is very happy. So maybe Caleb Johnson.
It's a little early for me personally.
But again, Travion and Quinshawn already gone. So if you believe he's anywhere near that tier, you want it, just like you said, you want to get him just like the Browns wanted to get Schlesinger.
Maybe tackle. I can see tackle here.
It could be, but, you know, which one?
That's tough.
Or is he just loading up?
Actually, hold on. Before I hear it, Ezraku is my pick.
Yeah. The other one is edge, and it could be Scorton, could be Swinson, could be Ezraku. All right, here we go. Simmer down. Love it.
With the 39th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the 2025 NFC North champions,
Oh, no.
Chicago Bears, select Luther Burden III.
Okay. I'll tell you
All
what.
right.
I'll tell you
Ben's
what.
thrilled.
There's your slot.
Yeah, no, Ben's thrilled. Like, he was absolutely jazzed. So he thinks he's going to get a lot of the very same production out of Luther Burden that he got out of Amon-Ra St. Brown. And I, for one, hope he's right, because that would be great for Luther Burden. It would be great for the Bears. And it would be great for Ben. And yes, it would make me wildly wrong about Luther Burden, and I would be okay with that. So they saw a lot of the same qualities. Again, this is a premium pick for the Bears. This is top of round 2. They believe. This is not like, oh, he was available, so we went and grabbed him. This is a focus pick. He was at the top of their list of what they wanted to add to their wide receiver room. You're talking about DJ Moore, Rome, and Luther Burden, who is absolutely, as you said, going to play their slot. There's no question about where Luther Burden's going to play.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they believe they can get that dynamism from his second to last season that he had at Missouri and recreate that and turn him into that target for Caleb in this offense and do all the things that he did so well the year before last and sort of recreate that magic. So that's the thinking behind this pick. I hope they're right. I really hope they're right because it'll make my life a lot better. Like if Luther Burden turns into an absolute stud, I'm going to love it. He's played for the Bears. It'll be touchdown scored. It's amazing. Awesome. But look at that offense at this point. Like you got your line figured out. You know who your quarterback is. You've got your 3 wide receivers, your 2 tight ends, and you've still got running backs. You got to pick, 2 picks from now to go get a running back if you want to, or there's plenty of running backs still, in the bucket later on in this draft. It's going to be a forceful.
We've come a long way from Cole Kmet being like your top passing target.
Correct.
I'll tell you that much. And Luther Burden, he's going to play a very specific role for them, right? And my criticism of Burden was more so about he's faster with the ball in his hands than he is actually getting open. Like I didn't see him as a separator. I saw him as like your manufactured touch guy because he's way, way more dynamic. And his athleticism really shows up when he is getting the ball within 5 yards line of scrimmage and then taking off and running with it. He doesn't have to do all the quote-unquote receiver stuff because DJ Moore is there and Rome is there. So if his role is a narrow role of like we are giving him the ball on screens, jet sweeps, running mesh, and he's just catching and running, and occasionally we'll take a deep shot to him because he did have some nice flashes as a pure vertical threat. We're running 4 verts type thing, not like he's running a corner post, anything like that. But if he is a manufactured touch guy in this offense and he's playing that narrow role, I think he can succeed. Again, would I have prioritized offensive line? For me personally, yes, because I'm staring down the barrel of a Braxton Jones contract. It's going to be $24 million a year, and I don't want to pay that. But I'm okay. It's the 39th pick. It's not like the worst.
Yeah, and chat's saying I thought Loveland was going to be getting the Amon-Ra snaps. I did too. A portion of them.
Until 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I absolutely did too. And he still will get some of them. There will be overlap. And there will absolutely, if you watch Ben Johnson's offense, there will absolutely be snaps where Colston Loveland lines up in line and then motions out to the snap when Luther Burden is in the other slot. And they go with 2 slots. Right. And whether that's 1 outside receiver or 2, it doesn't really matter. You're either going 3 or 4 wide at that point. But Colston Loveland's going to give you that flexibility. The good things about Luther Burden, very experienced wide receiver. He's got better size than you think. He's 6 foot 206. He is not a slight little sort of jitterbug type. And he is extremely clutch. He made a lot of big plays for Missouri when they needed it.
Yeah, there's like
down
a 4th
late in the game,
17 or something, whatever it was. Yeah.
Down late in the game. He did it a couple times last year, and he did it many times the year before. You need a touchdown. Mizzou needed a touchdown to get the go-ahead of the tying score or whatever. They went to Burden, and he made it work. So they saw that competitiveness and said, good on you. Oh, Ramchick gets to call the pick. That's cool. Woo, woo, woo. There it is. There it is.
Is Shedeur going day 2 at all?
If he is, he's going to be very bottom of the second or top of the third.
Actually, hold on. I said I wasn't going to do. I said I wasn't going to turn every quarterback pick into Shedeur. Let's actually talk about Tyler Shuck. How about that? My apologies, Saints fan.
I'm fascinated that they did this, but we heard this was going to happen over and over and over again. I heard top 50, and then I heard top 40.
And I think the top 40 was deliberate because they're at 40.
Yeah, but it started at top 50, and it started with someone I know that's fairly frugal with money, having this argument with somebody in a chat, and they were like, it's not going to happen. He said, I'll bet you $50 Tyler Shuck goes before 50. And I was like, oh, what? again, this is not somebody that bets fairly often. And I was like, all right, something's up. And then it became 40. Like it didn't go down, it went up, went to a smaller range. And I was like, all right, like they know things we don't. So Tyler Shuck, tall quarterback who can absolutely spin it. And when he is in rhythm, he is a lot of fun to watch. The downsides with Tyler Shuck, he is going to be 26 years old in the middle of the next NFL season. And he's had 3 major bone breaks in the last 4 seasons, 2 clavicles and a femur. So,
which, by the way, the fact that he's still playing football after breaking his femur, like you're not even supposed to walk straight after that.
No. And, again, the belief by the Saints Brain Trust and Kellen specifically is that they can remove, because you might be saying, oh, EJ, what's the downside? He's tall. He absolutely drills it. Well, yeah, but comes unglued about twice a game.
Drills the first car in the parking lot, but sure.
Comes unglued about twice a game. Just completely sort of forgets himself, forgets his mechanics, forgets his read. Just looks like he literally kind of comes unglued. And, outside of that, he has, YOLO balls just like every other quarterback in this draft. Like Kyle McCord, who I really like, had a bunch of them. Cam Ward had a bunch of them. Shedeur had less of them. Shuck had more than his fair share, or his fair share, I'll say, where you just like, what are you doing? Like, it's just too much dip on your chip throws. And he's going to have to reduce those. But a lot of quarterbacks in this draft are. What got him drafted was the size, the experience, the fact that he can absolutely spin it when he's on. And again, football coaches will always say, I can fix him.
Bills just sent 56, 62, and 109 to the Bears for 41, 72, and 240.
All right. This is, I am very, very pleased about this. So this was one of my hopes for the Bears' 2 draft picks, was that they would take one of them and trade down, because they have some huge gaps. They were going from 41 to the 70s and from 70s to 140. So they had a 30 pick gap, and then they had a 70 pick gap, and then they went from 140 to 233. So almost a 90 pick gap. So they were going to have 1 pick in like 120 of 250 picks. This gives them some more ammunition in the middle of this draft, which I think is extremely valuable.
I want to hit on Shuck real quick. This tells me Derek Carr is not playing this year. It tells me Derek Carr is not playing, because now you got Spencer Rattler, who I think they wanted to see what he had anyway, and then Tyler Shuck. Like you're not drafting Tyler Shuck to sit and develop here. Like he's 26.
Yeah.
Like you're drafting him because it's like we think he can play right now, and again, he will have some of the most mind-numbing turnovers you've ever seen. Like,
and he will have some of the most mind-blowing touchdowns too.
He's very Will Levis-y for me. But that being said, just because his Louisville tape reminds me of Will Levis doesn't mean he's going to be Will Levis. Like we've seen guys who throw really stupid picks in college get that out of their system, and they end up being a lot safer with the ball when they get to the pros. So again, this is not me saying like this is a bad pick. This is not me saying it's not going to work out. I will say it was early for me, but also he's a really talented thrower of the football, and I don't think Derek Carr is playing this year, and you're not going to go into the year with like just Spencer Rattler being your only option. So, given the Milroe question, which I don't think Milroe is playing this year, and then whatever the hell's going on with Shedeur, you can kind of talk yourself into it, especially if they didn't think he was going to be there in the 3rd round. It's fascinating. It's fascinating, but I think it does tell us that Derek Carr is not playing.
Yeah, with the investment, and really, again, where 2nd-round picks still a very valuable, poker chip for NFL teams, and to do it now, again, for one of the oldest and most experienced quarterbacks in the class in terms of number of throws, yeah, you're thinking that he's going to come in and compete for the starting job right away. And that's why you picked him, and not somebody like Jalen Milroe that we talked about at length yesterday in terms of he's got a longer runway for development. And again, throwing him into a starting situation would not be the best landing spot for him or for his future team. This was the opposite of that. This is we need a guy that can come in and compete right now. And if we need to win some games with him and his arm this year, we need that ability. And they believe Shuck is the guy for that. And if he stays healthy, he's going to give them some highlight moments because he can rip it. Like there's no question about that.
Let's see what we got here for the Bills.
Yeah, this is fascinating to me. Lots of teams I'm interested in doing things together.
The Chicago Bears have traded the 41st pick to the Buffalo Bills. And with the 41st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select TJ Sanders.
Oh, all right. So, EJ, you're a lot higher on Sanders than I am, so I'll let you take the lead on this one. I'll just say my piece real quick. Very surprised that between Darius Alexander, Omar Norman Lott, and TJ Sanders, that Sanders is the first one off the board. Mm-hmm. I also will say he's pretty Billsy. So, from that standpoint, it does make sense.
Yeah, absolutely. And Sanders, if you're a patron, shameless plug for the Bootleg Patreon. If you're a patron, you've seen our draft rankings. They dropped over the last week. And Sanders is one of the few players in the defensive tackle class where we had more variance. We were pretty similar on tiers with most of these guys, maybe a little higher, a little lower. Sanders was one of the ones where I definitely was higher than you. 6'4", 297, 255 pass rush snaps, a total of how many pressures? 33 pressures. Again, when you're getting those kinds of numbers from the interior defensive tackle rotation, those are the guys that are going to go high. You can get, run gap plugging big guys in the third, fourth, fifth. Like if you're getting pass rush out of a defensive tackle, and TJ Sanders showed that explosion, especially vertically up the field. This is a penetrating defensive tackle, not that hulking, two gap, 0-1 tech.
Bills don't like no shades. They like get the hell up the field.
And TJ Sanders fits that to a T. I was a little lower on him at the beginning of the process. Talked to our buddy Trevor Sikkema, who has ties to South Carolina, and he was like, TJ Sanders. I was like, I only looked at him a little, but I don't really see it. So I went back, and I love those studies because when somebody can really try and sell me on a player, and then I can go back and try and see what they're seeing or see what they're valuing, really, because we saw the same thing, but it's how they value what we saw. I love it. And I definitely was a little higher on him down the line in this process when I started to stack him up against all the other defensive tackles because of the pass rush. And I know the NFL loves pass rush, and he can provide it right now. It's not projection. There's a lot of defensive tackles in this class, and we'll talk about a lot of them over the next 2 days where it's like, oh, we think he can really develop as a pass rusher, but, oh, how many pressures did he have last year? 11.
Yeah.
Oh, well, he's not a pass rusher now. He's going to be, we hope, or he has the skills to be, or we hope he lands with Chris Kasurek. But TJ Sanders is one of the few in this class that really had that production from that alignment. Bills obviously thought that was good enough to trade up for and add him to what is a pretty vicious defensive line.
Look, he's not even known as TJ Sanders anymore. He's known as Bull Rush McIntyre.
That's
specifically because of NFL SC.
That's right.
It's like nobody even calls him TJ Sanders.
Yep, for sure.
It's one of their best bits, honestly.
Yeah. So good contributing player. I think he's going to be good in that system. I certainly see the fit, but you're right about Buffalo. They're just never. I don't feel like they're ever going to pick. Ted Washington again. I just don't
my one hope is like they throw a pick at like Cameron Jackson.
Yes,
Day
they
3.
need one so badly.
Just somebody who weighs over 320. Just one. Give me just one. Like Daquan Jones. Like the corpse of Daquan Jones is not going to be there forever. Like you get a new guy, please.
Yeah, and again, because of the depth in this defensive tackle class, we've been talking about this for months now. The defensive tackle class and running back class are the two deepest positions in this entire draft. I don't know about you, but I was making a little horizontal board today just by taking all my draft rankings and putting them into one sheet
Mm-hmm.
and then color coding them for tier because it's easier to just go to one sheet than it is to go to 12. It was like a third longer or deeper than it was last year just because of defensive tackle. Like 35 defensive tackles on it. It's like way down the sheet where everything else ends at like 18 or 20 players that I really care about. There's another 15 in defensive tackle.
Like you're gonna get like Cam Horsley in like the 5th round, which is disgusting.
I know. And
Gross.
maybe Cam Jackson's gonna be in maybe the 5th, maybe the 6th, and go profit, right? As any team that needs that. I think they're looking at that, which is another reason the Bills would move up to take one who does deliver pass rush right now from that alignment, because there's not a ton of them. With his size and production in pass rush, it's not a ton of these defensive tackles. There's a handful, and a bunch of them are already off the board.
Reminds me when Paul Allen said Tom Johnson would be worth like $5 million more per year if his name was Sebastian Thunderbucket. By the way, EJ, I forgot to show you my drink for this evening / afternoon on the West Coast. I have one of my favorite whiskeys, and you know it well because you got me the bottle. Midwinter Night's Dram.
Oh, I did see you hold it up. I thought that might have been that.
Midwinter Night's Dram from High West Distillery out in Utah. They're not St. George. They're in. They might just be outside of SLC. Can't remember. But this is a blend of rye aged in port casks, and it is so damn good. I love it.
It's delightful.
Midwinter Night's Dram. Yes, that is the name. Mud Classic in chat. It's also like an elite whiskey name. Here we go.
Yeah.
Jets are
So
up.
if we're looking at total pressures in the defensive tackle class, just to set it. Oh, he's already doing it.
The New York Jets select Mason Taylor, tight end.
There it is.
Oh boy, we knew he was going off the board fairly early, and the other thing was we had heard that there were very strong links between Tyler Warren and the Jets at 7.
Mhm.
So they were considering it there. They obviously take Armand Membu, it's a right tackle, great pick for them, but that again, this is how it works with NFL teams. Didn't get it in the first, got to look for it in the second. Didn't get it in the second, got to look for it in the third. They decide that they want to prioritize that target for Justin Fields. Athletic tight end out of LSU. I think a lot of people are higher on him than I am. One of the things that I did find as I did my study of him is like LSU used him wrong. You remember McDonald at Iowa State and the way they used him as a pass rusher?
Yeah.
And you were like, they're ruining him.
Yeah,
like,
it's a 240-pound 4-eye. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, Mason Taylor is not a sharp cutting tight end. He is a big athletic tight end that can absolutely roll, and you need to keep him moving across the field because they ran him on all these little out routes, and he like couldn't then turn upfield. It was like an automatic go out of bounds route for him. And he's so much more talented if they'd used him on more seam routes, sevens, crossers, where he could just use that speed and size and continue to roll.
Just bend it up the field.
Yeah,
right?
he would have had so many more yards, but they used him on all these little chunky 90-degree routes, and it's just not adapting to your personnel and going, hey, man, we got an athlete that can really run. Like, we should get him on routes where he can, I don't know, just keep running. So I think Mason Taylor is one of those guys, might be a better pro than he was a collegiate.
With the 43rd pick in the 2025 class, the 49ers select Alfred Collins.
No.
You will not run the ball on San Francisco.
You shall not pass.
Or run, or do anything. I mean, that defensive line, again, I don't know if they're going to be great at pass rushing outside of Nick Bosa, but you are not going to run the ball between Michael, Alfred, Nick, Fred Warner. Like, get the hell out of here, man.
One of my favorite players in this entire class, regardless of position, regardless of pass rush production, whatever else. I love, in capital letters, Alfred Collins. He is a great player. He's a mammoth human being. Easily controlled 2 gaps for Texas all the time. Look at some of their defensive alignments, and it's just silly how much they're relying on him. They would line up two edges, either head up with the tackle or even outside the tackle, and then they would plop Collins in the middle. And it would work because it's Collins. He would just control the entire middle of the line. And they'd be like, yeah, we can do that with one person. Like, that's insane. That's like 3 gaps. No, it doesn't matter. It's Alfred. He's got it. And they would win over and over again. And he's a force multiplier on defense, and he is going to get better. Still a young player, still developing physically, which is terrifying. Tremendous length, knows how to use it, lays out really well, and trips up quarterbacks. Not the fastest in a straight line, but in the area he's going to be working in the inside of the field, he's surprisingly quick for his size, and it makes a difference. Combined with his length, very, very dangerous player. Love him, and he's going to be a nightmare for NFC West teams for a while.
I've got a cut up of him from Twitter going right now because I as soon as he got picked, I knew I wanted to bring this up. Just watch how he detonates the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
Like
6'6", 332.
He is very, very reminiscent of an old 49ers defensive lineman. Honestly, a combination of 49ers defensive linemen that used to be there. DeForest Buckner and Eric Armstead in different ways. Mm-hmm. But just that block of granite in the middle of your defensive line that they used to have, right? Because they used to have that guy who could just completely screw up everything on the inside, ruin your run game, and then it would get them to 3rd and 7 so that Nick Bosa or Javon Hargrave or whoever their pass rusher was in any given year. It's been Nick Bosa for a while, obviously, but like in order to let him off the chain, like you got to get him to 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8 in the first place. That's what Alfred Collins is there for. That's what Michael is now there for. Like they were clearly looking at this defense and saying, we need to be able to get into pass rushing situations or us drafting pass rushers is not going to matter. And I love that approach.
I'll give a shout out to John Owning, who's a Cowboys analyst, who started today with a little sticky note that said Alfred Collins or else. And they came up 1 pick short. I feel for you, man.
It's rough.
He's a fantastic player, but 6 batted passes led this defensive tackle class. So again, can impact the offense in different ways, just besides pressures. Also had 38 solo tackles, highest in this class. So you run anywhere near him, it's not just that he's, plugging up running lanes. He will drag you to the ground. He's very strong. He's got a great grip, and his arms are incredibly long. Also, blocked field goals, so useful on special teams. Just an impactful young player who I think is only going to get better. And again, goes to San Francisco to work with Chris Kasurik. Like, dream shot for him. Like, we're going to get to see every ounce of what Alfred Collins can be.
I want to go back to Mason Taylor a little bit because we had back-to-back picks really quick. I like Mason Taylor. He's very smooth. I'd say he's more smooth than explosive.
Yeah,
very good receiving.
He rolls.
Yeah. I almost kind of see him as like he's kind of Evan Ingram-y a little bit. Like if you squint, he's kind of Evan Ingram-y.
Yeah.
He was a very good athlete. I think he's got a good feel for zone coverage. He's got great hands. I think he had like 1 drop last year off the top of my head. I have to double check, but like he's got great hands. And the one thing is like he
drop percentage of 1.8% led the class.
So he's super reliable in that regard. I wish he was a better run blocker, or rather I wish he put in more effort as a run blocker. I thought he was a pretty low effort blocker personally, especially compared to a bunch of the tight ends that are going to go after him. But if we're just looking for a guy who could be a big slot, who could be a seam ripper, he's a really good, reliable receiver. He's not going to drop anything. He's got a good catch radius. If we're looking for that specifically, like I get it. I understand it. A little earlier than I thought he'd go, but I get it. All right, here we go. Travis Frederick.
Hello, Wisconsin. With the 44th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Donovan Ezra.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Pass rush is back.
Ezraku and Micah together. Yep. That's a combo right there.
That's scary.
That's a combo. Boy.
Yeah, I love that one of their bullet points for Ezraku is long, because, yeah, he is crazy long, 34-inch arms. Like, his reach, and he knows how to weaponize. He knows how to use it. Uses it to get to quarterbacks, gets there half a step before other pass rushers because of it. He's also really good at running the arc in terms of efficiency. He doesn't add extra steps. And then you add the length, and you can see it right there. He reaches out as he's still on the blocker and can reach the quarterback at the same time. Very, very, very good player. And as I said yesterday when we were talking about him, is a player that's going to contribute whether or not he's rushing the passer. Had a bunch of stops, had a ton of tackles, sets the edge, played on special teams as well. Like, he is just going to find a way to help your team no matter what he's going to do. High effort player. Love Donovan Ezraku, and he's a great compliment to Micah. Like, that's a great get for the Cowboys.
Really love how low he sinks his hips when he's getting around the corner, because there's a lot of guys, if they're throwing a cross chop or if they're doing a dip and rip, most of the time it's when they're doing a cross chop, they'll kind of do like either a jump to the side, like they'll kind of jab inside to get the tackle to freeze, and they'll jump outside, and they take these really wide steps, and they open their hips as they're taking their wide steps, but they can be a little bit upright and a little bit tall when they do that. And so if the tackle catches you in the chest while you're doing that, it knocks you back, and all this, like, you got no momentum and you can't really fight against it. Ezraku, when he's flipping his hips, he stays low as he's flipping, which is really, really tough to do. Like, you have to be exceptionally flexible to do that. So when we talk about bend, that's really what bend is to me, is the ability to flip your hips while being low and keeping your target area really small for the tackle to hit. That's why he was so productive, is nobody could get their hands on him because he was so low. All right, Colts are picking here.
I was going to say.
Man, it feels so good to be out here. Didn't have the opportunity in 2020 due to circumstances, but I'm back in Wisconsin. It's always a good time out here, man. Shout out Salem City, man. This is a dream come true. But Colts Nation, let's find out who my new teammate's going to be, man. Let's go. Let's keep this train rolling on day 2. And with that being said, with the 45th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, my Indianapolis Colts select JT Tuimoloau.
Oh, yeah, baby. That's so, first of all, great pick. Second of all, perfect complementary pick to what they have in Laiatu Latu. Because JTT is everything that Latu is not, in the sense that he is a power rusher. Everything starts with power. Everything starts with pocket compression. He is battle tested against Joe Alt, Olu Fashanu. Like, he went against not just good college tackles, he went against good NFL tackles, and he beat them. And when I say beat them, I mean like bludgeoned them. Like, Olu Fashanu's worst game in college was against JTT, because he rushes with power, he rushes with effort, he makes the quarterback uncomfortable by shrinking the pocket. They have nowhere to go, nowhere to step up into. And that's why I think it's a compliment to Latu. Because Latu, like, he works these double arm swipes, he's got nice counter spins and everything like that. But Latu is somebody that his effectiveness is amplified when the quarterback cannot step up. That is what JTT is there for. He's going to be like their Justin Tuck, which, on early downs, he's going to be the base defensive end that is caving in the tackle. On late downs, he could play 3-tech. You could put him next to Latu. Yep. You really could. Like, those two running stunts together, oh, get out of here. Like, that is such a good pick, not just because it's good in a vacuum, but because it makes their pick from last year better by playing complementary styles. Like, yes, 10 out. Like, Ballard, I've criticized him a lot. These first two picks, Tyler Warren and JTT, like, this is how you get things rolling, finally.
It's a hell of a start. And JTT, 6'4", so the second tallest. He's tied for the second tallest with like 5 other guys in the top of this edge class. He is the heaviest, 265. Moves, again, with very heavy hands, but he is not heavy on his feet. Second most pass rushes in this class of the edge class. Second in sack lead, 15. So he gets home. Ton of pressures. 60, again, that was second best. Tied with Ezraku, strangely enough, almost back-to-back picks. And in terms of he can drop into coverage. He did it about 30 times, which, qualifies him in my rankings to be an edge because at his size, he easily could have been in the DE rankings, but he does drop into coverage. They did use him there more than twice a game. Batted passes 4. It's best in this edge class. And he only had 1 batted pass, 38 tackles, just contributes all over the place in terms of, again, you got to have a speed guy and you got to have a power guy. This is your power guy. This is your pocket crusher, but he's also fast. He's not just that heavy end that can't run. Like when guys tried to loop out around him and he would disengage, he can run them down. And at that size, that's crazy cakes. And he did it over and over again at a high level against top talent at Ohio State, like you said, against plenty of tackles that are now in the NFL. This isn't a guy that's going to have a huge amount of adjustment given who he's been going against.
Oh yeah, he's ready to go. Yeah,
like Josh Simmons is the guy you're going against in practice every day. Like that's how you get better. And it's nice that he's not the first piece that Indianapolis is grabbing. They already have Latu on the other side, so really good pick. Ballard is he's reeling me back in, man. Tyler Warren and JTT, I'm like, he's reeling me back in, man.
If you look at the team card, D-line pressure percentage generated last year, 29.6%, 28th in the NFL. Even after all the investments they've made on the D-line, once upon a time trading for Buckner, you got Grover Stewart there. They spent a first-round pick on Kwity Paye. They spent a first-round pick on Latu. You're still 28th in the NFL in terms of your D-line generating pressure. They still had issues. Third down blitz percentage of 32.5% that you could see there, 21st. So they rely on, we are getting pressure with 4 on third down. That only works if you're actually getting pressure with 4. So That's what this pick is intended to fix. They're trying to make this style of defense work. They really want it to work, but you need to have the best.
He says, you guys love the Colts picks every year. Yeah, man, that's what we're saying. Is
one of these days, they'll actually win games, but I don't.
Right. Keep being disappointed. That's what we mean. We don't want to be suckered. And we don't think we are. We like the players, but for one reason or another, they have not been able to put it together.
Yeah.
So, again, what are you going to do? Keep picking good players. It's not like we want them to go off script and start, spending second-round picks on punters. But, I don't know. Both of these guys can absolutely play and have done it at a high level. So, Ballard's off to a good start. Yes, we do love the Colts picks every year. And they have not been able to translate it yet. We'll see if they do. Come on. We tell you every year, if you don't have a quarterback, you're not going anywhere. We loved AR. He clearly wasn't playing at a level that was going to help them win. So they're not going to win anything, regardless of how good the rest of the team is. It's the reality in the NFL. You got to have a quarterback if you're going to win. So, but they're certainly building up around him. It's going to be hard to have excuses if they get a quarterback that can play in the building.
Here comes the Rams pick. Greg Robinson? Oh, Michael Brockers. Okay.
Yeah. Size checks out.
I was like,
Secondly, I want to send a huge shout out to my son, Mikhail. It's his birthday today. He's a draft baby. Let's go. All right, let's get into this pick. With the 46th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Terrence Ferguson, tight end. Oregon.
So we know they wanted a tight end. They were stiffing around for Loveland, and then obviously Loveland went quick, so they got the hell out of there. I have to assume that any of these round 2 tight ends they were going to be okay with. Whether it was Mason Taylor, Terrence Ferguson, I would throw Elijah Arroyo in there. They just needed one. You see in the team card here, Tyler Higbee, he's 32 years old going into last year of his deal. They've been trying to replace Tyler Higbee if the right pick was in the right place. They've been trying to replace him for 2-3 years at this point.
Yeah, they went and got Davis Allen last year, who I liked out of Clemson, but he's not your number 1. He's a good number 2 tight end. He's a nice guy in the room that's going to build out your lineup, but I don't think he's going to be the guy that you stake the case on. Terrence Ferguson, they hope, is in terms of being one of the better all-around tight ends in this draft class. And we started thinking that the tight end draft class was really strong when we started this, when we started our research. And we came to think it's good, but it's not as strong as we thought.
I would
and
say
if
it's
you
not
want
as not as
all-arounders-
deep as we thought.
Right. If you want all-arounders, it drops off more quickly than you think it might. So Ferguson is, they saw Mason Taylor go and they were like, let's go get that tight end, because if we wait, we're getting another role player more like Davis Allen. In fact, there's another one from Clemson this year, Jake Brenningstool, who plays a lot like Davis Allen. Not surprisingly, they have a type. But Terrence Ferguson, good player out of Oregon, athletic, good after the catch, good in the run game. Not great at anything, but really pretty good at most things. And that's what makes him attractive. I think he's going to be great in the Rams system.
He's tough as shit, man. I posted a video of that hospital ball, which is really more of a cemetery ball that he took from Dylan Gabriel. And that one throw might have dropped Dylan Gabriel to priority UDFA status for me, because I was like, good God, shades of Jimmy G. My notes on Terrence Ferguson here: true Y tight end that is more at home in line than detached, effective as a run blocker, but oddly is way better on the front side of zone concepts than on the back side. If he's working in tandem with the tackle next to him, which, by the way, was Josh Connerly, on combo blocks, he's excellent. But if he's asked to create a cutback lane on the back side with either a sift block or digging out the defensive end, he's got a lot less pop. More of a build-up speed kind of guy than a quick acceleration guy. He's a long striding loper, but once he's up to speed, he can really move. Very good after the catch in that Oregon offense. Very quick transition from catcher to runner. So they utilize that a lot in the screen game. And my last note was tough as nails, because he got crushed.
Yeah, led this
a lot.
He did. Led this class in yak per reception. So after he makes the catch, he is not done. And if you're looking at guys like Colson Loveland, it was around 5.2. If you're looking at Ferguson, it's 9 yards on average after the catch. So we just figured out who's comfortable with Will Johnson's knee.
Oh, the Cardinals picked. I missed that.
Yeah, and they are comfortable with Will Johnson's knee. How do we know? Because they just spent a pick on him.
So they have 9 corners in the room now. If you're looking at the Cardinals secondary, they got Garrett Williams, that they took a couple years ago, and we like Garrett Williams as a prospect. They got Sean Murphy-Bunting, Star Thomas, Keitrell Clark. Both of those last two guys are probably better nickels than anything else. Just adding Will Johnson, Max Melton was a pick last year. And then, of course, you still got Jalen and Buddha at safety.
Yep.
We might see the one defense that's just going to play dime every single play, because they have so many freaking corners.
What's the nomenclature for more than dime?
Whatever it is, we're going to find out.
We're going to quarter. It's not quarters coverage. It's quarter, because we're playing like 9 defensive backs.
I like Will Johnson a lot as a player. The knee scares me. The procedure that he had, for lack of a full scientific explanation, was they took
Texans
a piece of cartilage and bone from his healthy knee and they put it into his non-healthy knee to spur growth. And 73% of people returned to normal functionality. He had this done in 2023, and then I think he played the season on it, but a lot of teams were like, this is degenerative. He's like a one-contract guy. There was one study that was done where 2 out of the 15 people that had the surgery were NFL players, and neither one of them could return to play. So a lot of doctors did not clear him. Clearly, the Cardinals were like, hey, it's a second-round corner. If we're getting one contract out of him, fine, because he's really good. And I think that's the explanation.
Yeah, and he is really good. He's one of the best corners in this draft, with his eyes back to the quarterback, playing that style. Extremely dangerous. Can pick it off anytime he wants to from that alignment. Always a threat to take it back. Again, we talked about explosive plays for the defense as one of the reasons that Travis Hunter was one of the most sought-after players in this draft. Will Johnson is a guy that can turn the game for you with interceptions that turn into pick sixes. It's about being on the field for him. He's going to have to be, and we will see. But your Texans traded up.
Yeah, so they came up from – what pick were they at before? I'm trying to get the trade terms here. Chat, if you have them, let me know. Because I'm trying to think of what they'd be trying to get here offensive line wise. So they sent 58 and 99. Could we be seeing Tate Ratledge or Jared Wilson? One of the Georgia kids, maybe?
I would say Tate. I had him rated much higher than Jared Wilson, and I have Jared Wilson rated high, but Tate is, if you're looking for the lockdown guard pick that's athletic and can do whatever, when you hear us talk about a lot of these tackles or a lot of these guards, we talk about them in terms of, they're going to be a whole lot better in gap, or they're going to be a whole lot better in outside zone or whatever. Tate Ratledge is big, strong, fast, mobile. He's really smart. He's excellent in his awareness with stunts. He's very smooth in passing them off.
Dude, he is like ridiculous at picking up pressure. That's his superpower, is picking up stunts and blitzes.
But he's also incredibly athletic. I posted what I thought was going to be funny video of him doing the long jump at the combine in slow-mo, because he has famously a very long mullet. And of course, and I showed it to him. He was like, the lettuce really gets flowing, doesn't it? And I was like, yeah, it sure does. But he's incredibly athletic. Like he had some of the best explosion numbers out of a guard at the combine, and it shows up on the field. He is one of the guys that plays to his testing, but he's really versatile. There's like no system I would feel bad about putting him in or saying, oh, well, he's not going to reach his ceiling. Like, I really don't care where Tate Ratledge goes. He's going to be a good guard at the NFL level.
Yeah. One of the best pure guards in this class. As evidenced by the fact that when you're watching Georgia tape, wow, the whiskey's hitting me quick. Jared Wilson helped out Dylan Fairchild a lot. Never helped out Tate Ratledge. Never needed to.
It's one of those things that gets known inside an offensive line room. Like, which way are we leaning? We're never leaning Tate's way. Tate's got it. Like, we're good.
Chat brought up Urgery here. Ariante Urgery as a possibility. When he gets picked, we're going to have a discussion about him, because I think you and I see him very differently. Not that I don't like him as a prospect, but I think we see him at different positions.
And we tend to have those every year. There's at least 2 or 3 players where it's like, I'll be like, he's a guard, and you're like, he's a tackler, vice versa.
Yeah.
And I think that might be one of these. So they're just keeping Owen Daniels on staff here.
Have traded the 48th pick to the Houston Texans.
Sup, OD?
And with the 48th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Ariante.
Yeah,
there you go. All right.
It's time. Nice segue.
It's a great segue. So I'll say this about Urgery. I have him as a guard because his lateral agility, not super great. Like, I don't think he has the mirror ability to really keep up with NFL speed. If you watch the Abdul Carter game, there was a lot of reps where Carter didn't go through him, but went around him, because it's Abdul Carter. He's really freaking fast. He's really freaking bendy. Yep. There was a rep. I'm trying to remember the exact time code. Hold on. I have it here in my notes.
I have it here. I love that.
There was a snatch that he had on Abdul. I'm going to my interior line rankings. Here we go. There was a snatch that he had, I think it was in the second quarter. I got to pull up the exact time code for it, but you guys can find it later, where Abdul, he was lined up right over Urgery, and he tried to get into his chest and do a push-pull, and Urgery, like, kind of, I don't want to say he backed up, but he didn't lunge all the way forward because he waited for Abdul to shoot his hands. And he knocked him down and just pancaked him immediately. And I was like, oh, all right, he knows what he's doing. And that shows up on his tape constantly. Like, he's got really good hands. Like, he's really, really polished as far as his hand usage. And that's because he kind of has to be, because he's not a great lateral mover. I think his first step is good. It's just when he has to turn, shit goes awry. So I don't really want him playing in space as much as he's going to have to as a tackle. I think he's a better guard, but I think he's a really good guard. And I want to emphasize that. How'd you see him?
Why did you think we saw him differently?
Oh, did you also have him a guard? I assumed you had him at tackle, because everybody has him at tackle.
He's my second-rated guard.
Oh, well, there you go. Okay.
I was like, listen, I'm like, okay, he's going to veer off. He's going to veer off. He's going to go back to, but I want him at tackle because. And he's like, no, I just think he's going to be a great guard. And I'm like, dude, he's literally my number 2 guard. So no, we see him the same way.
Bengals just took Demetrius Knight.
Yeah, let's go. They love them some linebackers that I love. I have been very high on all the linebackers that the Bengals have picked. Basically, going back to them picking a safety, and then a safety who was transitional linebacker who's been very good for them, and then Logan Wilson. Was a huge Logan Wilson fan, and I am a huge Demetrius Knight Jr. fan. I am not surprised. Apparently, the Bengals and I see linebackers, interior linebackers, the same way.
So if we're looking at the team card here, Jermaine Pratt is a free agent after this year. So I have to assume that Urgery. You got
Urgery on the brain.
I have to assume that Knight is who they're planning on replacing Pratt with.
Yep. Long
term. And as far as like role and skill set goes, pretty close for me. Like for what Demetrius Knight does well and what Jermaine Pratt does well. Yeah. I will say Jermaine Pratt's a little bit looser in the hips. I thought Knight was a little bit stiff, but he's a very explosive, linear athlete. And I'll tell you what, folks, if you want closing speed, you take Demetrius. Like that dude can freaking close. Like I think it was Milroe who runs 4.3 something. When Knight was chasing after Milroe to get a sack in the Bama game, like Milroe looked genuinely shocked at how fast he got there. Like he can run as long as it's in a straight line. If you have to turn, it's a little dicey, but boy, he's explosive.
Well, the funny thing is he's figured out how to weaponize that. So when we talk about tackles who have, to be talking about Will Campbell with short arms, right? And it's like, how do you make up for short arms? You turn your body, right? And Will Campbell's really good at a one-handed step. Like Demetrius Knight's really fast in a straight line. He's figured out how to weaponize being really fast in a straight line because he is second in this class in the lowest NFL passer rating allowed when targeted. So he knows how to use the gifts he has to keep it down there. It's 65.1. Like Dolak was first at 56.5. Demetrius Knight is second. And there's other guys that getting drafted fairly highly that are up around 100. So if you're looking for, relative scores here, Demetrius Knight, yes, the closing speed and the pop when he arrives, second in this class in forcing fumbles. He forced 2 this year, but there are multiple reps on tape where he is in pass coverage, then realizes the quarterback's rolling out and going to run, and he comes from depth, and they make it like 2 yards. They don't even make it back to the line of scrimmage, and he just obliterates them. So he's figured out how that superpower of his translates to a much more, I think, rounded and overall game than a lot of people gave him credit for, because they saw that speed, they saw the blitzes, whatever else.
Steve in the chat made a really good point.
Yes.
He's the Lamar spy.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
I'm not saying like he's as fast as Lamar, but he's faster than the other linebackers they got.
No, and he's a tremendous spy. Like, he is very patient in terms of he doesn't overcommit and run to one side and then, like Brett said, have to turn and reaccelerate. He just waits because he knows he's really fast in a straight line. And when they commit, even if they're sort of a little bit outside his cone, he triggers in a straight line and says, oh, you're going that way? And they're like, oh, damn, I thought I could outrun you, and you can't. And I love his game. He was my second-rated inside linebacker in this class behind Jahad Campbell.
Well, we have a quick break before the Seahawks pick is in. I do want to thank Underdog Fantasy for making this draft season possible, as they've done for the last few years now. I know football season is not going on right now, but if you guys are also draft degenerates like us and you want to draft these rookies in your best ball leagues, rookies are available to draft on Underdog Fantasy right now, today, whether they've been drafted already or not. You can take them right now. Also, they have NBA pick'ems going on right now too. So if you're an NBA fan, or if you're like me, where you just take all the Lakers every single night and you hope to God that it works, you can go do NBA pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy or baseball or whatever you have in mind. Use promo code BOOTLEG if you feel so inclined. Get up to $1,000 in bonus credits. The more of you guys that sign up, or at least the more of you guys that check the QR code, the happier Underdog is with us. And the more bottles of whiskey we get to buy because of it. So thank you once again to Underdog for sponsoring our draft season. Seahawks pick is in. Any predictions, EJ?
I want to get to a couple of super chats before that happens, because we've been rolling here and we let a couple of these go by for sure. But Aiden for 1999, been a fan since 2020, which is when we started. Love your content, gents. Who's the biggest Chiefs day 2 pick that would have the biggest impact?
Trey Harris. Oh,
Yep.
God, can you imagine Trey Harris there? Like, hell yeah.
Yeah, all of a sudden I can, and I don't like it at all. Ethan Teague for $20. Hey, guys, first time commenting. Thank you, Ethan. Why doesn't anyone mention Brendan Mott? I know he's an older prospect who's not a freak athlete, but he's 6'5" edge with 33.5-inch arms who got 8.5 sacks last year. Yeah, 8.5 sacks in college just translates to like 2 in the pros, so that's probably why.
I'll be honest. I didn't watch him.
Me
I got to a lot of edges. I did not get to Ethan Mott, or Brendan Mott, but I promise
Brendan
Ethan I will. For you, I'll get to him.
Oh, dude, it's Sean. Let's go.
Tight end, Miami.
Elijah Arroyo
Arroyo.
is a Seahawk.
They are comfortable with the knees.
True seam ripper.
Yeah.
Like, we're talking about a vertical threat at tight end. Reminds me a lot of, again, health notwithstanding, young Jimmy Graham. Not Seahawks era Jimmy Graham that was like an actual true wide tight end. I'm talking like slot receiver, Saints era Jimmy Graham, the first time Saints era Jimmy Graham. Pre-pilot's license Jimmy Graham.
The first Saints era Jimmy Graham. Let us be specific. No, Arroyo's fantastic as, I would say, the primary down the field tight end in this draft, even more so than Colson Loveland. Colson Loveland is a better route runner underneath. He works in different ways, but if you want to get down the field throwing to your tight end, Elijah Arroyo is the dude in this draft.
Great route runner, great ball skills. Again, medicals are a mess. That's why he's still available. If his medical sheet was clean, he probably would have been gone yesterday, if I'm being honest. Like, he is so talented. But, you know, he was there for a reason.
Bears era Jimmy Graham. Don't you troll us, chat. That was such a mistake.
There was like a couple weeks where it worked.
Yeah, it was like a month where it looked like a really good idea. Like a lot of Bears decisions. There was a month where it looked like a really good idea, and then the wheels fell off.
I'll tell you what, he's a great fit for Sam Darnold, though, because Sam Darnold...
Oh, dude,
like
Sam just opened another bottle of whiskey at home, and I'm talking about Pappy because he's like, I'm just getting happier and happier and happier. Like, they keep doing things that are lining up to help me.
There's very few quarterbacks that love just chucking it up to big, tall targets and hoping for the best, like Sam Darnold. So, here we go.
Play to your strength.
The Carolina Panthers. With the 51st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Nick Scorton.
Let's go. We had talked about Raku going here, and instead they get Scorton, who is just, again,
Edge 4.
A player.
Edge 4 for me.
Let's see where I had him. I've got my edge rankings up.
Ignore the Texas A&M tape. I need people to ignore it. Go back, watch the Purdue tape the year before.
Yeah, he was 6 for me, but he was solidly in my tier 3, right with guys. I mean, I had James Pearson tier 3. So to be fair, Abdul Carter was in his own tier.
Okay, yeah.
Abdul Carter was 1. Green, Raku are in 2. Again, just based on tape. Tier 3 was Pierce, Swinson, Scorton, and Princely. So like this is I think very highly of Nick Scorton. Don't take the tier 3 thing wrong. Again, much like we talked about Mason Taylor not being utilized to the fullest of his abilities at LSU, I'm with Brett. Go back to the Purdue tape and look at Nick Scorton at Purdue and go, yeah, we need to get him back to doing that because he was an absolute force. And he was good at A&M, but he didn't look like his Purdue tape. And it's in there. Like, it's not an injury thing. They had him bulk up some. He got down in weight to go to the combine. He's more explosive. He's a better version of himself that way. Let's get him back to that. I think that's probably the Panthers' plan. And they needed defensive line help. They get a very good one in the second round.
He's got exceptional hip fluidity for somebody his size. You know, somebody who's going to play at around 265, 270. He can really, really flip those hips. He can really bend. He's got shock in his hands.
His lateral agility is bonkers. He played almost 280, and there's I posted it in a tweet. Check it out. He's outside playing contain, running backs going inside, and he literally just goes, yoink.
NFL draft, the Tennessee Titans select Olufemi Aladejo.
Wow. Okay.
Early.
Okay. I'll say this. Talented.
Very.
Way earlier than I thought.
Oh,
Way
yeah.
earlier.
Great player. I really like Olu. He's awesome. I was actually just talking with somebody this morning about Olu, and they were like, I kind of like him. And we were talking about down the board picks, not necessarily today. Again, I'm just going to keep banging this drum, folks. This draft has wild variances in variation in terms of team to team. I like Olu. He's on my edge rankings. I think he is one of the edges in this class that can play and will have results. Would I have sniffed him in the second round with guys that are still on the board? No way. Like, I would have been thrilled if Olu was there at like the top of round 4 for my team and they took a chance on him, because I do, again, think he can really play. In the second? Okay. Like
I have him. Hold on. Where did I have him? Yeah, he wasn't even in my top 15. Just for edges.
Yeah.
Just for edges.
Let's see. 10, 11, 12, 13. He was 14 for me. So
Great first step.
Same
Great
neighborhood.
first step.
Yeah, he's really long.
But as far as
6'3".
like consistency,
Yeah.
and I felt like speed to power wasn't really there for him. He plays with high effort, but
One of the really good things about him that they may be looking at is he had the most coverage snaps of any edge in this draft. He had 85 coverage snaps. He's flexible that way. So if you're talking about, it's so funny because Leonard Floyd's name kept coming up for very non-Leonard Floyd players yesterday, and I'm like, Olu's actually really close to the Leonard Floyd archetype.
yeah.
He doesn't rush all the time. He covers a lot. He's very long. Like, he's not as tall as Leonard Floyd was, but like I think a lot more similarities to him. Again, good player, but okay. They think he's real good.
let me pull up my stats profile on him.
Well, what's really funny about him is I had heard today that the Titans were after Ezraku, that he was one of their top targets today.
Well, now I'm wondering if Ezraku has a medical that we didn't know about. Oh, wait, no, he already went to Dallas.
No,
Never mind.
Yeah,
Never
he
mind.
went to
You're right.
Dallas.
You're right.
So
You're right.
that's the thing is like Carolina's like they were after an edge. They had their stack of them. One went off the board. They're like, we're getting them. We're getting them right now. And that's not a bad plan overall, historically, from an NFL perspective. Edges that go earlier have a better chance to succeed. And even though it's a deep edge class, you're still getting down there. But I would have thought that he was one of the guys that was providing the depth. That's
I'll say this. I have 38 edges that I dove into for this class.
Yep.
34th in pass rush win rate was Mike Hell. 36th was Shamar Stewart. And Oladeo was right below Shamar Stewart. 37 out of 38 in this class. In pass rush win rate at a fairly small, to be nice about it, 10.8%.
Yep.
Very
He doesn't finish
talented, is not ready to be a third down player for me right now.
No, he doesn't finish near as much, and he was a late addition, as evidenced on our positional draft rankings, as he is the last guy in the grid that I added because I was like, oh, I want to throw Olu on there because I really liked him. And then as I sort of wrote the stats out, I was like, okay, right. If you're looking at number of, say, total pressures, you've got numbers up in the 60s. Abdul Carter 66, Ezraku and Swinson 60. JTT, who just went, had 51. Get down to Olu, it's 33. You're like, okay, that's half, right? And he had a lot of pass rush snaps. It wasn't that it was a volume problem, right? He had a very similar number of pass rush snaps and about half the production of getting home, of closing those snaps from a pass rush perspective. Again, versatile player, the most coverage snaps of any edge in this class, but again, that's a versatile sort of Swiss Army knife player that I'm taking end of the third and a compensatory pick or beginning of the fourth, right? Because I'm like, oh, he's still there. That guy's really useful. We can add him to our rotation. Second, like that's a priority pick for an NFL team. Wasn't going to be on my board.
Yeah.
Like the person, like the player, it'll be really interesting to see how he develops. But yeah, I would have to say early. There's nothing else I could say about that.
All right. Bucks pick is coming up, and then I'll get to Assassinated Apes Super Chat. Oh, Simeon Rice.
Speaking of free catch rushers.
I love the energy. And with that in mind, with the 53rd pick in the NFL 2025 draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Benjamin Morrison.
Yes! Yes! The agenda is alive.
That is correct.
All right.
One of the best man corners in this draft.
Oh, watch 2023, folks. 2023 Benjamin Morrison is the best cover corner in this class. Had 2 hip surgeries and a shoulder surgery. He fell because of medical. Missed most of 2024 with injury. But I'm telling you, man, Benjamin Morrison is a hell of a play. Like, you're going Emeka Egbuka, Ben Morrison back to back. Lifetime contract for Jason Light at this point. Like, good God.
He should already have it, but he continues to do great work. And Benjamin Morrison, my 3rd ranked corner in this class. Travis Hunter, Jahdae Barron, Benjamin Morrison. And yes, there's a star next to it that says injury dependent, but there's a star next to 4 of the guys in the CB class that says injury dependent. Will Johnson, with his injuries, he went before him. I had him as 7th. Savon Revel, who's still on the board, interestingly enough, right? I had him as 6th, but,
ACL.
Benjamin Morrison,
Yeah.
It is unreal. When he is healthy, I said this earlier on a live stream, he reminds me of a spider monkey. I'm going to come at you like a spider monkey. He just all over receivers and so athletic. Not the biggest, but one of the most sudden, able to mirror. You talk about in a hip pocket, like what's closer than in a hip pocket? Like hands in both pockets? Like he's right there, and tons of ball production because of it. PBUs, interception. The health is the question, folks. The ability is not the question. Technique and ability, not the question.
Hawkins has a good note here. Morrison's dad was teammates with Todd Bowles in Washington. How about that?
Whoa, there you go. Nice dig, Hawkins. Well played.
Real quick, Assassinate 8 for $10. Back watching the draft with you guys yet again. I know the off-field issues, but I thought Mike Green would be off the board already. The off-the-field issues are why he's not off the board. Like, he is.
Yeah, that's it.
It's bad. It's real bad.
If we were just going off tape,
top 10,
top 15 at most. Damn shame they had to forfeit another pick.
You're going to deny the children this opportunity, EJ? You monster.
No, they can announce that they forfeited the pick. They get their moment in the sun.
All right, let's see what 285-pound edge that can't pass rush they take this time.
Let's have these leaders help me announce the pick.
All right, let's go, guys.
With the 54th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft,
The Green Bay Packers select
Anthony Belton, tackle.
Oh! And you know what? Because he's going there, he's going to be great.
Great. Oh,
Damn
I
it.
hate this so much.
Damn
I
it.
hate this so much because he's a great player. Anthony Belton is just an absolute load to deal with at left tackle. He is a left tackle. Again, a scarce position in this draft in terms of true left tackles. If they want to play him at guard, I'm fine with it because he is absolutely annihilate people, but he has tackle talent. Like, I think he should be playing tackle. 6'6", 336. Absolute hammers for hands. I love the fact that he's patient. It says he absorbs. You'll watch. He'll just sit back and go, nope, you have to commit first. Nope, you have to commit first. And the rusher's like, And then they do, and he just destroys them. He's like, oh, that's what you're going to do? I can counter that. Kaboom.
I was really interested to see what they were going to do with Shade Walker, who, again, if you're looking at the team card here, free agent after this year, was fascinated by that. Now they're flexible. Like if Sheed has a really, really good 2025 and they want to keep him long term, that's cool because they just have a cheap swing tackle. Like that's fine. Now they just took Jordan Mason last year, or not Jordan Mason, Jordan Morgan. Not the
Jordan
running back,
Morgan.
who I have to assume is not going to be a tackle long term for them, is going to be a guard long term for them. He's going to be waiting in the wings to either replace Sean Ryan after this year or compete with Sean Ryan for the starting right guard job. Might compete with, well, no, he won't compete with Aaron Banks because they just gave him a bunch of money. God, so they so they spent a first round pick on a swing guard and a second round pick on a swing tackle, which means if they take any injuries at all, they're fine.
Yeah. All right.
Zach Tom's not going anywhere.
No, Zach Tom's not going anywhere. They're loaded.
They're loaded.
Again, they're following the Eagles playbook. Can never have enough offensive linemen.
With the 55th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Trey Harris, wide receiver, Mississippi.
Jack, where's Jack? Jack, get in here.
We're back.
We got a receiver, folks. Who needs him on day one? We just keep getting him on day two.
We're back.
Let's go.
Oh my goodness.
Let's
Trey
go.
Harris playing with Justin Herbert. Okay. I'm in. You sold, like 100% sold.
So okay.
O'Marion Hampton and Trey Harris, get the hell out
O'Marion
of here.
Hampton, Lab McConkey, Trey Harris. You brought back Mike. You got Rashawn and Alt as your tackle tandem. You bring in Mekhi Becton at guard. You're probably moving Zion to center if they don't get a guard. Or, well, no, they got Bozeman at center. But if they draft a guard, you can move Zion to center. Or, worst case, if you believe in Zion this year, I don't know. They'll figure it out. They can still
They'll figure
it out. But like skill position, they're good. Defense, they're good. Go. If I was the Chiefs, I'd be real worried. Not that the Chiefs aren't the favorites to win the division, but like this AFC West is so much harder to win than it was 2 years ago. This is tough. Is tough.
All right, Bears picks in. So we're going back to back on teams we're connected to here. Oh boy, Trey Harris, great pick. It's not that I, wanted him for the Bears. They've already booked out their receiver room. Thank you. Great player though, and I really do think he is a needed archetype for the Chargers and one of the best ones available in this draft. And so far they got one of the best running backs available, top 2 for me. One of the best wide receivers available, top 3 for me, I think. Like, they're crushing it. They're absolutely crushing it so far.
Boy.
Yeah. So Trey Harris,
But he was, I think he was Malik Neighbors' high school quarterback, right? I think I remember that anecdote somewhere.
could be.
He was a
if you
converted
two-
quarterback, and I think it was Malik Neighbors that was his receiver in high school.
Yeah, this is a tier 1 wide receiver for me. It's Hunter, Emeka, and Trey Harris for me in the top tier. That's it. And Trey Harris is one of the guys that, again, I watched fairly early because he wasn't necessarily listed as a top receiver in this draft. And that made it very hard for me as I went through the rest of the wide receiver rankings because I was like, well, I don't know. Seems like Trey Harris is better than that guy. And a lot of people didn't share, but great size, 6'2", 205, can get vertical from the X position. Unreal hands. If you go back to 2023, he had a bunch of nutty one-handed catches. Very productive as well. Over 1,000 yards and only 60 catches. Yards per reception, 17.2. Like, this is not a dink and dunk receiver, folks. That's why he was my target to be the DK replacement in Seattle, is he can get down the field from the X position. That's exactly what they're looking for. And it's what the Chargers were looking for too. And they got the best version of it as far as I'm concerned in this draft. And it's a strong start.
Very good after the catch as well. Like, very, very good after the catch. His transition speed from catcher to runner is like instantaneous. He was like 7.5, 8 yards per reception after the catch. Like that's
You know why they picked him though?
because he's cool and it's fun and
All those reasons. You know why they picked him? You know why Harbaugh and Roman picked him?
Why?
Because he blocks his fucking
He
ass
does
off.
block his ass off. Yeah.
He is an absolute dog in run blocking, and he's got the size to back it up. The stat that blows me away about Trey Harris, and this is sort of one of those one random number things as you're working through the draft, is yards per route run. If you follow us, you know that's one of my favorite stats for tight ends and for wide receivers for sure. And when you see it, like you're like, oh, that's a good number. That's a good number. That's a good number. Trey Harris's yards per route run, 5.12. Next closest in this draft class is Jalen Royals, and his number is 3.
Dude, I'm telling you, if he played more than 7 games, he would have won the Bolitnikov.
You don't have to sell me on that at all.
He was going to get like 1,700 yards.
Yeah, when your number is almost double the number 2 guy in the class, that's something special. So, yeah, he's everything. He's got size, he's got speed, he's got tremendous hands. He blocks his ass off in the run game. I mean, there is nothing not to like, which is why he was my number 3 wide receiver.
Ooh, Lions moved to 4 to go up, plus getting back a 7. Bears pick is in.
Yep.
Can I make a prediction for the Lions?
Yes, please. Oh, for the Lions or for the Bears?
For the Bears, I got no idea at this point.
I really think they're probably going edge. There's still guys on the board that they really like, and they need it.
Lions, I also think is edge, and I think it's Josiah Stewart.
Oh, yeah, that'd be a great fit.
He's incredibly Dan Campbell coded.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, little sawed-off pass rusher from Michigan. Short, squatty, extremely effective.
Tough as all hell. Oh, yeah. Tough.
Yeah.
All right, Bears coming up.
Yeah.
Is that Seth Rollins? Seth Rollins.
It is. Oh, by the way, if you don't know who Julian Peterson is, because he announced the 49ers pick a while ago, go look him up. Julian Peterson is a badass.
Green Bay, Wisconsin.
He's built for this.
Is that
Okay.
all you got? Come on, you can be louder than that.
Yeah, he's done the heel turn. He knows how this works. He's in Green Bay.
Because championship gold looks good on the blue and orange. But in all seriousness, Green Bay, we are in the shadow of Lambeau Field. And I love Lambeau Field. Because the king of the North, the best quarterback in the NFC North, Caleb Williams, is undefeated.
Oh boy.
Hey, Seth, go pour gas on 200,000 people. Okay.
I am a visionary. I am a revolutionary. I am Seth freaking Rollins. And I am here to tell you that with the 56th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the greatest franchise in the NFL, the Chicago Bears, select
Just like, all right, man, wrap it up.
Ooh.
They get a tackle.
I like Trapillo. I really do. Okay, here's my thing with Trapillo.
You lead, because I like Trapillo. You sound like you're in love with Trapillo. So let's go.
So I want to get his exact. I know he's 6'8".
Yeah, he's 6'8", 316.
He's freaking huge. And what's funny is when you're watching BC film, it's a whole bunch of guys in 3-point stances and then the right tackle in a 3-point stance because he literally can't get down into it. He's too tall. He's so freaking tall. So they just let him be in a 2-point stance the whole time. He's not a great run blocker because he's 6'8". Like he doesn't have the knee bend and the hips that Joe Alt has to still be a great run blocker at 6'8". So like he is a pure pass protecting tackle, but damn, EJ, he's good in pass pro. I like his feet. I like his length. I like his punch. He is under control. He's got great core strength. Weirdly, he's stronger as a pass protector than a run blocker. This is a good pick. I wasn't sure if he was going to go top 75. I thought there was a chance because A, he's a tackle and he could pass protect. I was wondering if teams were going to hold it against him that he's kind of one-dimensional, but like he's really good in that one dimension. And I'll tell you what, the best part about it, I don't have to pay Braxton Jones $24 million. Like we don't have to do it anymore. Like that's the left tackle of the future. And worst case scenario, he's a swing tackle for this year. So if Darnold gets hurt again, they're not like screwed.
Yeah, they needed a tackle because I think they have come to the realization that Kieran is not the tackle of the future that they thought he might be.
Maybe a guard, possibly.
So the new staff is like, hey, if we can reclaim something from him, great. But we need a tackle because if either of our starting tackles sprains an ankle, we got to have it. I would have liked Belton, but I had Belton and Trapillo touching each other in the rankings. They're literally, 7 and 8.
So look at that on the RAS card. This is from Kentley Platt on Twitter.
Yeah. No.
6'8", 318, 33-inch arms with a 1.7610 yard.
Yeah. You know what I wrote about him? Goes back to Bill Parcells' planet theory. There's only so many guys that are this big on the entire planet. You just go get them because you got to run around them.
Detroit's up here.
Was a lifelong fan of the Lions, passionately cheering his home team whenever he could. We honor him and thank his family and TAPS, the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, which offers care to those grieving the loss of a military loved one. And now, I'm going to turn it over to John and David, who will announce in honor of their brother and son.
This is cool.
Thank you so much. And here we go. The Denver Broncos have traded the 57th pick to the Detroit Lions. With the 57th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select
Tate Ratledge, guard from
Oh.
All right.
They're doing it again.
They're like, we already have a good offensive line. Screw you. We're making it better. Oh, that's Tate Ratledge. He's so good. He is exceptional at picking up stunts and blitzes. His eyes are quick. His feet are fast. His hips are fluid. If you're watching him and Wilson work together on exchanges, like it's art, folks. Like it is teach tape for offensive linemen. I really like him as a run blocker. He's not the most dominant run blocker in the class, but I think he's good as a run blocker. He's got great core strength. The one knock, lack of length can kind of get him in trouble. He is a two-hand puncher. Jared Ivey got him on a sack where he extended. And again, he's just sometimes when you have 32 or slightly over 32-inch arms and you're a double puncher and you're going against a guy who outreaches you and he's going to hit you with the swipe and you got nothing else. Like you're just going down at that point. So he does work with Duke, by the way. So ideally, if he's going to still be a two-hand puncher, hopefully Duke can kind of clean it up a little bit in terms of how he lands it. Instead of coming in straight and high, maybe come up a little bit more as a forklift so he's not as susceptible to that. But if we're talking about a smart, fluid, agile guard who really knows what he's doing as far as picking up exotic pressures, this is the one. There we go, Raiders.
Talking about smart, fast, athletic guard, Steve Wisniewski.
Privilege of representing some other amazing fans, that being Raider Nation. I was blessed to play 13 years with the Silver and Black, and the man who used to always make this pick is a Raider legend, an NFL Hall of Famer, Willie Brown. And I want to give a shout out to Willie Brown. His tradition in this place was he wanted to give a heartfelt appreciation and thanks to all the mothers of the NFL community. It's 2 weeks till Mother's Day, and he always wished him an early Happy Mother's Day. If you're a fan of the NFL, if you're a player in the NFL, if you're a coach in the NFL, you likely had a very supportive, encouraging mom or mom figure that sacrificed to make that dream possible. Tonight, we have another dream being made. With the 58th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Jack Besh, wide receiver.
Hey, that's fun. That's fun.
Dude, Gino's gonna love Jack Besh.
That's fun, man. I like that.
That's a great match. I mean, come on. Genty and Besh, this is just pandering now. They're trolling me.
Pandering to you specifically.
100%. It's a great pick. Jack Besh, extremely good size. I think will do even more than he did at TCU. Again, a lot of people were talking about Savion Williams preseason, and look, he's incredibly dynamic. But when you started watching TCU tape, it was like, damn, that guy on the other side can frickin' play. And then getting to see him up close at the combine, great hands, incredibly well built as a wide receiver, very, very solid, plays through contact really well. All the short to medium stuff. And, you know, the knock is he doesn't have deep speed, but the way he manages deep targets is with physicality because he's tall and he's really well built. And he'll just lean into a corner and say, I'm going to win the contested catch this way. It's not going to be with speed separation. So he can catch deep. That's not really his strength. The short to medium stuff, he will absolutely destroy you with physicality, route running, really solid hands through contact. Yeah, they said Allen Robinson, you know, as the comp. Yep, I could see it for sure.
I don't know if I'd go A-Rob as the comp, but also like I had a really unhealthy obsession with Allen Robinson circa like 2017. But he's really good. Like he catches absolutely everything. He's physical. You know, he does. I wish he just got up to like that one last gear. Like just the one last, you know, he's not a vertical threat.
Nope.
But if you want him to do all of like the Jarvis Landry stuff for you in your offense, he's going to do that. And he's going to do it with a smile.
Yeah. And he's going to punish corners. Like,
yeah.
He's just going to punish corners.
I also, I'm really curious who, because I have to assume they have like a guard in their back pocket somewhere down the board. I'm really curious who that is. Really curious. Maybe like a Drew Kendall, like way down there.
There's a bunch of them.
Yeah.
And it's not one of those drafts where I'm like, oh, well, they passed the threshold. Whoever they get now is just a sort of, yeah, whatever. You know, it's really interesting. I'm still, you know, I'm getting some questions about how I feel about the Bears picks. Like, I'm really happy they traded down. Like, I needed them to trade down with one of these picks because now it gives them two players out of this wide middle of the class where they only would have had one. And I think the value is going to be very similar for both of them. So it's literally 2 for 1. You're getting two players in the 50s, and the difference between who you would have got between, you know, 52 and 56 as opposed to 41, minimal. And I would rather have 2 bites at the apple than one. It's one of the things I was most pleased about yesterday. Not to get into the Colson Loveland thing too much, because I think he's a really good fit, but people are like, well, are you happy about it? I was like, sure, because Ben knows how to use him. I'm most happy they didn't trade up to get him. Like, I like the process. They didn't spend extra assets. And even better than that, today they did get extra assets by trading down with one of those 2 high second-round picks. You know, so far, you know, I think as to plan all the players I would have picked, no, I wouldn't have picked Luther Burden with that first pick. Trapillo is a very solid tackle. Again, if they'd stayed up there, yeah, maybe they could have taken Belton, but it would have just been Belton, and we wouldn't be looking at 56 here with lots of good players still on the board. They could still go get like a Braden Swinson. And if you don't think Trapillo and Braden Swinson is better than insert single player here, I don't know. I think they're both really good players, so we'll figure it out.
Swinson, you know, the pick is in for the Ravens. Swinson could go a year for Baltimore.
Oh, sure.
Right?
I mean, At this point, any pick could be Swinson.
Any pick, but like as far as like fit,
already
like
off.
the style of rusher that they like Braden Swinson is the style of rusher that Baltimore likes.
Yeah, for sure.
And speaking of edge rushers, I know everybody's thinking Mike Green. I'm telling you guys, it's not good. Like there's I would say more teams than not. It doesn't matter if it's a 7th rounder; they're not doing it. So it could be a while.
It could. People are going to need to get far enough away. And by people, I mean teams are going to need to get far enough away where they can say, look, it was a 6th rounder who, nobody cares. We're just giving him a shot.
They're not going to invest a top. Well, some teams would. And
will.
In 5 picks from now.
Somebody will. I mean, it's a position of need. He's incredibly skilled, but it's not going to be a pick they want under scrutiny. And if they're going to make it at all, they're going to make it on day 3 or deep into the compensatory picks on day 2, because they're going to be able to say, it wasn't a big deal, but they're not going to throw a top asset at it because it's just too risky.
I can see the Chiefs doing it because they're the Chiefs.
I wasn't going to bring it up, but yep, 100%.
Everybody's thinking it. They don't care.
Well, it is the case. Like, that's the thing. I don't know. They're rolling back through all the picks here, and I still got to say I'm pretty surprised by the Shuck pick to the Saints where he went. Not that he went to the Saints. I think he would have been an ideal fit with the Saints, but like 3rd round maybe. But we heard over and over and over again, Tyler Shuck is going in the top 50, then going in the top 40, and we were like, well, we don't see it that way, but we keep getting told by people we trust that that's going to be the case. All right, we'll see where it goes. And sure enough, that's where we went. I love how fired up Jack Bash is. Like, he is so fired up.
Hope he likes Hawaiian food.
Who doesn't like Hawaiian food? Come on.
Say this.
If you don't like Hawaiian foods, we can't be friends. Like, I'm sorry. I love you all, but if you don't love Hawaiian food, we can't be friends.
All right. Baltimore pick is in. There's a bunch of edge rushers on the board. Edge rusher just seems right for them here.
Sure. I mean, it's definitely a need, and there's still good players on the board. There's some depth left.
I think it's either Swinson, Stewart, or Princely, if I had to guess.
Stewart is very Ravens-esque in terms of his approach to the game.
And just the Michigan-Baltimore connection.
Yeah,
you know,
for sure. So I would not be surprised by that at all.
Yeah.
Ooh, can I interest you in a wild David Walker pick? No. No, I can't. Okay.
I'll let you have that.
All right. He's like, yeah, I'll let you take that chance. Sure, whatever. I think he'd be great there, but again, I wouldn't pick him over Swinson. I have Swinson rated higher. I have Princely rated higher, but I have Walker and Stewart neck and neck.
Revel's still on the board.
Yeah, I'm wondering if people were worried about the knee.
Yeah, well, he would have been gone if it wasn't.
Yeah. I mean, a little worried. I hope it's not the super worried. Like, we're not, we're gonna be going through all of day 3 going, what happened to Savon Revel? Well, we'll know at that point it was the knee.
Yeah.
Yeah, boy, again, if he played a healthy full season, he would have been CB1 off the board, and I don't have any reservations about that at all.
59th overall. Good evening, guys. You may also know me as Wise Farmer Brown, where in North Carolina, we have founded First Fruits Farm, where we have grown, harvested, and donated more than 2 million pounds of food to help with hunger relief and hunger throughout our nation. And so our motto is to never
Joey, why is Mike Green's draft stock falling? Well, off-field issues. That's it. That's the reason.
My son JW and I, we have the honor and the privilege of presenting tonight's pick for the Baltimore Ravens. And with the 59th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens have selected Mike Green, linebacker.
Oh, ho, ho, there it is. It's not falling anymore.
You know, Hannibal Lecter just had an eating disorder, for being honest.
That's what people will say.
All right.
They're getting an incredibly talented football player, which is the part that we can talk about because that's the tape we watched. The reason it got asked in chat, right? He fell because of off-field issues. On-field, he didn't have any issues. He is bendy. He's fast. He's got good size. Plays the run much better than I thought he did going into it. I thought he'd be a marginal edge against the run. Not the case. He is a solid edge against the run. They're getting a very, very talented defender. Obviously, they are comfortable with the off-the-field stuff. I guarantee they've done a lot of due diligence on it. But in terms of on-field, like, yeah, after Abdul Carter, like Mike Green on-field grade, number 2 edge in this class for me because from a physical standpoint, he is.
Hold on, Ian's saying something.
Sexual assault allegations in his past. One in high school that resulted in a zero-tolerance policy at Virginia. Another at Virginia that caused him to leave. He has denied both. My understanding, talking with teams, some of his explanation was not satisfactory for them. He was off several boards. That is why he fell, and Baltimore now takes him.
Thanks very much, guys. The Denver Broncos.
I'll just say this. I'll leave it at this. I hope they did the work on it. If they're,
You know they did the
I know
work
they
on
did.
it.
I hope for the sake of everybody involved, I hope their work was good enough on it.
Correct.
But considering, and part of the reason why I think that they were extra sensitive to it, or should be extra sensitive to it, is everything going on with Justin Tucker.
Oh, 100%. Like, I think they should just be sensitive to it because it's an issue that everyone should be sensitive
100%.
to.
100%.
We got another one into the College Football Hall of Fame. We did it. Now, with that said, with the 60th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select R.J. Harvey, running back.
They found him.
Woo! Okay.
They didn't get Travion Henderson. They went out and got somebody that is arguably a better slasher.
Dude, I'm telling you right now,
Yeah.
Dynasty rookie fantasy rankings, R.J. Harvey is top 4 running back in this class. Maybe top 3 running back in this class. Considering
I had
he's going to
him right-
Denver and he's going to get fed.
Yeah, I had him right behind Quinshon Judkins. So I had it. Travion Henderson, Quinshon Judkins, R.J. Harvey. And with good reason. This is an incredibly productive back. Man, he is built like he's chiseled out of a block of granite, too. We saw him up close to the combine, and it looks like he lives in a gym, not goes to one. Extremely fast. His explosive play rate was off the charts. Very good in the receiving game as well. Again, this is some people may go, oh, we didn't get Travion. We had to settle for RJ. You're not settling very far, man. Like, it's the same thing.
I mean, he is, as far as lateral agility goes, jump cut ability goes, long speed, like he gets up to his top gear quickly, and his top gear is impressive.
He rolls.
The one weakness to Harvey's game, he can't pass protect. He's like one of the worst pass protecting backs in this class. But, you know, everything else, he's great.
Everything else. You're talking about 22 run touchdowns, second in the class. 32 explosive runs of over 15 yards, also second in the class to Ashton Genty.
Washington Commanders selects Trey Amos.
No, you just at this point it's the value, right? You're like, look, Mr. Coleman, we're extremely sorry about the Forbes thing. We weren't really responsible for that. We'd like to make it up to you. Will you accept a solid Trey Amos pick at corner? Will that right the wrong for you?
Apology accepted. Trey
You
Amos
should
is a
be.
badass.
He is an absolute.
Dude, I have a higher
badass.
grade on him than I had on Forbes.
Yeah,
Like, by a lot.
that's not close. I
Yeah.
was gonna say. I was like, who had a similar grade on Forbes and Harris? Their process is
Ron
different than
Rivera?
mine. Yeah. Well, I mean, when you put
His
it that
his
way.
major knock, he doesn't have top tier burst. He doesn't have top tier long speed, but he's a great technician. He's got ball skills. He's ultra competitive at the catch point. He's got good hips and he's got good feet. It's just his first two steps out of transition. He doesn't quite have the bounce that some other top tier athletes do, but like he's always in position because he's smart. He's technically refined. He can play press. He can play off. Like he is just a solid corner with no like major crippling weaknesses, but also no elite top tier strengths. But he's really good.
Led this class in pass breakups 10. Like knows how to play the position. NFL passer rating against 54.5. Outside, purely an outside corner. There is no moving into slot. He had 759 snaps outside. Guess how many he had in the slot?
Like 10. 2. There you go.
Yeah, 2. Oh. So great size, missed tackle percentage, not bad at 11.5 for a corner when you're playing in the secondary. That's not terrible. And he has willingness to tackle. Is he a great tackler? No, he hits more than he wraps, but he has a willingness. And if a corner has a willingness, I can work with that. It's the corners that are just like, I ain't doing that. It's not my job. And that's not Trey Amos at all. It's not necessarily the most technically proficient tackler, but again, with his size, he generally gets the guy down. Might not be the cleanest form, isn't the cleanest form, but he has a willingness to stick his nose in there and be in run support, which means the defense can play very differently than if he's one of those corners that does not.
So next up, Bears pick is in. Any prediction?
I don't know. Having moved down, we've already done tackle. I would say edge. I thought they were probably going to do edge earlier, but I could also see your running back pick. If it's edge, I would lean towards Swinson. I think he, again, fits really well in Dennis Allen's system in terms of size, has power, has some speed and moves, but, can really press on that edge and be the pocket, compactor. If it's running back, I would say Caleb Johnson from Iowa, unless they're waiting, because one of the guys that had a very good visit, according to him, in Chicago was Brashard Smith.
Oh, dude, don't even get me started on Brashard Smith. I love Brashard Smith. Top 10 running back in the class for me.
Brashard Smith is fantastic. He is really fast. He is a converted wide receiver, so his reception skills are bonkers. If they're sitting on a day 3, let's go after Brashard Smith gambit, then I would go edge here. Because they need that too. And again, I don't think you're getting an edge. Again, if we're doing the stack and you say Swinson or whoever here and Brashard Smith versus flip that around, get the running back here and the edge later, I think the first stack is better than the second.
Man, I still can't believe they took Mike Green there.
It's surprising to me, for sure.
But like, I don't know, man. I just keep going back to that pick. I'm like, it's not even like there's only one edge left on the board.
No, let's hope in 5 years you don't feel that way. I'm not saying you have to sleep well tonight.
I didn't make the pick.
Good thing too.
I don't know.
All right.
They do know that women root for their team too, right?
Sometimes you would think that they don't acknowledge that like at all ever.
Yeah.
All right. Who do we get? All right. Who's happy here? I mean, obviously Ian's happy. Poles is happy. Kevin Warren's pretty happy. Oh. Interesting.
Oh, you saw what the pick is?
No, I didn't.
Oh.
I did not. Who we got announcing?
Let's see here.
Y'all still booing, huh? Oh boy. Can confirm. Y'all must be
Des White.
Y'all gotta live in here
Woohoo.
now, 'cause I know y'all not going the best team in the division. On a serious note, with the 62nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Shamar Turner, defensive tackle from Texas A&M.
Not pleased. I'm not even going to couch that. I am not pleased.
So the Chiefs are on the clock.
Yeah. No, I mean, Shamar Turner was a guy that a week ago, a bunch of quotes came out, and quotes always come out at this time of year, smoke and whatever else. Oh, defensive coaches love this guy. And I have a really low grade on Shamar Turner. He was one of the early defensive tackles I watched, and I was like, I got to go back. I must have missed something. If a bunch of coaches really think this is their guy, their glass eater, that, and he was higher in almost every ranking that I looked at. So I really felt like at that point, across the board, and I don't look at rankings until I do my own. But once I did my own, I looked and I was like, whoa, everybody thinks Shamar Turner's better than I think he is. I went back and didn't really change my mind. He moved up a little bit, and I mean a little bit. Like, I was like, no, that's what I saw the first time. Again, I don't value those things. They obviously do, but 2 of the 3 picks so far today, and I would say actually 2.5, I liked your pillow. So I'll just say 2. But the Luther Burden pick, again, they have a very different vision about what they can maximize out of his skill set. And Shamar Turner, especially with the players that are still on the board, I hate to say it, but there's a defensive tackle pick a couple of years ago that we both looked at and went, don't love it.
No, come on! And the Chiefs just took Norman Lott right after.
Yeah, I mean, different players to me, but sure.
Dude!
This is one of Brett's favorites in the class. For everybody in chat that hasn't followed our work up to now and is just tuning into the draft, Omar Norman Lott is one of Brett's boys in this draft.
And he went to the evil empire. Oh.
Chiefs are finally waking up.
I just Shamar Turner went before Omar Norman Lott.
Yeah, but you gotta. Anyways, I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna keep it positive.
No, I'm just saying that is a sentence I didn't think I would say today.
Me neither. Or this draft, not even just today.
So Omar Norman Lott as a player, keep in mind, going back the last 10 years, I can't find any interior pass rusher. Any. I'm talking Quinnen Williams, Dexter Lawrence, any of the high caliber pass rushing interior defensive linemen in the last 10 years that is a higher pass rush productivity metric than Omar Norman Lott, which takes sacks, pressures, hits. There's weighted for hurries. I think it's like 0.05 times hurries, divides it by the snaps played. He didn't play that many snaps because he was a DPR for them. But if you're dividing snaps played by production, his pass rush production metric was literally the highest one out of every single defensive tackle at the FBS level that had at least 100 snaps, because he's small sample size, but sample size matters. But every defensive tackle that took 100 snaps in the last decade, he is number 1 in pass rush productivity. And now he's going to play with Chris Jones. God hates me. That's it. That's the analysis. God hates Brett Coleman.
Well, this isn't turning out to be our day in terms of things lining up the way we would like them to, because I just took a quick look at Shamar Turner again, which I did a week and a half ago, and I again came to the same conclusion. But we talked about pressure. Again, if you're taking a defensive tackle up high as opposed to down low, and you're looking for a run stuffer or something else, you want pressure out of your defensive tackle. 21 total pressures, 2 sacks, 1 hit, 18 hurries. That's not tremendous. Missed tackle rate of 23% from a defensive tackle. That's too high for me. That's
Details.
Details.
Yeah.
One out of every 4. Don't love it. Only 19 stops. And this is somebody that played, 14 games. That means you're getting 1 stop a game as a defensive tackle. Overall, number of tackles, 21. Played, 14 games. He had 21 tackles. Like, not a ton of pressures, not a ton of stops, not a ton of influence in terms of explosive plays. That is what you're looking for from the defensive tackle position if you move up. And all the quotes I read were like, oh, yeah, but he's, he's mean and he's rough and he's disruptive and he beats people up. And I'm like, okay, yeah, you need those guys on your team for sure. But you do not need to spend high picks on them if they do not also bring explosive defensive production. And Shamar Turner doesn't. And the defensive tape doesn't show. A lot of people said that about Harmon. Oh, well, pass rush isn't there. He doesn't finish. The guy had 55 pressures. Like, you convert a handful of those. You convert, 20% of those. And he's a top defensive tackle in the league. Shamar Turner, if you convert 10% or 20% of his 20 total, he's going to have one more. And you're just like, okay, not awesome.
Pick is in for the Eagles.
Yeah, so now I get to see how a good GM really rips it up, because that'll make me feel better. Because it is the conference my team plays in.
Is Braden Swinson?
I'll be less than pleased if that's the fact, for sure, because I really do. Like, again, you remember the reaction we got when they picked 2 defensive tackles? They picked Javon, and then they came back and picked Zach Pickens, and we were like, Javon, that's great. Oh, Zach Pickens, we don't love it. And how'd that turn out? Javon turned out good. Zach Pickens has not yet panned out. Maybe he will.
NFL Draft, the Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles select Andrew Makuba.
Ooh, that's fun.
Okay, now I'm pissed.
That's fun. I like that.
I love it for the Eagles, but one of my favorite players in this draft.
Was not my highest graded safety left on the board. However,
no, not me either.
Because again, it's kind of a roller coaster when he hits people. Either he lays like the most vicious hit you've ever seen, or he just flat out misses. Feels like nothing in between. But he's got really good ball skills. Like, he takes excellent angles to the ball in the air. Like, I don't know how he has this knack for just like never misstepping in terms of where he sets his initial angle. Like, he doesn't have to really correct when the ball's in the air. Like, he just knows exactly where it's going. So he's very instinctive in that. I just wish he tackled better. That's it.
In terms of his missed tackle percentage, it's not bad. It's 14-4. And I can live with that because, one of your favorites in this draft, Billy Bowman, 23. Like, that's a true sort of
Billy
gamble.
Bowman also has like 9-inch arms. So there's a reason for that. But
now, Makuba, the wild snap or the wild stat for Makuba in this is coverage snaps per reception. So how many times did he have to be in coverage before anybody completed a pass on him? Makuba, it's 38.2. For every 40 times he was in coverage, he gave up 1 catch. Not a touchdown, not a first down, just a catch. That's bonkers stuff. And the NFL passer rating against 12.1. 12.
He can cover.
So 3 years from now, I will be telling you, could have taken Makuba, needed a safety. No. You took Shamar Turner. I will be ringing that bell for a long time because there's just many better players available on the board, in my opinion. Now, Shamar Turner turns into an absolute Tasmanian devil and wrecks shit on the inside of the defensive line. Cool. Awesome. Neat. I will raise my hand and say I did not see it coming.
So start of the 3rd round here for the Giants.
Real quick before we do that, I want to get to cheese balls because he said, hey, Brett, this is a super chat. So tell us about another super chat. $19.99 from cheese balls. I appreciate it. Hey, Brett, Pamela Irby had a question. Who's your favorite all-time player at any position?
Oh.
Is it JJ? Feels like it's JJ, right?
It's a dead heat. because Arian Foster also exists.
Oh, somebody today said Caleb Johnson reminds me of, or no, Dylan Sampson reminds me of Arian Foster, which I can see because of the curvilinear running style. Different, a lot of other things, but like they both.
Arian
run
Foster on
curves.
Ozempic, maybe, but
Sure. Yeah.
But God, I love Arian. I really
Well,
do.
then say Arian Foster for offense and JJ.
Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
I'm going to cop out. I'm going to cop
That's
out.
how you get out of it.
JJ for defense, Arian Foster.
They got two
for
answers
offense.
when they only asked for one. That's not a cop out.
Because
That's
how can
double.
how can you really argue against either of them?
I can't.
JJ
so
is
I
the
take
best
one on
defensive
offense.
player I've ever seen, and I will die on that hill. And Arian Foster is, I would say, is he the best running back I've ever seen? No, but I think he was the most aesthetically pleasing, just downright beautiful runner that I'd ever gotten. Like Walter was to you, Arian was to me.
Yeah, 100%.
Right.
For me, it's easier. It's one player. It's Walter Payton. In terms of if I had to pick a defensive player, it was pretty funny. My son came down the other day. He's not super interested in football, but he does occasionally hang out and get interested in really. Oh, sorry. Just saw who was announcing the Giants pick.
You look amazing out there, and you look even better filling our stadiums on game day. So thank you for that.
Looks like
my
he's about to
goodness.
sell me a house.
Yeah. Are you willing to buy today? Cash offer.
Oh, this is a
You're
goodie.
telling me
This is
you
a
don't
goodie.
want Darius Alexander instead of Shamar Turner? I'm going to say that for the next 2 days.
No,
so
here's the thing. Here's the thing. All right. You're on the road against the Giants. It's third down. You're lined up against Brian Burns, Dexter Lawrence, Darius Alexander, Abdul Carter. Fuck you. Thank you very much. Get on the plane and go home.
Yeah. No, it's not fun at all, and I love it for the Giants. I'm going to text my Giants buddy here in just 1 second and say, nicely done. Cool as. Sorry that my GM can't quite figure that part out yet. That's totally fine. It is great for the Giants. Darius Alexander, extremely athletic. Some people were worried about strength of competition because he played at Toledo, went to the Senior Bowl, kicked everybody's ass for the week. People said, okay, pretty much put that to bed. He was my.
That's literally an insane defensive line. Like absolute bonkers.
Oh,
defensive line.
they are trying to hurt you. It's not even close. He was DT3 for me. I had Harmon, Nolan, and then Alexander. I like him a lot. And sticking him with the rest of those killers, yeah. So my son came down.
5 for me.
Yeah,
Well,
he's right there.
Yeah, he equivalent grade to Mason Graham.
Yeah.
Tape grade, I should say.
He's right above Mason Graham for me. All right. Oh, I love this. I hate that it's to the Chiefs.
Norman Lott and Ashton Gelati back-to-back.
Oh,
Baby.
I love Ashton. Ashton is awesome and was one of my favorite finds in this draft. As I got into his tape, I was like, wait, what? Because it was definitely in the second round of tape after the combine. Put a star next to his name, came back and was like, wait, why is nobody talking about this guy? I really like his production. He was a defensive end for me because he does not drop into coverage. And he's got the size. I love his explosion, his production. He's got really good bend at his size and just one of those guys that has a knack for getting to the quarterback. He does it all the time. It's not like, oh, I saw that one good rep, so I know he can do it. He just did it over and over and over again. I thought not enough people are talking about Ashton. He's really cool.
He just fits their style, like heavy-handed, resetting the line of scrimmage. You know, he lined up like conspicuously often at like 3 technique for a guy who's built like an edge rusher. They just lined him up inside because he was so freaking strong.
Yeah.
He's definitely got that Spags type of just power, but he's got a lot better hips than the typical like Spags power end. Really good pick.
Okay.
Him and Karlaftis are going to be good friends.
Full caveat. I really like Felix Enudike-Azama. So I don't know. Maybe,
I
maybe
liked
he won't turn out to be great.
I
but
liked him as a prospect as well, and I really wish I knew why it hasn't worked.
yeah, me too. Me too. I was very high on him. So Chiefs fan, take it with a grain of salt that I love your latest draft pick because done it before and it didn't pan out. But I just love finding guys like that, you know, I didn't really know anything about him going in. It was as clean a study as there was, and I just came away wildly impressed with his ability. He's a really good player that very few people talk about, and this is earlier than I thought he'd go, but I think it's absolutely commensurate with his talent.
Carlos, $5. Someone cut Casey's phone line. Also, how would we feel about Devin Neal to the Bears on day 3? EJ would like it a lot.
I would like it. I like Devin Neal a lot. I think there are better fits for what they're trying to do, and there might still be some because of this incredibly deep running class. Would I be upset with Devin Neal? I would not. He's a great player. Would I think they might be leaving something on the table? Because Devin Neal is he's that player. It's kind of like Terrence Ferguson in terms of how we described him at tight end. He's very good at just about everything, plays at an above average level. But he doesn't have that one thing that's just like, oh my God. And if you go get a guy like Brashard Smith, like he's crazy fast and he's probably one of the best receiving backs in this entire class. And I don't really think that's debatable. So it's like the Jalen Milroe argument with quarterbacks, right? Why not go get somebody that has a special trait? And there's lots of those folks in this class. Devin Neal, I still have rated very highly. Would I be upset if he was a Bear? No, I would not. Would I be thinking, hey, if you wanted power, go get Damian Martinez. If you want, absolute slashing ability, go get Bashal Tootin. You want receiving and slashing running ability mix, go get Brashard Smith. So Devin Neal's just an all-arounder, and I shouldn't say just. He's a very good all-around back.
Jonathan for $5 said, if I had a nickel for every time someone overdrafted a defensive lineman named Shamar in 2025, I'd have 2 nickels.
That's right. And that might be what one of their careers is worth. I don't know. I hope one of them hits. I hope one of them hits. I really do. Because they're both really talented physically. Like if you look at what Shamar Turner can do in terms of testing numbers and whatever else, but on tape, there are just long stretches where he does nothing. And I mean nothing, not like influencing a play, not stirring the drink, not collapsing the pocket and not making the play. Like just nothing. He just stands up and pushes. And you're like, I thought you were supposed to be this, world tearing force. And they're just long, quiet stretches where he does not do a lot. So that's going to have to change.
The Cleveland Browns select Harold Fanning Jr., tight end, Bowling Green.
It is very different. It is very
EJ?
Yeah,
You have
it
the
is very
floor.
different than what they have at tight end. And again, Brett has a vendetta against Harold Fannin Jr. because
Vendetta strong word. Strong word.
Let me finish. His definition of tight end is very strict. And Harold Fannin Jr. doesn't fit within it. And I understand.
No,
it.
EJ, I am disciplined to the rules of language. We have words that have meaning. The words tight end mean something to me, EJ.
Yeah, it's not a vendetta, folks. It's about language. Harold Fannin Jr., at the end of the day, is a very good and productive football player. He does not have a classic tight end usage in the NFL. That does not mean he will not be wildly productive because the NFL has figured out, certainly in the last 3 or 4 years, oftentimes how to use those players. Not everybody does it, and I'm not saying the Browns will do it, but there is a lot of production. I don't mean a little. I mean a lot of production against very quality competition too. It was not all against lower competition. A lot of people, oh, Harold Fannin, he only played, cupcakes, blah, blah, blah. You look at the numbers he put up week after week, and they knew he was coming, right? Harold Fannin was the Bowling Green offense. It's not chock full of stars. So they knew he was in town, and he still put up numbers on them every single week.
believe he has a commitment to excellence, and we are thrilled to get, with the 68th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Darian Porter, defensive back.
There's the corner.
Dude, he is so Raiders. Al
'Cause-
Davis just rose on the whatever day it is and said, I got a long, fast, aggressive corner. Like, Darian Porter is a wild, like, S-tier athlete. And the Raiders used to pick the tallest, fastest corners they could find. This is the tallest, fastest corner you can find in this draft.
I really wish I knew, and it's not really a knock on him. It's just a weird question. What took him so long to play? We're talking like 4 years before he even got snaps.
Yeah, I have a follow-on question. We didn't hold it against Carson Schwechner, so I'm not going to hold it against Darian Porter.
It's not that I'm holding it against him. It's more just like,
why?
Why?
Yeah. And my follow-on question, which is related to yours, is why didn't you play every snap?
Yeah.
There were stretches where they just took him out. And I was like, and it wasn't, goal line stuff or whatever, because he's not a great tackler. He has willingness, but he is not a great technical tackler, and he just doesn't do it a lot. And he is so good in pass protection that the guy that is absolutely a sucker for corners that tackle, don't care. That is now on record. I'm like, he is so lights out as a corner. We're talking about Porter. He's 6'3", 195. Again, snaps, coverage snaps per reception. It's higher than McCoubit's 39.
Well, he just erases people. Like, you can't throw around him. You can't even see the receiver. Like, quarterbacks drop back like they're going to throw a go ball, and like he blots out the sun. You can't see him.
Yeah, but moving really fast. He had 200 coverage snaps this year. They threw at him 17 times, and he allowed 5 of them to be caught. So he was in 200 coverage snaps, and he gave up 5 receptions. This is the number that I called the stats people about. NFL passer rating allowed 4.7. I've never seen. I was like, that's a typo. I don't even think the scale goes that low. Is this thing on? Tap, tap. They're like, no, that's correct. And then you look, and he gave up 5 receptions this year. 5. And by the way, the reason that got so low is he had 3 picks and 2 PBUs.
On 17 targets.
On 17 targets, of which he allowed 5 receptions and had 5 pieces of on-ball production, 3 of which were picks.
Oh, baby, Kyle Williams is a Patriot.
I know somebody who is extreme. I know 3 people who are extremely happy. So right before we started this stream, I went on with Taylor Kyles and his co-host. We talked Patriots. This is Taylor's pick for round 3. He had Kyle Williams number 1 for the Pats today, round 3. He is out of his mind, and rightfully so. And shout out to Nick Rudman. He is also very thrilled. We were talking this morning, and he picked Kyle Williams out, and I was like, oh, look at you with your East Coast sensibilities getting around to the bounty of West Coast ball. Kyle Williams, absolute baller. First time I mentioned him was the day the drill started, the combine, on the Underdog podcast. We were on with Hayden, and Kyle Williams was one of my guys at that point. Look, this is the guy that was catching passes from Cam Ward. He's been doing this for a while. He's been this good. Great, great player. Drake May if Drake May has any idea who Kyle Williams is, he's doing backflips.
I mean, I could tell you right now, Drake May has already thrown to Kyle Williams before because it was Josh Downs.
That's right.
Like, same player. Same player.
Except, and you know how much I love Josh Downs because he was one of my gems that year.
Yeah.
And that's been proven correct. I like Kyle Williams better.
And that's fair. Like, he's a dog.
He is an absolute dog. Played outside, played inside, ton of production. Kyle Williams, he's Emeka Ibuka light, and it's not that light.
Detroit, baby, one pride. Wow. Fight now. The Jacksonville Jaguars have traded the 70th pick to the Detroit Lions. Let's see who my future teammate will be.
Who are they after?
70th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Isaac Tasla, wide receiver.
I know who else is doing backflips right now. It's Matt Harmon and Josh. Like they both love Isaac Tesla.
Dude,
he's one of the guys.
Like
that
2 weeks
surprised me
ago,
the
everybody's
most.
like, "Oh, maybe we'll get him in the 6th round."
No, this is an untapped potential piece of wide receiver weaponry. 6'3", runs like a deer. Showed much better skills and coordination at the combine in the drills up close than he did on tape. Like on tape, he just didn't get a lot of passes thrown to him. And you would see these flashes. There's one double move. I sent it to you and Matt after our podcast. And you're like, oh, why didn't they have him doing that all the time out of the slot? Because he would have had 900 yards at Arkansas this year. So just dripping with physical potential, toughness. But he's got a lot of refinement to do to be a craftsman, to be a complete wide receiver, which you need to be. You can bring all the best physical skills in the world, which he has. He can jump out of the gym. He's super fast. He's long. He's got good hands. But in terms of being able to use your head to set up a defensive back, throttle down, vary your release, all that stuff, like he's a baby and all that stuff. Doesn't mean he can't do it. It just means it's going to be a second before he gets there. He is not what we would call a polished wide receiver prospect, but the potential is off the charts.
Words, Brett.
You.
His RAS card is on screen right now. Every category is green.
Yeah, no, it's looks like Christmas, just all green.
6'3", 215, 39.5 for 10.9 in the broad, 4.43 with a 1.51 split, 4.05 shuttle, 6.853. Like, come on.
151 from a guy that weighs 215 and has levers that long is liquid quick. Like he's got good hands. He showed really good concentration at the combine. I was like, who is this guy? Why haven't I heard of him? Like he looks really good. And then you go back to the tape and you're like, yeah, it's all there, but it just needs, again, their wide receiver coach from last year is now in Chicago. So let's hope the replacement can do great things with Isaac Tesla, but they moved up to get him. I'm something by that. I'm not sure. Odd, I guess.
So Saints on the board here. They already took their quarterback, so it's not going to be Shador. It's not going to be Will Howard. It's not going to be McCord. Have the Browns taken a quarterback yet? I don't think they have, right? Hold on. These blur together.
No.
No, they haven't. So Browns, at this point, I think the Browns are more likely to take McCord than Shador. I think if they were going to take Shador, they already would have. So we'll see what they do later, I guess, because they don't have any more picks in this round. Oh, no, they do. They have 94.
There you go.
Yeah, I think if Browns were going to do Shador, they already would have. So I feel like that's going to be McCord or Howard. Huh. Did you get a text that I didn't get?
Oh, no.
Okay.
No. I would share. I'm nice like that. I share. I don't need to hold that stuff. And honestly, I think the person that sent me that text yesterday that gave me even just a 45-second heads up on the 2 to 5 switch, because quite frankly, it let me get my thoughts in order and have some kind of reasonable analysis besides my jaw hanging down. And that just means you all get better content. So I thank folks for things like that, because it does let us settle out and have that moment of, oh my God, really? Oh my God, really? Okay, now what? I want to go back to Kyle Williams for just a second, because one of my favorite players in this draft, regardless of position. Love Kyle Williams. Have for a while. Most yak in this class, 590 of his 1,196 yards were yak. 8.4 yards after catch per reception. So he's getting almost a first down after he catches it every single time.
Great jet sweep guy, too. Like, if you need a jet sweep guy in your offense, Kyle Williams is it. He is fast.
Yeah. And great vision. Look, he not only has the physical tools, he knows like what's going to open up when, and hits it at top speed. And he's tough to stop. He's going to be a lot of fun. Patriots fans, you are going to love Kyle Williams. He is fantastic. Who goes first, Shiloh or Shador? You love too much.
So it's
Thank
funny.
you very much for that.
In my Discord mock offseason where dozens of people were doing war rooms and drafting against each other.
There are dozens of us.
Shador went like 129. Apparently it's accurate.
Apparently.
The other Texas defensive lineman, Vernon Broughton.
Who is very good and
Underappreciated, by the way.
I think so. Again, this is your run stopping 6'5", 311. Like, he has a little juice, but that's, of course, they immediately show the one where he just hops over the guard and sacks the quarterback. Typically, he is a force on the defensive line. And because Alfred Collins was, hogging the spotlight being Alfred Collins, and their edge is going to get drafted too. Baron Sorrell is going to get drafted as well. So again, one of those defensive lines that had 3 dudes, and Broughton's name, I think, got said the least. And it's not because he's not talented or he can't play. I honestly would have been happier if they picked Broughton instead of Shamar Turner.
I love how that pick is just going to haunt you.
No, it's never going away. It's because you know why? It's the variance, right? I don't see it at all. And I've reached out to people who study defensive line almost exclusively and said, what am I? Tell me what I'm missing here. Because other people are saying this guy's great. I think he's not great. Why can we account for this difference? Can you help me? And for the most part, they weren't that far off either. So I don't know.
With the 72nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Landon Jackson.
See, Landon, I actually thought was going to go earlier than Broughton. And Landon, to me, is, again, very narrow cone. Very narrow cone. But he's also, like, incredibly Billsy in the sense that he's kind of got some Greg Rousseau to his game. He is stiff as all hell. Like, I'm talking, like, teenager sock on the floor stiff, right? Like, it's he doesn't bend, okay? But
I'm sorry. You got me. That you win it.
But he's explosive. He's powerful.
Oh, man.
Great against the run.
I promise, chat, if Brett ever has to do an interview with Landon Jackson, I'll film it. I promise.
I mean, hey, you're a dad of a teenage boy, you know.
I'm laughing because, true dat. Yikes. Oh, no.
He's a really good player, though. I like him.
Now, see, I can't say anything. Very athletic, very fast in straight line. See, I can't. There's so many things I can't.
Jets are on the clock.
You ruined the whole thing. Oh, man.
And also, we got a free 99. We got a 3rd round pick from Lavernius Cope from Florida State. With that being said, with the 73rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Azareye'h Thomas.
Thomas.
Florida State.
I love this pick.
All right, you go first.
Speaking of stiff, not super fluid hips, right? Not super great playing in space.
You said stiff and fluid within the first 10 seconds.
But if you need a corner who can line up in the line of scrimmage and just box people with length and strength, like, I think he has like 32.5-inch arms. Like, he does one thing really well in a narrow cone, and that is play press man coverage. Doesn't do a whole lot else, but he's very, very good at that. And I kind of feel like that fits what the Jets are going to do because, again, considering their new coaching staff and their identity, which was we're playing man coverage literally more than everybody else in the entire NFL. And you have Sauce. Like, Azaria just fits their vibe. And that's what he's going to be asked to do all day anyway. So, again, press man coverage, that's his jam, and no pun intended. And he is really, really, really good at it.
Yeah, I love the fact that he gets his head around in coverage. One of my sort of go-to, like, if you can do that, you're giving yourself a huge leg up as you approach the NFL. You give yourself so much more leeway in contested catch situations if you can turn your head around and find the ball, get back to the quarterback. Refs are going to give you way less flags than if you are just driving straight through the receiver. And, both are approaches that are taught by defensive back coaches, but one gives you a lot more leeway to actually make contact, and that's getting your head around and locating the ball. Plus, you can make more plays on the ball. Zaire Thomas is not one of those guys that's going to be a 8, 9, 10 interception guy for you, but he is going to line up. He is going to beat up wide receivers. He's going to stay right with them and be physical at the catch point and frustrate them. Like, he is going to be a frustrating corner to play against. And I think that's why the Jets drafted him, is because they want corners who are just going to make it so that when wide receivers come into their building, they're going to be like, okay, I got to work every snap. Like, I'm not getting any freebies here.
No, you get 0 plays off against him. 0. Pretty good tackler, too. I want to say he was 7th in this class as far as missed tackle rate, which, again, when you have super long arms, that helps. But
he's okay. He's 13.8, which, again, for a corner is fine. If you start creeping up into the 20s, I'm worried about you. If you have something in the single digits, I'm like, oh, you know how to tackle. So, guys like Noel Williams, 5.7% missed tackle rate from the corner position. I'm like, dude, you're an assassin. Like, you don't miss.
all right, Broncos are up now. I don't think... Hold on, let me look at their existing class, because they got R.J. Harvey last, right? And then they took Jade. Are those the only 2 picks? Maybe they traded down. Maybe that's why.
Oh, Chad, I do love you. I'm just going to say that in general.
So could they want tight end here? Because, well... Now I'm actually not 100% sure if they even want tight end. Maybe Sean Payton was lying, which he does tend to do. Receiver? Nah.
Goodness.
God, the Broncos roster is so freaking good. Like, they don't... What do they need?
Yeah, they're getting to the point now that... especially with this draft, where you're like, yeah,
It's like, do they even
everything's
need
a luxury.
anything? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a luxury at this point. So
Maybe like Chris Paul, just cuz.
wouldn't hurt. Give him a lot more options in coverage from the linebacking core. But interesting stretch here. Broncos, 49ers, Cowboys, Patriots.
Dude, it's the 3rd round. We still got 5,000 people in here. This is nuts. This is nuts.
You're the best. You're all the best. That's it. No notes. You're all the best.
Last year at this time,
$5.
I think we were like 3K something.
Like
Yeah. It's wild.
Yeah.
Gets bigger every year.
No, it's tremendous. So Nathan Woolley, $5. Headed out. Gonna watch the T-Wolves fight for their lives with my old man. See you guys tomorrow. Glad you're gonna get that experience. That's
Thank you,
a
Nathan.
classic. You'll both remember it. Appreciate you being here.
Jordan Slater for $5. Speaking of the Broncos, hey Brett, EJ, is RJ Harvey the new Taysom Hill? In the sense of getting like wildcat snaps, just cuz?
Yeah, he did have a couple pass
He
attempts.
did.
And he's not bad at it. Like, he's not Taysom Hill, but he's not bad at it. There's a lot of guys in this class actually that can throw it. There's a bunch of wide receivers that had passing attempts. We all know about Tyler Warren and Wildcat, whatever else.
I would have done Trey Harris for that because he literally was a quarterback.
Yeah, no, Trey can sling it, but I've got notes on other wide receivers. I'll have to find him. It's like he can actually sling it.
What's Mohamed
Tet,
Sanu doing?
Threw. Yeah, Tet threw it this year.
Monty Ball. Let's go.
Here's the best part. Lee Evans, We've had so many classics. Wisniewski, like, it's great.
With that said, with the 74th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Pat Bryant.
Hey,
Oh,
I'm
look
not
out.
crazy.
No,
I'm not crazy.
you are not crazy.
My boat
6'2",
melting agenda
204.
finally came true.
Yeah, this was the guy that I sort of had tabs on for the Hawks as a down the board, DK replacement, big outside X wide receiver, super physical at the catch point, not really fluid. He's got some stop start, but it's in a line for the most part. But he mosses guys left and right. He will just absolutely out physical them at the catch point. Great contesting catch rate. Really dynamic. Again, he's not the most jitterbug type guy, again, at 6'4", but he knows how to win and he knows how to get yak, and he does, like, regularly. It's not a rare occurrence. So they got another tall, long, explosive wide receiving threat. So
Not, again, like you said, not super fluid, but he has flashed it on tape when he really sunk his hips. Again, we saw like one good double move on tape. They didn't let him do it that much, but like, it's there. It exists. I've seen it. Catches absolutely everything. Dominant contested catcher. Lines up outside.
almost 70%, 69.2, which, again, some people are like, that doesn't sound very high. If you have a contested catch rate, because we've had this phrase, 50-50 ball, right? No, they're not 50-50. If you're around 70%, you're dominating. Okay. This is their Dre Greenlaw pick. It wouldn't be the guy that I would have picked, but this is their Dre Greenlaw. You can't squint and see it. That's okay. People couldn't squint and see it with Dre Greenlaw at the time either. So
he could have said any number of like 100 names. Like, if you gave me 100 guesses, that would have been one of them.
Oh, I'm not saying I presaged this in any way. Nope. We have some folks who maybe aren't keeping it so positive in chat, talking about particular players sliding today. And then Christian Doyle, who is $2. No, Nick Martin was my day 3 sleeper. As we said, valuations will vary. Some people will go off the board.
They do this, like the Niners do this sometimes. Like, they got some wild ass picks every now and then.
Yep. I mean, yeah, even Dre Greenlaw, I think, was a 4th rounder, so they waited a little bit. But Nick Martin in the 3rd is surprising to me.
5'11", 220 with sub 32-inch arms. And
he's a good player,
but it shows up on tape. Like when you get on him.
Not in the 3rd. Like,
They took another one. Who was it that they did a couple years ago? It was like a similar profile. He's like a squatty body with short arms that ended up doing nothing.
Oh, I know what you're talking. I know the guy you're talking about.
It was a TCU kid, wasn't it?
Yeah, and he had a lot of tackles. He was like super productive tackling, but it was all.
Is it D Winters?
Yeah,
D Winters in the 6th round. Same body type.
Yeah,
but
and
he went in the
D
6th
Winters
round
was
for a
like,
reason.
Yeah, he's like crazy productive, but it wasn't. Oh no!
The Cowboys got Revel.
The Cowboys got Savon Revel. Oh man, that secondary didn't need a ton of help in terms of corner. That's a lot of help for a secondary that didn't need a ton of help. This is, again, if Revel had played the entire year, I fully believe he would have been solidly CB1 on like everybody's boards, not including Hunter. If you're counting Hunter as a cornerback, talking about pure cornerbacks, I believe Revel would have been CB1 if he'd stayed healthy. He has insanely long arms. He's not the heaviest dude, but he tackles like he weighs 35 pounds more than he does, and does it gladly. Loves coming forward and hitting people. Just dogged in man coverage. Like, loves to be real close to receivers and stays there with ease. Very, very skilled corner. Not super linear. A lot of times when you see guys that are sort of tall, long, fast like he is, they tend to be linear. They can't really cut. Not one of his limitations.
I'm going to give you a note here, and I don't know if either of the two TV broadcasts are going to have this. You know who did Revel's knee surgery?
No, I definitely don't know that.
Dr. Dan Cooper, who's the Cowboys team doctor. So you know who knows a lot about his knee?
And his
the Cowboys.
He's okay.
Princely Uman Mielen.
Yeah,
Cardinals.
Carolina's not done with pass
Not
rush,
Cardinals,
apparently.
Panthers.
Yeah. Carolina not done with pass rush.
Yeah, so just to expand on Revel real quick here. So the Cowboys are intimately familiar with his ACL because their own doctor did the surgery. They spent like a week around him at Shrine Bowl because that was in Dallas, right? They met with him for a long time there. The more I think about it, the more this makes sense. If anybody was going to be comfortable with it, it's going to be the Cowboys. And he fits their type. Like, they got Diggs, they got DeRon Bland. Like, he's their exact kind of corner. Now, Princely Uman Mielen to the Panthers. If we're looking at that Carolina defense, defensive line specifically. So you got Derek Brown, Bobby Brown, Tershawn Wharton as your three. When you're in odd fronts, Javian Clowney is a great run-stopping edge. DJ Wanham, Patrick Jones, that's the depth. They just took Nick Scorton, and you got Princely Uman Mielen as your pass rushers. So they have a run wall, if we're including Jadeveon Clowney. If you put those three and Clowney out there, you ain't running the ball because all three of those guys are ass kickers in the line of scrimmage. And then you roll in Scorton and you roll in Uman Mielen on third down.
Yeah, can
next
you
to
bring
Derek
up the Panthers draft in the little multifunction box on the right? Can you pull it up by team?
Do we have it by team? I don't think we do have it by team.
Do we? I thought we did.
Nah, we just have the full rounds. But
Okay.
I can have that for tomorrow.
Yeah.
We're gonna need it for tomorrow. I'll have a separate tab that I could do.
What did they already pick?
So they already picked, as of right now, Nick Scorton
for tomorrow. Yeah.
and T-Mac. So you got T-Mac, Nick Scorton, and Princely Uman Mielen back to back to back. That's a heater.
They're strong start.
Very strong start.
Yeah.
Very strong start.
No notes. Like Dan's doing well. Like Dan's doing work.
And again, this is a team, and I'll pull up their team card right now. This is a stat that we touched on yesterday. D-line pressure percentage generated, 25.4%. Dead last in the NFL. Dead last. And EJ showed me a chart last week, and it was like a spider, or not a spider graph. It was like a...
it was a quadrant graph, yeah.
Yeah, and it had...
I was just looking for that. I'm going to pull that up.
It was like pressure rate on one side, and then it was like actually finishing with like sacks and hits on the other. And Carolina was an island all by themselves, like an island of suck. Like they could not rush the
top left
passer.
corner as far away from everybody else as they could be, which was if you're in this quadrant, draft pass rush right now, like break glass, draft pass rush, you're in deep trouble. And they were pinned in the corner. I will bring it. I will have it. If not today, I'll bring it for tomorrow. One of my buddies who works for Next Gen Stats helped me build it. And it was really trying to highlight some of the extra data that we have in these cards about. So what are these teams going to go for? And anybody in that top left quadrant is everybody that's drafting edges and pass penetrating defensive tackles, because like you got to have pressure in the NFL. It was ability to create pressure and then EPA per play against when they didn't.
Yeah.
So,
that's what it was.
Yeah, it's like, how often did you do it? And when you didn't do it, what happened to you? The Panthers were smoked in both categories.
And people wonder why Bryce had to I don't want to say be Superman, but kind of be Superman. And he did his best last year. He got better as the year went on, but God, he had no help defensively. Yeah. He had no margin for error. So let's see here. Who's up? Cardinals pick is in. So far, they have taken, 9 corners. Will Johnson. Is that their only pick? Oh, no. Will Johnson and Walter Nolan. That's right.
Oh, just
Just
Walter
just
Nolan.
casual Walter Nolan pick.
Just a casual Walter Nolan pick. I don't think there is any such thing. So
Right
oh no, we don't.
tackle, maybe.
Ivy hasn't come off the board yet. I was wondering if we had all three Ole Miss off the defensive line drafted yet, but not yet. Ivy's still there.
I kind of feel like tackle here for them. We'll see.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Jordan Birch, linebacker.
Oh, okay.
Let's go,
Okay.
dude.
I'm
Nolan
curious about
and
the role.
Birch?
Like, they have so many 5 technique types now.
Yeah, but I mean, come on. We talked about it yesterday. You get Jordan Birch, and you go, yeah, go hang out with Calais Campbell.
But it's not just Calais Campbell. It's also Walter Nolan. It's Darius Robinson. It's Justin Jones. Like, they're just building a whole defense out of corners and 5 techniques. Nobody else plays any other position.
What are we going to call that? We're going to have to come up with a name for it. Monty's forcing our hand here. No, Birch is a great player. He is the second of 2 Oregon defensive linemen to come off during this draft. Derek Harmon being the first. Birch played on the other side. A true sort of defensive end for me. The guy I was most excited about, the guy that had the most preseason hype for the Ducks, but Harmon ascended this year. Birch didn't stink.
No, Birch was
played
great.
He played very well. He played at a level. It was not one of those things like, oh, you played great last year and then you declined, so everybody forgot about you. It's just that Derek Harmon played out of his mind. And then Jamari Caldwell, who will also get drafted probably tomorrow, also benefited from those 2 game wreckers on either side. Birch is a heavy-handed defensive end. He's got good speed. He really is, Lanning was looking for SEC prototypes to build his defense when he went to Oregon, and Birch was one of the first guys he went out and got.
Hey!
Let's go.
All right.
Let's go.
We're pouring another chat. We're celebrating.
You probably should.
Pop the bottle,
Boy.
baby.
Jalen Noel is greater than the sum of his parts. Everybody thought that he was small slot receiver that could take the top off. Well, he is that for sure.
Dude, just give us all the Iowa State players. All of them. Like, take Jalen Travis next. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, you'd be set. It lines up with your needs. Now, Noel is incredibly fast. He's very good catching the ball down the field, which is surprising given his stature. But again, it's not the size of the dog, right? He wins down the field. He wins in the short area. They showed a nice little whip route right after he got drafted. He runs the shit out of those. Any kind of crossing route, good luck. You're not staying with him. He's too quick, both out of the break, both, as off the line, through his release, out of the break. Talk about receivers winning at 3 places. Well, typically a receiver of his size will win off the line or at the break. He wins in both, and he wins down the field. That's the sort of conundrum of Jalen Noel, is that you look at him and you go, oh, he should be one thing. And you're like, well, he's that, and that, and that. Oh, he could play pretty much anywhere.
With the 80th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Justin Wally, defensive back, Minnesota.
Oh, he's a dog.
Yeah, fine. Okay, so, Noel.
He's like, back to what I want to talk about.
Again, pass protection issue still. But the receiving core is going to get open so quickly.
Oh my God.
I'm coping. Just let me cope.
Dude, you don't have to cope. You're collecting good players. Now, you haven't gone to all the areas you need to, but I have really no issues so far with what the Texans have done. They're cleaning house. It's nice.
So Justin Wally, again, I do actually want to talk about him. Really good player.
He's a dog.
Really good player. Very competitive. Yeah. I will say there were other corners on the board that I had rated higher than him. But if we're just trying to get tougher in the corner room, we're trying to get more competitive at the catch point, because I do feel like for as much size and speed as they had in that corner room, they were really bad at the catch point. Like, really bad at the catch point, where I'm like, you guys are long, you're fast, and it just felt like anytime the ball was in the air, they just allowed completions. Like, even when they were in position, they just allowed completions. And if Wally can do anything, it's not wilt in the face of a receiver that's bigger than him, you know? And I think, again, is he the fastest? No. Is he the most explosive, most fluid? No. But goddamn, he's competitive. Very competitive. All right.
He's a really good player. I got to him very late in the process, and I was like, I'm glad I got to him.
With the 81st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Darian Fairchild, guard, Georgia.
Oh, Dylan.
I was like, Darian Fairchild. All right.
It's all right. He got it. This is earlier than I thought Fairchild would go.
He went earlier than Jared Wilson, which to me is really surprising. I will say he's got longer arms than Tate Ratledge, and he used the length well. I didn't think he was very strong. Like, I didn't think he had a whole ton of pop in his hands. And that was the thing I noticed was, like, if you got into his chest before he got into yours, because, again, he kind of had to live and die by his length. But if you got into his chest before he got, like, I didn't think he re-anchored super well. And even when he did get into your chest, I didn't see that shock. I didn't see that jolt in his hands. Like, they're showing wrestling tape of him. Yeah. And that shows up in his run blocking. Like, he's got a couple reach blocks on tape where I was like, okay, the hip fluidity, the feet are great. I just wish he was stronger. Doesn't mean he's a bad player. Like, I think he's really good in space. I think he's a good puller. I just wish he had a little bit more pop. That's all.
He's a very solid player, and I don't, it's kind of like when we had Matt Harmon on, we were talking about the word useful. Depends on how you say useful. Like, useful can be a really good thing for a player. It could be like, oh, he's useful. Like, this isn't the lower end of useful. He's very solid, but he doesn't have the mobility of Ratledge, certainly not of Jared Wilson. He doesn't necessarily have the flexibility of either of those guys either, but he gets the job done a lot. Like, his results are pretty good, but he's just kind of very straightforward in the way that he does it. But I'm okay with that because I like dependability out of my guards. I just thought that a sort of straightforward, solid, dependable guard, regardless of where he played, would probably go on day 3. They thought differently. They saw more in that. I'm not sad about it. He's definitely on my list of rated guards. It's just, as I look at that list of interior offensive line players, I'm like, well, okay.
I'll say this.
That guy's still on the board.
He's probably better than Cordell Volson. So for the Bengals fans in chat, I know there are some of you, he's better than Cordell Volson. We'll take the win. Pull up the last 4 picks here.
Early for me, but again, I don't dislike the player. It's not like, oh, I really didn't like Fairchild's tape. No, I liked his tape. I thought it was good, but I kept looking for, like, okay, why am I going to pick this guy up high? Like, why am I going to prioritize him over some other folks that have really, some unique strengths? Never found a reason, but that doesn't mean I found, like, a lot of holes in his game. It was just like, nah, he's good at his job.
The bar is in hell. Impossible limbo challenge. Oh man. So I'm looking at other interior linemen that I had on the board that I probably would have done there. Just purely for guards. Wyatt Milam, if you consider him a guard, he's still on the board. I would have done that. Marcus Mbo, not specifically for the Bengals scheme. There are some schemes I'd take Mbo first. For the Bengals specifically, probably Fairchild, I guess. Let's see, Wilson's a center. He doesn't count. McLaughlin's a center. He doesn't count. Joshua Gray, I would consider for what they do, right?
Yeah. What about Frazier?
For pass protection. I mean, they don't, For pass protection, I'd do Frazier. For sure.
Yeah. They've got, so DJ's top 200 available on the board. Frazier's at 61. He's only, 7-6 from the top.
Steve, Mbo isn't a center to you, Brett. Mbo is a center for me for outside zone teams. Just because he's so good at it. He's not a tackle for me for any team. He's a guard and he's a center. Well, he's a guard for any team. He's a center and a guard for outside zone teams.
Yeah, I really think he's probably a guard and a good one. Like he's that dude has the athleticism. He'd be one of the most athletic guards in the league. Like the things he can pull off at guard are kind of crazy.
There it is.
There it is.
He's a great football player.
Yeah.
Did
They're
not
gonna
miss
a lot of tackles.
Never, literally zero on defense. His entire college career, never missed a tackle. The only one he missed was on special teams, and it was once, and it was in 2023. Like, he is a really, really exceptional tackler, maybe the best tackler at any position in this class. Great athlete. He's big, 6'2", 200 something in the teens pounds. Long, competitive, team captain, A+ character. He is coming off an ACL, but like he's already running. He just ran a 40-yard dash like a month ago that was like 4.5 flat. 4 months off an ACL. Or no, 6 months off an ACL. So like he's got juice, folks. As for why he went in the third round, it's solely because he's coming off a major knee injury, right? And those guys, I mean, Revel went in the third. He was going to be a top 15 pick if he was healthy. Winston would have been a first-round pick if he was healthy. Like, he's just coming off a major knee injury. It is what it is, but he is a really, really good player.
Yeah, tier 1 safety for me. The last one in tier 1. There are 4 of them there, but that means he's in the same tier as Starks, Emanwari, and Watts. So, we're talking about a very serious football player.
All right. Are they going quarterback?
Are they going quarterback? I wanted him over Makuba. Fine, you can have Winston. I'll take Makuba. No problem. I'll give you very lightly used Shamar Turner. Lynn Swan, let's go.
The Pittsburgh Steelers, looking to be dominant once again, select Caleb Johnson, running back.
Oh, he's used to black and yellow.
Boy.
Okay,
Boy.
Great destination for Caleb. We'll talk about the other implications.
Dude, if we're talking about an outside zone-centric run scheme, that's what he does. He's big, he's physical, he breaks tackles like crazy. Perfect scheme fit. Arthur Smith is going to adore this man.
Yeah, he is my running back 3 in this class. He's in the second tier, but he is my running back 3 in this class. I love Caleb Johnson, and he is going to be great behind that line. I mean, great.
And if you're looking at their running back room right now, so you got Jalen Warren, who unfortunately was banged up for most of last year. But I really like Jalen Warren. Maybe they don't think that he should or could take full-time work. Or maybe they don't want to put 20-plus touches on him per game. And you also got Kenneth Gainwell there, and you got Cordero Patterson. But like Caleb can take lead back work. And then you still just keep sprinkling in Jalen. That's a good backfield. Side note, the lack of quarterback is really interesting.
Yeah, my buddy Mitch, the Steelers fan, super chat for $10. Mitch, bless you. I rate this Brett's wet sock, not stiff at all. Oh, I do love you, Mitch. That's amazing. So good.
NFL Draft, Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Jacob Parrish.
Ooh. Here's the question.
Oh.
Here's the question. In the land of 1,000 nickels, is he also a nickel?
He is. So we had all the corners playing quarter coverage. We'll just call it, well, it can't be quarter, 50-cent piece coverage.
Dollar.
And now we have Tampa being nickel centric, like just nickel. You can only play if you're a nickel.
All of them. You just look at the whole secondary, right?
Yeah, they're all nickels. Like, they took my favorite nickels who were safeties last year. Tyke Smith.
And they got Kendall Vildor. They got...
Oh, stop.
You don't want him
That
outside.
does not count.
You don't want him outside.
That does not count.
They got Christian Izien.
I don't want him. Christian Izien absolutely counts in the same category. Like,
Benjamin Morrison he's an anything. He's a whatever. I don't care.
Yeah.
And then you got Jamel Dean and Zion McCollum. But yeah, I think Parrish is a nickel for them too. It's fascinating because like they already have Tyke Smith.
Yeah,
So
no,
it's
Jacob
like-
Parrish, slightly lighter, smaller corner from Kansas State, doesn't play that way, is an absolute disruptor around the line, just hyper aggressive, agent of chaos, tackles, gets into it, mixes stuff up, very quick in coverage, a little bit on the handsy side, but he kind of has to be at his size. And again, I would rather have him too aggressive as opposed to not as aggressive. So
85th pick to the Kansas City Chiefs.
Interesting.
With the 85th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Noel Williams.
Oh, dog.
California.
Okay, Noel Williams, on the other hand, is an outside corner. We got to see him at Shrine, and I think one of the most underrated corners in this class, in the fact that got great size. He has an incredibly low missed tackle rating, 5.7%. Again, 6 foot, 199, really good size. 7 picks and 9 passes broken up. Wild ball production. NFL pass rating against of 40.1, just barely better than spiking it. Outside corner, almost solely 785 snaps outside, 38 in the slide. Like, this is an outside lock him up, go get him corner with great skill and who tackles. I love Noel Williams' game. He's amazing. It's a great ad for them.
And he fits their kind of style, right? Because they have a history of having these big physical, not necessarily elite movers in terms of hip fluidity and burst. Because I don't consider Noel an elite athlete. Like, he's really not. But he's aggressive. He's got great boxing skills. Like, his hand placement, like, he doesn't really miss at his punches. He's very disruptive at the line of scrimmage, and KC loves that in their outside corners. Because at the end of the day, like, their entire goal is, let's disrupt your release as much as possible in man situations and allow Chris Jones time to get home. And in the absence of that, we're going to call, like, the funkiest way to play Tampa 2 you've ever seen, in which case he's just going to be a curl flat player anyway. So, like, it's very much like an old school mid-2000s style defense in terms of structure. It's just they get into those structures in a whole bunch of really fun different ways, but that's why they love these long physical outside corners. And then you got Trent McDuffie, who's your wild card, who is really best as a nickel in terms of, like...
Speaking of nickels.
Speaking of nickels. But, like, the fact that you have Noel Williams and you have Christian Fulton means that Trent doesn't have to play outside. And that's probably best for Trent. You know, he can be like their Rondé Barber, I would say. Back to Jacob Parrish. Chat mentioned that Tyke is moving to safety.
Yeah.
So Parrish will be the nickel for them. And then I don't know what's going to happen with Christian Izzy. I guess Izzy's just going to be like the third safety or backup nickel. I don't know. But
just the guy we play when we play all 5 safeties. And, you know,
which is, again, what am I going to do? Complain about having too many good players? No.
No, they're all good players.
Yeah.
So shout out to Nathaniel Miller for the super chat, $20. Can I pretend that Wilson got taken in the second and Oladejo got taken in the third? No.
Sure.
Yes, you can. Whatever helps you cope and sleep. Yep, we do it all the time. We did it with Detroit's draft a while ago because we didn't think us, in our infinite wisdom, didn't think Jahmyr Gibbs was going to be worth that pick. Yeah, shows you what we know. So
Chargers on the clock. And while the Chargers are coming up here, I'm going to start opening cans of cat food, and then I have to let the kitties in here to eat dinner.
all right. Well, that'll be fun.
I brought the food up, so.
Yeah, better than them throwing the food up. So good kitties. All right, little boys, go get your dinner. Andrew Hernandez for $1.99. Thoughts on Jack Bash and Darian Porter? Love them both. I think that is the Raiders are starting to shape up a hell of a draft. Like they're pandering at this point. They're picking players I really, really like. I went out to lunch today before I picked the kids up, and I didn't know one of the bartenders' teams. I said, "Hey, Matt, what's your team?" He's, "Oh, I'm a Raiders guy." I was like, "Oh, okay. I am Genty jealous." And yes, I am patenting that. It's going on a t-shirt, Genty jealous. Because now that they stacked Besh and Porter on top of that, I'm like, all right. Like, you had me at Geno in a dome. Now I'm thinking you've got lots of things. I love going to games in Las Vegas anyways. So I might just have to show up at a Raiders home game because it's a cheap flight for me, and that team's going to be a lot of fun.
Chat asks how Little is doing. Full disclosure, when I was at the Combine, he was not doing well at all. He was in the hospital with what we thought at the time was triaditis. He had a really bad liver infection. And we almost lost him. Luckily, through the power of meds, he's back to normal and better than ever than he's been in years.
My Chargers family for allowing me to do this. I'm really grateful. With the 86th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Jamari Caldwell.
Oh, there it is.
And there is a big man.
340 pounds of ass kicking, man.
Yeah, the aforementioned Jamari Caldwell. We just talked about him when we were talking about Jordan Birch. And I love it that they showed Derek Harmon just throttling an offensive lineman. It's like shaking his helmet, and people are like, he can't pass rush. And you're like, dude, he's literally beating the opposition to death. Jamari Caldwell is a big man in the middle. He is a run stopper, but he is also athletic enough to get some pass rush. One of those tackles that I am sure teams are looking at and saying, I think we can get a little bit of pass rush out of him because it's in there. He did not have that production at Oregon. Doesn't really bother me because a guy that size that can move that way, I am all about it. I love Jamari Caldwell's game. He jumped out to me early on tape while I was studying Birch, and I was like, man, this guy in the middle is big, but he can really play. Like, he can move and stop the run. So, again, Chargers just like stacking Gerthill. That's just how it's going to be.
Again, name of the game is control the line of scrimmage. We're going to run the ball, and you're not. Deal with it.
They're going to go. Q Johnson for $1.99. Let's go. Spags called dibs on day 2. I love it. Yeah, I bet. He loves it too. Jason Allen for $4.99. What do you think about Nick Martin as a player and the 49ers draft overall? We'll talk about Nick Martin because there was an earlier super chat that I did see, but we didn't get to answer. That said, who the hell is Nick Martin and should I be happy? We'll talk about him as a linebacker in a little bit. Now that the Raiders have their running back, which team is going to take the wrong ETN in this draft? I have no idea. My rating on ETN in this draft is not great. So I would say day 3 and throw a dart. And there is a possibility outside. I know it's spicy. He might not get drafted because the running back class is so deep.
He was kind of borderline for me.
He is borderline for me. I would not be shocked if he was a UDFA. And I would not be crying, oh, wait, he got overlooked. Like, I just say, hey, there's a stack of players above him that were really good. I'm not terribly surprised.
All right, Packers selection. Jerry Kramer in the house. Let's go.
Yeah. Rolling out classics.
With the 87th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select
Savion Williams.
Tight. Oh, okay. Savion Williams, wide receiver, TCU, 6'4", crazy fast, really explosive, wild athlete. And by wild, I mean all over the place. You're going to look at his drop rate and say, oh, that's not sustainable in the NFL. Well, yeah, it's not, but he had 3 of them in one game, and they actually came on 3 consecutive targets in the very first game of the year versus Stanford. You take those down, his drop rate gets to a normal level, but from the highlights, you're going to see he ran a ton of Wildcat. He did not run a little bit of Wildcat. This is another one of those wide receivers who was a high school quarterback, and you can see it. He ended up throwing for a touchdown this year. He ran Wildcat for multiple touchdowns. And as a receiver, that's my favorite one that they just showed, high pointing the ball in the end zone between 2 defenders. Sam Monson from the 33rd team says he loves these type of players and he will never quit them, even though the NFL has no idea what to do with them. I know that's kind of the case. I have Savion Williams higher than a lot of folks because if he comes anywhere near his ceiling in the NFL, he's going to be dominant. He is a tremendous athlete, fast, can jump, can run, can play quarterback, is a wildcat threat, is any kind of screen, orbit motion, behind the line of scrimmage threat that you want. You're going to have to be creative with him, but holy cow, there's a lot to work with there.
But you know who's going to be really creative with him? Matt LaFleur.
Maybe. I hope.
Dude, it's perfect.
I hope.
It's perfect.
Again, I want Savion to be the player he can be because, damn, that's fun. Do I want him to do it for the Packers? I don't really, but that's okay.
The Jacksonville Jaguars select Khalid Ransall, DB, Tulane.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
Slightly. I'm talking slightly early. I had like a late 3 to late 4 kind of range. So again, we're basically late 3 at this point, actually. So it's not terribly.
It's close.
As far as the Jags secondary, he's going to play outside for them almost definitely because they brought in Jordan Lewis to be their nickel. You got Tyson outside, and then you got Jerry Jones, who honestly should be a nickel, and you got Travis.
But Jerry's going back outside.
Yeah, well, yeah, you don't bring in Jordan Lewis and then not play him inside, right? So,
No, he actually wanted to go outside, and he lobbied the new coaching staff. He said in his sit down with the new coaching staff, that was the first thing. Is he's like the old staff wouldn't.
He wanted that.
Yeah, he said the old staff wouldn't let me play outside. I want to play outside. Let me play outside. And they said, "Oh, that's funny. That's actually what we were going to ask you to do. So go for it." So Jerry Jones is going to be an outside corner for them.
Well, if that doesn't work, you got Ransaw, and if that doesn't work, you got Travis Hunter. So no matter what, I think their corner issues are going to be okay.
Yeah. And they might just have Travis come in on Tuesdays and be the coach. Hey, guys, do it this way. They're all going to look at Travis and be like, Travis, none of us can do that. He'd be like, why? Like, because you're the only one.
All right. So, guys, the key is I need you to make the sickest catch any human has ever made. It's that simple. Okay.
Neat. I wish I could. Because if I would have been drafted second overall like you.
But I will say Jags have a type at corner because Tyson Campbell is big, long, and fast. Well, Ransaw's not big, but he is fucking fast. Low 4.3, 151, 10-yard split, 40-yard vert. Like he can move now. He can move.
Ain't not afraid to tackle.
Wait, did Jags have 2 picks?
Looks like back to back.
Back to back. Well, if they like two-way players so much, could we get like a wild JJ Pegues here at 89?
If you'd say that really fast, it kind of sounds like wild geese. But I'm just going to grab the LaCroix that's on my desk because I could use it.
Chad is asking if that's New Kitty. Yes, that right there is Bo. He's the fluffier one. And then, here, I'll show you.
Oh, Wyatt Milam, let's go.
This is Foster.
They're getting big.
Named after Ari. I know, they're teenagers now. Okay, I'll let you eat. I'll show you Bo later. He's a Hoover. Ooh, Jags took Milam?
Yeah, Wyatt Milam.
Yeah.
6'6", 313. Very solid in pass protection as a tackle. He is going to move into guard, and I have no problem with that. If you want a power guard, if you want somebody to displace somebody on the interior of your offensive line, I have a very high rating on Wyatt Milam because he is an exceptionally steady player, and he's strong, and he's mean. And I'll take that on the inside of my offensive line.
Yeah, he's flat out nasty. He's got great pop in his hands. Like, he absolutely resets the line of scrimmage. You know, there's a term that D-line coaches use, like, we're going to put a dent in the line of scrimmage, which is basically a way of saying, like, we're going to rock the blocker back just far enough to screw up the angle for the running back so they can't hit the hole exactly when they want to. He doesn't allow you to dent the line of scrimmage. Like, he doesn't go backwards. Now, does he have tackle ability? I think he does. Like, you could try it,
Yeah, I don't.
I think it
I
would
think
be.
he's going to get exploited. He's an emergency tackle.
But he's a very specific kind of tackle, which is oh god, who was Donald Penn? He's like a Donald Penn style of tackle that probably works better at guard, but I think you could try it just to see. Although the Jags probably don't, because I think they like their tackle tandem. He's probably going to be guard for them. I think he's better than Ezra Cleveland. But like, if they take injuries, you could put him outside, and I think you could survive.
I came into it hoping that because his analytical profile as a tackle is fantastic. And I was like, oh, yeah, I found a guy that can actually play tackle. I came away from my tape study going, he could, but he's going to be a really good guard, like really, really good guard. So I'm just going to put him at guard. I did put him at guard in my rankings. And I think he plays outside only in a pinch because I do think NFL speed and length is going to exploit him.
So Rams on the clock. I could still go tackle here. So I'm looking at best tackle available for me. And it's a flavor thing here.
Do you want really athletic? Because if you do, he's sitting right there.
Yeah, Charles Grant
Yeah.
would make sense, but like he's more of an outside zone guy to me, and I'm not sure if they really want that to be their identity. They seem more like a mash you kind of offense right now. So I'm looking at more Jalen Rivers or Logan Brown.
Yeah.
If they wanted to be more outside zone centric, then I'm looking at Charles Grant or Chase Lunt from UConn. So it's different flavors of like the same tier for me.
Yeah. Milam, the reason I don't think he's going to play outside, his tenure is 1.84. It's the second slowest in this class to Booker. Booker was much worse at 1.96, not surprisingly, but when we're talking about all these guys that play on the interior, Jared Wilson and Jonah and Tate Ratledge, they're all 1.72. So it's, a full 10th. And a full 10th when you're playing on the outside in the NFL is not a death sentence. There's ways to get around it. He does have very good size. But the other thing about Milam is he has barely 32-inch arms, 32 and an 8. So if you're slow and you have short arms, yeah, it helps that you're tall, but that's when I say going to get exploited. And if he's a guard, all his strengths get accentuated. If he's a tackle, his weaknesses get exposed. So that's why I have him at guard. I think that's probably his best life in the NFL. And I think he'll be a very good guard. Gave up no sacks, no hits, 6 hurries, lowest total pressures in this guard class. I consider him a guard at only 6 total for the entire season. Great pass blocking grade. Just a very, very experienced player, very tough player. I think he's going to fit right in.
Come here, Bo. Don't go under my desk.
Oh, the children are not behaving.
He likes to go on there chew cables. So this is Bo, everybody.
Hi, Bo. Get to see the new nephews. So good. It's like, I'm eating, Dad. Come on.
He's the best behaved out of all of them. He really. So they were born Thanksgiving week. So they're little hiccups. 4 or 5 months old, somewhere around there.
Yep.
Okay,
Nope,
I'll put you
they're
down
growing.
when you got hiccups. Okay.
Getting big. All right, Martin Christensen for 50 DKK. Is that Danish kroners? I don't know what that is. But thanks anyways, Martin. We appreciate it. Who are we looking at for the Bears at 109? Who would bring me back after Shamar Turner? Oh, boy. That's a really good question. Maybe wild Jonas Sanker pick. Oh, here's your guy. The Rams defensive line is so sick.
Josiah Stewart.
No.
All right. So, fun little anecdote about Josiah Stewart. I have a mutual friend with the Michigan D-line coach. And I need you guys to understand, Michigan, their strength and conditioning program is nuts. Like, the stuff these guys do to build mental and physical toughness is crazy. Like, the stories that come out of that building are possibly not legal. But the Michigan D-line coach said the toughest player on Michigan's roster, Michigan, was Josiah Stewart. Like, he is a badass. You watch him at 240 pounds, taking on pullers on counter runs, tossing them like ragdolls. Like, he's the fucking man. And, oh, by the way, had the highest pass rush win rate of any edge in this class. I get it. He's smaller. He's got shorter arms. I don't care. He's just a bat out of hell. I love him.
He's the kind that tackles hate, too. He's sawed off and squatty, low to the ground. They have to bend down and try not to hold him as he dips under them. When you talk to tackles and they're candid about it, they fucking hate those guys. They really dislike that type. And he is one of the best ones of the type. And he's going to one of the most loaded defensive lines, young defensive lines in the entire NFL. Ugh. I do not want to try and pass protect against the Rams. Oh, Ravens come back with Emory Jones Jr., the other tackle out of LSU. And
damn, he went before Miles? That's crazy to me.
Yeah, I think this is about, again, especially with the talent distribution in this draft being wide and thin, I don't really have any problem with end of the third round for Emory Jones Jr. I think you're picking your flavor of what I would call the third tier of tackles in this draft, and he's not a bad player at all. And, there's Logan Brown, Emory Jones Jr., the other Oregon tackle, Johnny Cornelius. There's a bunch of guys here. Charles Grant, right? In terms of he's small school, but boy, you don't find him like that in terms of tall, long, and athletic who can really run. Yes, we're going to have to get him tooled up and a little bit stronger, but, he's already pretty darn good. So there's just this sort of pick'em flavor, and it really does feel like the third tier of tackles after the sort of elite ones and some of the ones that had question marks. And then guys like Belton, who already went off the board, were sort of the solid second layer of tackles. Now you're down to the third one, and the Ravens just like Emory Jones Jr. better than the other available options. He's a good player. I think he's going to be a very nice swing tackle for him that could develop into a spot starter. Eventually, I'm sure they hope he develops into a full-time starter, but in the meantime, he's functional. He's SEC, very experienced against a lot of good pass rushers. Pretty solid tackle. All right, Hawks pick is in.
So I always have to patrol them
back
because they always try to eat each other's food, so I have to patrol.
Right. No, you patrol. Right. I'll talk us through Sean Alexander and the Seahawks pick.
This is so good. This is a family call right here. With the 92nd pick of the 2025 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks have selected my nephew.
There it is.
Alabama, Jalen Milroe.
Wait, is that really his nephew?
I believe that's true.
Like actual nephew.
I
that's wild.
That's true. Yeah.
Also super cool.
Both played at Alabama. Come on.
That's so cool. Oh my God.
Yeah, no. Schneider has been kind of ringing the bell for this for a couple of months now. Every time he's got a local radio show weekly, and he's gone on a couple of times and said, hey, it's not a bad quarterback draft. And everybody's been like, what do you mean? He's like, it's not a bad quarterback draft. And this was, this was the chaos theory, right? That he was going to go after the potential that we talked about in Jalen Milroe. He doesn't have to start right away. So it is that destination. Can sit in behind Sam for a couple of years. If they can get him to hit the ceiling is ridiculous.
Yeah. And they've watched a team in their own conference do this already with Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
Going with the development plan, investing a day 2 pick in a high upside quarterback that has exceptional intangibles, and trusting your coaches to get it done, right? It can work. It can work. He doesn't have to play right now, right? You got Darnold there. He doesn't have to play. They've invested in weapons. They've invested in protection. Honestly, I'm stoked for Milroe. This is just a great situation for him which is kind of all I want. Like, I didn't want him to go somewhere where he was going to have to play and then potentially have his career derailed by playing before he was ready. Like, I wanted him to go to this type of team because it's the best chance of him reaching his potential. And he's such a good dude. Like, I'm rooting for him, and I wanted him to go to a place like this. So I'm happy, man. I'm happy. And also, like, if you really want to, you could throw him in on packages as a rookie just cause, right?
If you really want to, you can throw him in the backfield.
Yeah, why not? Like,
just give him a wide toss and let him go because he might score. Like, in the NFL, he might score.
He's faster than almost everybody on the field in the NFL.
Correct.
So again, he might not go day 2 either, EJ.
I at this point, like, you're running out of options. Somebody's going to have to trade up, and I think everybody clearly knows at this point they don't have to trade up. So you got to have some motivation to do that, and I don't think anybody's motivated to do it. Nobody is being pressured to do it.
Yeah.
It's very, very possible we're going to see Shedeur Sanders go on day 3.
I'm holding Bo hostage because he's trying to steal the other food.
Christian Doyle says, EJ, was that a key lime LaCroix? Yeah, it's a bootleg endorsed flavor. This is one of our favorites.
Dude, I wish we had a LaCroix sponsorship.
Yeah, no. It's fantastic. Hunter Base for $1.99 says, I wanted Milroe to the Saints, not Shuck. Yeah, but the problem is this, not the problem. The situation for the Saints is different. They probably do have to play him some this year. I mean, maybe it's Rattler all year if he, improves a lot in his first, we'll call it full offseason program, because the first offseason program after the draft is not really full. You've been going for 9 months already, and it's a marathon. The first full offseason program is the one after your rookie year in the NFL, and we'll see what Rattler pulled out of that and whether or not he comes out with the lead. So,
Jonas Sanker to the Saints.
Oh,
One of your favorites.
I love this player.
Great feet, great short air explosion, hits like
long
a
air
truck.
Explosion. He's so fast. He returned on special teams for them. He was a punt gunner. He blocked 2 field goals. He's incredibly fast coming forward. We talked about that explosion coming downhill from Demetrius Knight earlier that really surprises people. Sanker's the same way. You see offensive players react like, oh, crap, he's already on me. And he blows him up the backfield. He's got good size. Incredible dude. Go check out his story. He's been through a lot. Was the captain of that Virginia defense, got everybody in the right place. Better against the pass. A lot of people think, oh, he's just some big box hitter, which that didn't sound good. Like, he's some big hitter playing from the box as a safety. That's a better way to say that. But Sanker is a fantastic player. I love the player, the person. I really wanted him on the Bears. Full disclosure, I'll be a Jonas Sanker fan for his entire career because great person, great player, and super fun to watch. Really, really explosive. Great instincts. Gets there in a hurry. Hits like a truck. Plays special teams. Just does everything you need to do. Just a football player, and he's a very, very good one.
He and like R.J. Mickens were like the middle of the draft, like Billsy safety, where I was like, who's Jordan Poyer? Who's Micah Hyde?
Yeah.
Where it's like
Mickens was the guy for me for the Bills. And it's funny because Mickens and Sanker were like this in my safety ratings.
Yeah.
And right before, there's like 4 or 5 guys a year in the entire rankings that we do, which is, well into the 200s. There's 4 or 5 guys a year that I'm just like, nope, I'm just moving them up. Like, it's not a tape grade. It's just gut feel. It's just an itch that I'm like, I'm going to be sorry that I didn't have that guy higher. Jonas Sanker was one of those guys this year. Only moved him up a couple slots, but I was like, I think maybe it's recency bias because I watched him early in the process. I was like, nope, I kind of forgot how good he is. I'm moving him up a couple slots.
So Browns are on the clock. Their picks so far, Mason Graham, Carson Schlesinger, and Harold Fannin. Oh, and Quinton Judkins.
Oh, and
just casual.
It's just whatever.
Quarterback is still staring me in the face here. I don't know if they're going to do it at this point.
McCord.
Yeah, if they were going to do Shador, they already would have done it. And like, I'll be honest, as far as like tape grade goes, they're like same diff. Like different strengths, different weaknesses, but like it's
Yeah. But in terms of like overall, if you just have to put a Madden overall number on them,
yeah.
like, okay. No, this is the power of PR, not holding up to the maelstrom of the NFL draft.
Well, no, it's not even that. And like, I'll be honest with you guys, the whole didn't interview well thing, like that wasn't just like a slanderous anonymous quote. Like, he didn't interview well. Like, we know that for a fact. Like, we heard about that before the report even came out.
Yeah.
Weeks ago, we had heard about it. We heard about it at the Combine. Like, it's been a thing. And people think it doesn't matter. And it's like, it doesn't matter if you're a super freakishly talented player that could get away with that, right? But if you're not, then you can't, right? Like, what's that old, what's that saying? Like, you can't be ugly and mean.
Well, it doesn't help.
It's for sure. Like,
oh my goodness. All right. So Cleveland's pick is in, and they're showing quarterbacks on the screen because they too are thinking the same way that you are. Long says I could see Bills mid-season do a third for Pickens. Is he talking about Zach Pickens?
or George Pickens.
George Pickens. Got to be George, because I'm like a third for Zach Pickens. No, I wouldn't do that.
You're like, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm sure I would do that. Yeah, give it here now. I'm not waiting. No, I could see it if, they got to check in on the personality, but again, that's a veteran team, a lot of leaders.
Right.
Veteran team, a lot of leaders. I'm pretty sure that they could hold up through that.
NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Dylan Gabriel, quarterback, Oregon.
Wow. Okay, just wow. I'm going to let that come out of my mouth slowly. I thought the team that was going to do that was Miami. And somebody in chat just asked about, what do you think about Shador to Miami? Because, hey, they need, injury insurance for Tua, which they do. 100%. I'm surprised by this. Even with the remaining quarterbacks on the board, I didn't believe that this would be the quarterback they would choose. Dylan Gabriel is about 5'11". He is a stout quarterback. Seen him up close a couple of times now. Throws in the short to medium area really well. They're going to show these bombs because everybody says he can't throw the deep ball. It's not that he can't throw the deep ball. He can't throw the deep ball without setting up and having space in front of him, which he's not always going to do in the NFL. And he really has to torque to throw it deep. I've stood 5 feet away from him twice now when he's been throwing balls, past 40 yards depth, which again, you don't do all that often in the NFL anyways, but to get it there, he has to have everything lined up. He has to have his feet together. He has to absolutely snap it and really torque it to get it that far. And you can't do that from a muddy pocket when you don't have your feet, or you're on the move, or you're getting your tackle pushed back in your face. So it's not that he can't throw it. It's that he can only kind of throw it under perfect circumstances. And his game really isn't that. It's the distribution game. He can be very accurate. If you go back and watch all the Tez Johnson targets, I did it one night just in row because I was trying to figure out Tez Johnson. The accuracy of the way he threw to Tez was incredibly good. He hit him between the numbers about 85% of the time. And the other ones weren't very far off. And I thought, man, he's really accurate. And then I went back to all Dylan Gabriel's throws, not just the ones to Tez, and it started to spray around a little bit more. But he's a very accurate quarterback. It is short to medium stuff. And when we had JT on, he said something really interesting, which made me go back and look. And he said, in his mind, Dylan had more turn downs, which is open throws down the field, that he didn't attempt than most of the quarterbacks in this class. And yeah, I found more of those going back through than I thought were there in my first pass. And that's the thing. Oh, let's go.
I'll talk about that one.
Yeah, you should. It's a good player.
Jared Wilson's awesome.
Good player.
Best center in this draft, in my opinion. You know, he gets labeled as like an outside zone guy because like, he's so athletic, and like, yes, that's true. He's an outside zone guy, but he's an everything guy to me. Like he is
100%.
just a badass center. He's got a great anchor and pass pro. Fun fact, if you're looking at every single interior offensive lineman in this class and you're looking at true drop back passes, no play action, no RPO, no screen, not just 3-man rushes, we're talking 4+ rushes. He is the only one to allow a grand total of 0 pressures. He's great.
I love him to death. And every time we kind of come up against a center like this, it's like really athletic and doesn't have the highest grade. People are like, oh, he's really short. Jared Wilson's not short. You know, oh, he's slow. He's stiff. He's this. Oh, he's good in pass protection, but he can't hold up against the run. Nope. He absolutely does. He can't push people out of the way. He can't reach. He can't hit targets in space. Nope. He does all those things. Again, he was playing between two very good guards, but he was helping Dylan Fairchild more than the other way around. It wasn't that Fairchild, who was selected earlier than him, was helping him out, which again, when we have these really athletic center prospects, it always seems like there's something wrong with him. Like, oh, he has 29-inch arms.
Fairchild be sitting back there just like watching Jared Wilson block the 3 technique for him.
Go to work. Yeah. And he's always finding work. He's done an impact, and he strains really well, which is one of the things I just love about offensive linemen. He'll bow up and just like get bent over, but not get beat. And it's like, ha.
So Falcons just took Xavier Watts, who
finally,
finally,
people have been waiting for this. Chat's been asking about this, and I actually think this is.
It's about where you
I think it's aligned value, and a lot of people again who don't necessarily watch the tape look at Xavier Watts. They see the stats and they go, "Oh my God!" Like he had 1 million interceptions. You have to remember sacks and interceptions, just like fumbles, very fickle. Sometimes a player can be very good and get 3, and a player can be not very good and get 7 or 8. And, you know, it's rare, but it does happen. I'm not saying Xavier Watts is not good. He is a very good pass protecting safety, but people thought he was the second coming because they looked at the interception numbers and thought, this is safety 1. Oh my God. And he's clearly not on tape. Like he's in the top tier of safeties for me. He was not safety 1. I think this is appropriate value, and they're getting a good player. I think he's going to be functional at the NFL level and, you know, good against the pass, just like he was at Notre Dame. Is he going to get a crap load of interceptions every year? I don't think he probably is.
I don't think
he also
will. Not at the
But
NFL
I also
level.
don't think that matters, right? He's a very good pass protecting safety, and he can tackle. It's not that he makes business decisions or anything else, but people just really got swayed by the interception number, and they were like, how can you not have Watts as safety 1?
Because he's not a top tier athlete.
He's not safety 1 in this class. He's just not.
With that being said, we have a trade. The Minnesota Vikings have traded the 97th pick to the Houston Texans.
Who do they want?
With the 97th pick in
They went to
2025
Iowa State.
Draft, the Houston Texans select Jalen Smith, defensive back, Southern California.
He said
Wrong
Jalen, and I was like, I was like, Iowa State.
I nailed it.
So
Problem
Jalen
is-
Smith. Fun fact, dude.
Yeah,
I got a stat for you.
Hit it.
Because I didn't think this was real. I was like, there's no fucking way. So I was I was going through all the DBs, and I was looking at like run defense stats because I was trying to get like missed tackle percentages.
Oh, yeah.
Again, Jalen Smith is a corner. Yeah. He had 25 tackles for no loss, or tackles for loss or no gain.
Yeah.
20 as a corner. Like this dude can freaking tackle. Like I love that about it. Coverage wise, he's fine. He's functional, but like as a blitzer, as a tackler, like he's gonna be a special teams demon. Like that's what I love about him more than anything. Like I got Stingley and I got a whole bunch of guys good cover. I need him to tackle. Honestly, this is probably a special teams pick more than anything.
Yeah, we're getting there. I don't know that you picking a pure special teams player this early.
Remember, they traded Larry Tunsil. Never rule anything out with them.
I might have messed something up because I thought there was a stat for Jalen Smith that was terrible. And it was bad enough that I was like, oh, really? And now I'm looking and no, because he didn't have a ton of penalties. NFL pass rating against was only 62. He had basically zero ball production. He had 2 interceptions and 1 pass broken up on a lot of coverage snaps, 300 plus.
It was 25 over the last 2 seasons. Excuse me, not this season. He still led all corners in this class. He had 10 run stops, but over the last 2 seasons, he had 25. So, but still, like that's nuts.
It's really good production. I'm gonna have to go back to Jalen Smith's tape. I think there might be just checking to see that I had the settings right. I think I might have a case of mistaken identity on Jalen Smith because I had a perception in my head when I was going through and doing my cornerback sorting a couple weekends ago, and I was like, oh, that kind of disqualifies him from my top like 15 corners. And looking at him, I'm like, I'm not sure it does.
He had a forced incompletion rate of 6.8%, which is like that's about a third of top tier forced incompletion, like just ball production. Like he really doesn't make plays on the ball. He really doesn't disrupt at the catch point. But damn, he plays the run. So maybe that's a poor reason to take a corner in the 3rd round. I don't know. But I kind of trust this team with developing DBs. They're pretty good at it.
Oh, okay. I'm going to have to go back and look. I think I might have got that wrong.
As in looked at the wrong player?
Yeah, well, here's the thing. For if chat's not familiar, there's like 4 billion Jalen's in this draft.
There's probably a couple Jalen Smiths too.
And they're spelled all different ways. Yeah, every way you could possibly spell Jalen. Yeah. Anyways. No, I'm feeling as I look back at his stats, like those are better than what I thought. And I liked him on tape. I didn't love him, but I liked him. And I swear I looked through his stat package after tape, which is what I try and do. And I was like, oh, yeah, and I'm not finding it here. So I might, again, it does happen. I did republish a couple of our rankings today.
By the way, I realized the ones that I sent you, I had them in the wrong order, so I'm gonna have to redo them anyway. So
that's okay. We'll get those all cleaned up and put up there. The ones I republished were there were 2 of them. One because I flat out forgot a player, which does happen when you're cutting and pasting and moving lists around. Like Jake Majors just wasn't on my interior offensive line list, and I was like, where's Jake Majors? I actually really like Jake Majors. And I realized he just got cut out at some point. So I put him back in. So republished the interior offensive line. And then the other one I republished was tackle because I had Esapole in the sleeper section on interior offensive line. So I had to move him over to tackle because he's definitely a tackle. So I republished those 2 today. And that's why.
all right, Raiders selection here.
Oh, let's see if I can get a quick super chat in.
Every meaningful opportunity I had in my life came because of the Raiders, and I'm very thankful. Many great franchises and many great players, but I'm very thankful for what the Raiders did for me as a player, as an assistant coach, even as a sideline reporter. And I'm thrilled for the opportunity this young man's going to have. At the Raiders, we say, once a Raider, always a Raider. And this man's going to have a great career with the 98th pick in the NFL 2025 draft. The Raiders, the Las Vegas Raiders, select Caleb Rogers, guard from Texas Tech. Let's go.
Speaking of dogs, physical. It's
fun that Wisniewski gets to announce that one.
Yeah, boy. As far as like guards that I would love to personally escort me down a dark alley, he's top 3 in this class for me.
Okay, I love it.
Oh my
That's
god,
great
dude.
ranking.
He's just an asshole. He's just an asshole. Like when you think of like what a Raiders guard is supposed to be, it's Caleb Rogers. He's a dick in the best possible way.
He's a dick. No, it's what you want it's what you want on your team. It's not what you want to play against on Saturday or Sunday.
Where did you have him?
He was in my alsos. I did not have him in my top 8 to 10 in terms of ranking. I'll have to look, but no.
Chat says sounds like Incognito 2.0. Yes, you're absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. And
All right.
I'm really curious to see like what their starting five is going to be. Like you could play him at left guard, absolutely.
Well, they needed help there, and so what I like about the pick for the Raiders is it's going to give them some flexibility because everybody says, "Oh, you got to have your starting five." It's not 5, folks. The NFL season is too long. It's 17 games long. They go back to back. Yeah,
they do.
Just walking Steve out there again. He's getting his mileage in.
With the 99th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Charles Grant.
Okay.
Dude.
Run him up.
Okay. Well,
Run him
I'll
up.
just keep talking. I'll just keep talking because we said you can't just have 5. It can't be your starting 5. 17-game season, guys get hurt. So they're just doubling down at this point. And Charles Grant was the tackle we talked about earlier. Incredibly athletic. You don't find tackles built like him that can move like him. Like that combination is going to be the absolute elixir for NFL offensive line coaches. And it is. He's also a pretty good player. You can see he looks like a tight end. He's going to have to bulk up some. I get it, but he's got incredibly long arms. He's got really good feet. They're, of course, going to show the wrestling highlights. Here's just a tip. If you're going to play offensive line at any level, wrestle one season because every time you're up for an award or you end up getting drafted or commit to university, they're going to bring up your wrestling highlights. It's the law. They can't not show wrestling highlights if you provide them.
Especially when you're all state like he was. And then, he started playing high school super late. I want to say it was his junior year in high school he started playing. He didn't grow up playing football. He grew up doing other sports, which, by the way, tends to be better for your development. Was under-recruited because of that. Went to William and Mary. Got the starting job by his sophomore year. Became all-conference by junior year. He was a captain. Freaky athlete. Off the top of my head, I want to say he allowed the quarterback to be touched twice the entire season. I think that he's going to start in place of DJ Glaze. Like, I think he's a better prospect than Glaze was, and Glaze just allowed 54 pressures last year. So you got Caleb Rogers at left guard. You have Glaze and Charles Grant fight it out for right tackle. May the best man win. There's your 5, man. Like, okay, you throw some money at Colton Miller so that he's okay. Rogers at left guard, JPJ at center, Dylan Parham at right guard, and then Charles Grant at right tackle. And, we took Ashton Genty to raise the ceiling of the run game, and then we got the offensive line to raise the floor. You got Jack Besh to keep the chains moving. You run the ball 40 times a game, and you go to the playoffs.
Yeah, we got Darian Porter. You are correct. Well, you're close to correct. I will count it. 2 sacks and 1 hit, so 3 times the quarterback was touched. Only 5 hurries, 9 total pressures allowed. Very, very good player. And again, they're just basically making our point for us. You got to have better than starting 5.
Shador should have wrestled. That's good.
Okay, gonna keep it positive. Yep,
that's good.
Nathan Popasil for $9.99. I'm currently very drunk, trying to be hyped about the Bears draft. Can you give me something to be excited about, please? Sure. First pick is absolutely something to be excited about. The fact that they traded down and took more bites of the apple. Also somewhat exciting. The results could be very exciting. I could be completely wrong about 2 of the 3 picks today. I hope I am. That would be neat. There you go. I gave you something to get excited about. You didn't say a lot, which is good.
I'm going to make a prediction for the 49ers here. I don't know if their pick is in or not. While we're on the topic of tackles that are really good in an outside zone system, Chase Lunt, UConn. Like,
oh, yeah.
Perfect fit, tailor-made for them. There's not a single better fit for them outside of like the top tackles, but like there's not a single better fit for them in the day 2 tackle group. So Chase Lunt, come on down. I just hope it's not another like 5'11", 220-pound linebacker.
That might throw you off your game. So Kevin Von Magnum, 1999. Brett, EJ, I'm giving you $20 to try and make me cheer up on the Titans' recent picks tonight. As hard as that is for Brett. Love the content, by the way. Kevin, we love you too. Thank you very much. Take heart. I mean, come on. Titans started off with getting themselves a quarterback. That's pretty much how this draft is going to go. Like, if Cam is a above average NFL starter, you won. If he's not, you're going back to the barrel. So,
and let's be honest, Kevin Winston is a badass. Like, that's a great pick. Again, I'm just swapping Oladeo and Winston in my mind. Yeah, and I'm calling it good. He's an exceptional player. Titans fans are going to love him too. Like, he's going to be a leader on the team. Like, fans are going to adore him in the media. And Oladeo, like, he's got talent. He doesn't have production, but he's got talent. So you kind of trust your staff to develop it. You know. All right.
Oh man, I forgot that Richie Grant went to San Francisco. Talking about holding on to an agenda.
Wow. Okay.
That's also early for me. Like, real early.
He's probably a nickel for them because he's pretty damn small.
Yeah.
Long speed, I thought was just okay. Short area quickness, I liked. Very competitive. Like, he's just like a little gnat in coverage.
Yeah, and little being the operative word.
Little being the operative word, yeah. I thought he was going to go like around, tomorrow. I'll just say tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, you're hoping he's Amik Robertson.
You're hoping.
I didn't see that on tape, but again, as a statistical outlier, like Amik is, since he got to Detroit, paying that off. He didn't really do it with the Raiders, but you're hoping he's that good. I don't think he's as explosive as Amik, but again, early for me. So the first two picks, come on.
Yeah.
Michael and Collins going to work with Kasarik. I'm like, you guys are crushing it. And then they go Nick Martin and Upton Stout. And I'm like, you do realize that they're not like freebies, right? They're not scratch tickets. Like, okay.
Because right now, their nickel is Diamador Lenore. I think Stout can compete with him for the nickel job. He's not competing with Renardo for outside corner. And he's not competing. Maybe he's competing with Trey Brown. I don't know. But
Broncos, trade.
Yeah. Boy.
Who are they grabbing at the end of day two? I don't know. They're draft. You talk about teams that are having a good draft. Denver is having a good draft.
Dude, they're having a great 3-year period.
Yeah. Again, for
with the 101st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Savion Jones, defensive end, LSU.
wow.
Monster.
What do we not know about Swinson though? That I don't think Swinson's gone yet, and Jones did.
I'm wondering if there's a medical there, but I don't think that takes away from Savion Jones because he should be going here anyway.
No, he's a great player, but again, we're talking about the tandem pair of LSU ends, Braden Swinson and Savion Jones. Go ahead and talk about Savion. He's very good player.
Reminds me a lot of Connor Barwin, a big body, like 275, 280-pound end that resets the line of scrimmage with power. But he's got much, much, much better hips and finishing ability around the corner than you expect for somebody who's built like him. Like, he can legitimately crank around the corner. I was blown away by that for how he is built. I think he's a starting defensive end in the NFL. Looking at the Denver rotation, it's not like they were hurting for pass rushers. But you got Zach Allen's, DJ Jones, JFM as your trio and odd fronts, Jonathan Cooper, Nick Benito as your outside linebackers. I think he's going to be like a big body edge for them, rotating with John Cooper.
Okay.
And even then, like, I don't think John Cooper's going to get like overwhelming number of snaps over Savion Jones. And I love John Cooper, but that's probably more of a 60-40, 50-50 situation, not an 80-20 situation. Like, Savion Jones is that good. Like, once he gets on the field, you're not really going to be able to get him off.
Yeah, and their draft in general, in terms of like what the Broncos are stacking at this point is pretty darn sick.
Yeah, they're like you can't score on that.
No.
Big special
Oh.
by Viking fans. Can I get a skull Vikings? Yeah. Get used to it. Oh boy, Stu needs to read the room. That warms our hearts. With the 102nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Tashar Felton, wide receiver, Maryland.
Wow.
Vertical threat.
Yeah, Ty
Vertical
Felton.
threat. So
KOC wants deep threat.
he's the new wide receiver 3. Who's the one that they had a couple years ago where when Jefferson got hurt, he was just putting up like 100-yard games like crazy out of nowhere. Oh man, the name escapes me. But he's going to be their wide receiver 3 on day 1. Guarantee it. Guarantee it.
It's pretty funny because we got asked about Ty Felton. I think it was on Draftsmith. We got a super chat about Ty Felton from a Maryland fan. Said, "Tell me about Ty Felton." And I was like, "Well, he's really good at getting vertical."
KJ Osborne. That's who it was. He's their new KJ Osborne.
Well, yeah, but he's a lot taller than KJ.
I like it. I like it.
Yeah, it's again, KOC very focused offensive approach and understands which roles need to be filled by which skills. Again, picking it on day 2, like there's still plenty of speedsters available. It's not like we were running short on speed at the wide receiver position. So this is a very purposeful choice. They like what they saw from Ty Felton, and yeah, he is going to be in that. He's in the running to be wide receiver 4, wide receiver 3, and like, yep, could see him starting because he can take top off. Like that's his skill. He can take top off.
And people say Jalen Naylor. I think he could beat out Jalen Naylor. I really like Ty Felton a lot. Like genuinely, I do.
Yeah.
So good pick, honestly. And if they're like, he's not going to be there at our next pick, whenever that is for the Vikings, and you need a wide receiver 3, especially if like I'm still not convinced that like Addison is in their long-term plan. So I think they're just going to kind of once a year take a receiver so that they could just build a Jordan Addison in the aggregate when they inevitably lose him in a couple years. Like,
yeah,
that's kind of how I would approach it for them. Cause I don't get the vibes that he's like long-term going to be a Viking.
Yeah.
So just keep taking guys like this. And this is an offense that we know will take deep shots and he fits. So great pick.
Yeah. Andrew Arndt for $9.99. EJ missed the reaction to the Packers draft so far. Thoughts? So Matthew Golden, wide receiver out of Texas. Anthony Belton, tackle out of NC State, who's an absolute bully. And then Savion Williams, they go back to the well, get another wide receiver from TCU. I like all those players. I probably, this is going to sound strange, but I'm worried the least about Golden of those 3. Mm-hmm. Because Savion Williams has this crazy variable ceiling. If he hits, forget it. He's going to be uncoverable. And Anthony Belton, I think, is going to be real solid. He's the sort of lever in the middle. Like, they do great with offensive line talent in general, and I really like Anthony Belton's abilities to start with. It's not like, they're going to have to mold something out of him. He's already a really good player. So those 2 are kind of like, Matthew Golden, I'm a little bit lower on the consensus. He's a very good player. He is going to have to learn how to block. Matt LaFleur's not going to let him not block like he did at Texas, but he can take the top off as well. He's a deep threat. We were just talking about Ty Felton. Like, if you're giving me a deep threat choice, I'll take Golden over Ty Felton because he does more, and he's just as fast. So, solid draft for the Packers. I'm not like angry. I'm probably the maddest about Belton because I really liked him. Bears came back, took a different tackle who is also fine, but if I had my choice of those 2, I would have taken Belton. So a minor discomfort. How's that?
Twin for 65. Super stoked as a Chiefs fan about these picks. Also, my yearly reminder to get some Ron Zacapa Dark Run 21-year XO. If you haven't by now, go Chiefs. I actually did see it in the liquor store last week, and I thought of you. Not gonna lie.
I'm not gonna lie.
I was buying wine. I wasn't buying rum, but I am due to go on a rum.
Is there a law that you can't buy one if you're buying the other.
Yeah, I know, but then I get rum, and it's like, but I should also get a scotch, and then it becomes a very expensive total wine trip very quickly.
Snowballing.
If I do something other than wine. Kevin Von Magnum, great name for 1999. Brett, EJ, I'm giving you $20 to try. Cheer me up.
I
wait,
got him.
No free lunch.
Oh, you can have free lunch.
You can get free
You can
lunch.
have it
That's
again.
fine.
It's fun.
William Stokes for $5. Shadur Sanders fell further than Mike Green did. That should have told us everything we needed to know about the Sanders situation. I would not connect those two things personally because
they're different.
They're very different, and I think it says more about the Raiders than it does about Shadur. Or not the Raiders, Ravens.
Yeah.
It says more about the Ravens than Shadur. And that feels icky to me. I don't know.
Maticus for $10. Shadur Sanders has made it to day 3. How the heck did this happen? How bad were the interviews? Any reason to draft Dylan Gabriel over him? I would not draft Dylan Gabriel over him because I actually have other quarterbacks that even if I didn't take Shadur, I still have in front of Dylan Gabriel. So no to the second question. How bad were his interviews? I think
pretty bad.
I think this is
pretty
evidence of that they weren't great because as a player, he's absolutely a top 3 round player in a quarterback light draft. He is a better player on the football field than that, period. End of story. Like you can select a round, but we're through 3 rounds now. He is now a 4th round player. He is better than a 4th round player on tape, but he's still there. So something happened and it's not injuries. So that's how bad they were. And that's pretty bad.
I don't think anybody expected this.
I did not. I expected someone to pull the trigger by now.
I think this is a very good it's a lesson for future quarterback prospects to take the process seriously because nothing's guaranteed. Nothing is in stone. And at the end of the day, like these people are drafting you to spend every day in the building with you. And if they decide that they don't want to be around you every day in the building and you're not physically talented enough for them to kind of look the other way, they're just not going to take you. It is what it is. You know, like I don't think he's a bad person but
no,
it is what it is.
No. Yeah, I don't think he's a bad person either. Alex for $9.99. Cardinals fan here. Do you view Nolan projecting more as a 3 tech? I do, especially considering we have too many guys in the room who fit primarily as a 5. I think he's going to be a very good 3 tech. I think that's where you see a lot of his wins on tape. I don't think that's a hard projection at all. And again, guys that are flexible within the defensive line rotation that can play 3 or play 5 on any given down are very useful. I would say primarily if you look down at the end of the season, he's going to have more, snaps aligned as 3 tech than he is 5. And that's great because I think that lines up with the strengths.
Well, we'll find out where Shadur's going tomorrow. And where all the rest of the quarterbacks are going tomorrow. Quinn Ewers, Will Howard, Kyle McCord. We'll find out where Braden Swinson is going tomorrow. We'll find out where all of the guys that we think may or may not have injury issues are going tomorrow. Because there's still a lot of talent on the board. There always is at the start of round 4. So we're through 3 rounds now. Again, 1/2 hour before the start of the first team being on the clock tomorrow. I can't remember exactly what time that is, but just Google whenever round 4 starts.
It's pretty early.
I think it's noon is when round 4. So a half hour before that, noon Eastern. So half hour before that. So like what, 8:30 our time?
8:30 Pacific. It's this is always one of the shorter nights of the year. We stay up late with these rounds and then all the associated content we make after this and text and whatever, you look down and you're like, oh, okay, I got to get up pretty soon. Good
so
fun,
we'll see you in like 12 hours. How about that?
Yep. Almost exactly 12 hours, which is disheartening, but also freaking cool because I can't wait. It's almost like another little Christmas because day 3, tons of talent left on the board. This is not, there are some days you kind of creep into day 3 and you're like, okay, 4 and 5 are going to be cool, but boy, we're going to be dragging in, 6 and 7. Nope. 6 and 7, we're going to be talking about players we really like and fits we think are really cool because there's a ton of them that are left. I'm just looking at my horizontal draft board and there's a lot of really fun players left.
Also, if you asked a super chat and we didn't get to it, I apologize. Obviously, chat's moving pretty quickly, and it's hard to do super chats while also talking about players because these picks are coming in really fast. That is going to be no different tomorrow when we have picks coming in like every 30 seconds. So I apologize in advance. But I encourage you, if you asked a super chat tonight that didn't get answered, shoot me a DM on Twitter. I'd love to talk to you guys there and at least, answer some of your questions there. So we'll see you in 12 hours back here tomorrow morning. Until then.